Ah, funny.
Yes, it's been too long. Yes, it's Yugi and Kaiba. And yes, it's just this side of copyright infringement. It's card games versus humanity. Welcome on my fellow and future outlaws. I am the NAK, and if you haven't noticed from the last year and a half of openings, I may fancy myself some Yu-Gi-Oh! So from here on out, once a week, I will do my best to bring you satire and comedic review of the show we all know and love. So if you do enjoy, please don't forget that like button, leave a comment telling me what you thought, and don't forget to share with a fellow Heart of the Cards member in your life. But enough chilling, let's see where our story begins. Ah yes, here it is. Long ago, when the pyramids were still going through puberty, somehow real-life sorcerers and necromancers existed using their powers to conjure monsters from a distant realm to battle one another. This power was so great that it threatened to end the world as they once knew it until a brave and powerful pharaoh locked it away in 7 magical artifacts known as the Millennium Items. Please ignore the fine print on the bottom of each item that reads, made from the literal life force of an entire town of people that were brutally murdered. Jesus, that was like 30 pics in one frame. Our setting begins in a high school classroom where our heroes are doing what all good boys and girls should be doing, playing card games, of course. Don't ask where the teachers are though, just pay attention to Joey getting absolutely destroyed by Yugi because he thought laying down Kagemusha of the Blue Flame with no back row whatsoever was a good idea. If Kaiba being in school, in his school uniform, isn't a big enough what the fuck moment on its own, let's all just take a step back to realize that all it took was the literal mention of a rare card that Yugi's grandfather had in a world where there probably is actual trillions of cards for him to assume that it was the Blue Eyes White Dragon and pursue it. That's it. Back at the card shop, we're both introduced to Yugi's grandfather and 4Kids' top-notch writing.
Rare card? My special card?
Yes, we came to see the card, the rare card, the special card. Seriously, why did he hold that pose for that long? Seto Kaiba arrives and he's come to see the card.
I came to see the card.
See? And naturally, because Joey is not an insecure individual, he immediately wants to fight Kaiba after being rejected to a duel because, you know, he just barely started and Kaiba's already a national champion. Then Kaiba says the exact same thing I said to that old man in a card shop in Massachusetts about a year ago.
The Blue Eyes White Dragon in a dump like this?
Upon seeing it, Seto offers to trade Gramps all of these cards for the Blue Eyes White Dragon. Let's take a look at what he's got.
I'm not sure what that fusion monster up is in the corner, but I see a Guilty of the Night. That's a common. That's like what? Punished Eagle? Roaring Ocean Serpent something, Labyrinth Tank. I think that's the other. She starts with a W and then Magasampi, like Mesamuya. I don't remember her name is, but it's terrible. But like all these cards are pretty bad, dude. Like block attack. What is that? Poison or basic potion? Like I don't know. Red potion, polymerization, launcher spider. The best card I'm seeing here is. Oh god, these are all terrible. Like. Flame Cerberus is the most playable card here. Yeah, Gramps, don't you dare.
Nope, gotta say Grandpa made the right choice. Will Seto Kaiba ever be able to recover from this? No. I mean, yes. Yeah, probably. He's got like $1 billion company. We then pan to a 5-second segment of Seto Kaiba telling some slaves to go beat up an old man. We then pan to a 10-second scene of Seto's slaves in the card shop ready to, oh my god, is that Hobson? Hobson is in episode 1? How did I never notice that? He's so gross, dude. He's truly just so vile. Our hero Yugi makes his way to the card shop, only for Kaiba to somehow know he just got there and give him a phone call. Apparently his grandfather came over to have a nice duel, but then just got sick and started throwing up everywhere. And because Yugi and Kaiba are definitely best friends at this point, they know exactly what part of the building to enter. Only for this elevator to take them to the exact spot that his grandfather was lying on the ground. You know someone is meant to be a mother when her scolding finger is so powerful that it has its own sound effects. Grandpa Muto, who is somehow dying from playing a children's card game, is struggling ever so hard to lift up this 40-ton deck as he makes a plea to his grandson. Reluctant as he may be, Joey assures Yugi that he can win a duel against Kaiba, as it only takes 10 minutes into the episode for the Millennium Puzzle to finally be mentioned, and somehow Joey is the one that knows it'll have some sort of effect. Taya then draws this shitty smiley face on all of their hands with a permanent marker that she stole from school to remind them all of the everlasting friendship that they have. Naturally, if you look at their hands closely in the very next scene, they're all completely clear. That's some strong friendship. Before the duel can even begin, Yugi transforms into the spirit of the puzzle with absolutely no warning or build-up whatsoever. I'm pretty sure they didn't even draw yet. Kaiba begins the duel by summoning the Hitatsumi Giant, a fearsome monster with 1200 attack. That's one of the strongest plays I've ever seen. We're then treated to a sound clip of Joey trying out for the position of narrator for Nickelodeon's All Real Monsters.
Monsters? Real monsters?
Apparently, all it took was a simple equip card for Yugi to get scared and assume that Kaiba was a formidable opponent, even though I'm definitely sure that there's never been a basic magic card that just triples your monster's attack. Hey, Yugi, that was a Sangan. You could have added an Exodia piece to your hand. Halfway through this battle where there are no rules and you can just slam down tribute monsters willy-nilly, Kaiba reveals his ultimate monster, his own Blue Eyes White Dragon. And while I used to think Little Karibos, did you just summon a bunch of monsters in one turn joke was that, you know, just a joke, it turns out he wasn't wrong at all. Kaiba literally just summons a Blue Eyes, kills Gaia, and then just summons another one in the same turn. No explanation. The expert duelist Yugi is nearing defeat, ready to give up, even though he's probably watched his grandfather play a shit ton in his life and definitely should know what Exodia is by now. You know, the forbidden one, Exodia, the monster that apparently no one in the entire world has ever been able to summon before. No backup soldiers, no graceful charities, no reckless greeds, no Sangas, no Witch of the Black Forest. Nope, it's never been done. Also, does anyone else notice how the Dark Magician kind of just gets jobbed out in this match? He kind of just comes out, kills the Judge Man, and then gets wrecked and never gets talked about again.
Pieces. Puzzle. Pieces. Puzzle? Piece. Pieces of a puzzle. Puzzle. Puzzle.
All 5 pieces of the puzzle.
It's a puzzle, Yugi! Yugi solves the puzzle of Exodia, aka he top decks the right card and wins against Kaiba immediately, destroying all 3 Blue Eyes in a flash of light that legitimately looks like it was about to vaporize Kaiba himself. Naturally, our hero, Yugi, helps Kaiba out by giving him an aneurysm, eliminating all of those dastardly gay thoughts that he had in his head. Truly our Egyptian savior. The episode ends with a white-haired man with a strange eye holding a wine glass that may or may not be listening to ABBA. Well, that's it for this week's episode of Card Games vs. Humanity. I want to thank you all for watching. If you enjoyed what you saw here today, please hit that like, leave a comment, and tell me what you thought, and share with a buddy or two. It would really help out. I'd like to do this once a week, so let me know what you think. Tune in next week where we get to find out what song that strange man was listening to at the end of the episode. My money's on Dancing Queen. And of course, a shout out to all my patrons. Draw your last pathetic dollar so I can begin my retirement. This has been the man from Earth with all the girth, ladies and gentlemen. Be the character you know you're worth. Later. How do you do, all my fellow and future outlaws? This is Card Games vs. Humanity, and I am that NAKAK-double-G. Back with another storytime comedy recap of our favorite Saturday morning cartoon that we all knew and loved. So without any further ado, let's get to this week's episode, which for some reason they decided to show that intro that they had at the beginning of episode 1. Which they probably could have just, you know, left to episode 1. And miraculously, the episode begins with our heroes actually at school. Don't get used to that. Can you guess what they're doing? Can you? I'll give you 3 guesses.
Are they playing card games?
Bitch, how did you know that?
Yeah, I tell ya. Like that wimpy card has a chance against my giant rock guy.
Joey, they literally have the same amount of attack. Taya uses a magic card to destroy Joey's unstoppable rock monster and somehow loses the duel with no explanation of how he lost his life points. Meeting our heroes back at the park, Joey laments his shittiness and shows Yugi his deck full of kick-butt monster cards. Naturally, the expert duelist Yugi berates him for having nothing but monster cards, claiming that he needs magic cards to support his monsters along the way. No mention of trap cards, though. No one needs any of those in their deck, which, funnily enough, is sort of kind of the case in most decks since 2018. Yugi brings Joey to the card shop only to manipulate the fuck out of his grandfather in an effort to help Joey with his crappy dueling abilities.
But only if you're willing to spend endless days and sleepless nights filled with rigorous training.
You know, considering the magnitude of importance that card games play in this show, I'm not really sure if I should be surprised or not that they treat learning the game like it's a trip to fucking boot camp or something. On second thought, if you consider having to learn every single stupid ruling that's ever come into play while playing the game of Yu-Gi-Oh!, I honestly might take my chances with boot camp.
Can you name the most powerful duel monster?
Yatagrasu?
Can you name the weakest?
Well, that one's easy. Obviously, it's Karibo. This exciting episode continues with our heroes back at home sitting on the couch watching TV. Oh wait, silly me, they're watching the Duel Masters National Championships, a tournament that drew in a staggering 200 people from across the entire country of wherever the hell this is from. 200 is not really a lot, though. Somehow, this epic bracket has come down to Rex and Weevil, 2 highly skilled duelists who are very good at what they do. Grandpa enters the room with a mysterious box, claiming that Yugi already has fan mail after his defeat of Seto Kaiba. Damn, episode 2, and he already has fan mail? Wish YouTube worked that fast. Unfortunately, this particular piece of fan mail is from Pegasus, and I can understand why you didn't guess that at first because it wasn't covered in My Little Pony and Spice Girl stickers.
Oh, and Raptor plays the strongest card in his deck!
Look, I understand that this is episode 2 and they don't want to go crazy, but 1600? Really? The strongest monster in his deck. And this is a man who's in the finals of a national championship who apparently overwhelmed people with his power. 1600. Jesus Christ. Weevil sets a basic insect in one back row to combat Rex, who remembers that following the rules is about the silliest thing you can do, and attacks Weevil immediately while it's still his turn.
When an enemy attacks, my vortex activates. Totally traps your King Rex in its inescapable embrace.
Ah yes, Infinite Dismissal, a card that destroys level 3 or lower monsters during the end phase of the turn they were summoned. That can definitely be used as a spellbinding circle effect during the turn it was set. All of this definitely makes sense. After the duel is finished, Joey tells us all his favorite scene in One Punch Man.
Man, King Rex squashed by an insect?
Pegasus appears to award Weevil the trophy and then immediately shows him up by announcing an even bigger tournament. A tournament that's actually a secret plan to lure in people with the Millennium items. Definitely not a contrived plan with many variables that could go wrong. They finally decide to pop in the fan mail video when all of a sudden Pegasus appears on the screen in front of everyone. And considering everyone else can see him at first, it's never really made clear if this is the actual videotape or if he was just there from the start. Then Yugi reveals the final thoughts of every burger I've ever come in contact with in my entire life.
Everything's growing dark and cold and the others aren't moving.
Yugi takes a staggering one line of convincing to agree to fight in this duel. No explanation, he was just ripping and roaring to go. Pegasus, the creator of the game, access to nearly any and all card ever made, begins the duel by setting one back row and then ending his turn. Apparently this is an effective move though because Yugi has a Komori dragon in his hand, to which Pegasus just cheats and activates his card anyways, even though I'm pretty sure Yugi never summoned the monster yet. You know, come to think of it, Yugi hasn't actually cheated in either of his duels yet. Give it time. Pegasus reveals to Yugi that he didn't actually invent duel monsters, that he actually traced it from ancient Egyptian comic books that he found while on vacation.
Magical forces so powerful, the Egyptians lost control of them and nearly destroyed the entire world.
Why is it showing the last attack of season 1 in episode 2? You could have literally shown anything else. Anything. Why? Pegasus uses the Dragon Piper to take control of Komori Dragon, prompting Yugi to do his first cheat by counter-attacking with a Silver Fang that I'm pretty sure he didn't even set last turn. The Komori Dragon defeats Yugi's Silver Fang and he loses 500 life points, even though Silver Fang has 1200 and Komori Dragon has 1500. They're just making shit up as they go at this point, huh? They just, like, the first few episodes, fuck it.
What happens if I draw a new card straight from the deck without even looking at it?
Okay, Yugi, you were doing so good, man. You were like 1.5 episodes in, no cheating, and then you're just like, if you can't beat him, join him. Fuck it. And I didn't see anyone play Darkness Approaches.
But my Dark Magician is one of the strongest magic cards in the game.
King of games, everybody. King of fucking games. Unfortunately for our hero, Pegasus filibusters the rest of this duel, only leaving 10 seconds left for him to attack. Yugi summons this sexually confused Celtic Guardian in an effort to destroy the Faceless Mage, but his monster is destroyed instead by the Dark Magician now under Pegasus' control. But fuck it, we've already cheated twice, so let's summon the Summoned Skull on the same turn to attack and win. Unfortunately, the time does run out right before the attack can connect, leaving Pegasus the victor by default of having more life points. A well-established, long-standing rule known by many professionals. Pegasus reveals his Millennium Eye, which somehow surprises Yugi even though he was literally talking about it the entire fucking episode, right before Pegasus steals his grandfather's soul, leaving him in a slightly more lifeless state than he was before. Well, that's it for this week's episode of Card Games vs. Humanity. I want to thank you all for watching. Be sure to hit that subscribe button if you haven't already. Leave a comment, tell me what you thought. Hit that like button, share with a buddy or two. They'll thank you for the giggles. Tune in next week where Joey finally learns what a trap card is. That's it, nothing else. That's the whole episode. And of course, a shout out to all my patrons. Should you decide to cheat and attack my monster while it's still my turn, I will retaliate in full, and I don't mean with trading cards. This has been the Man from Earth with all the girth, ladies and gentlemen. Be the character you know you're worth. Later. Meet me on the rooftop, all my fellow and future outlaws. This is Card Games vs. Humanity, and I am the Anna Double G. Back with your weekly dose of Yu-Gi-Oh! Comedy recap that you never knew you needed, but you're just so glad that you have now. So with that shilling out of the way, let's meet up with our hero Yugi, who doesn't adhere at all to the typical anime school rooftop scene by staring blankly into the distance, wondering how his grandfather got captured.
What could Pegasus possibly want with me? And could it have something to do with my Millennium Puzzle?
Oh, I don't know. It's not like he wasn't just talking to you about the Millennium items for about 66% of the duel that you just had with him. This show's hard on for videotapes with absolutely no labels continues on as Joey receives a message from his younger sister. Something that would be completely normal to play in a random classroom at school after hours instead of just, you know, in your own home.
I'll never forget the day Mom took me to live with her. Joey!
Serenity! Don't go! Wait!
I'm the only one that smiles at how happy she sounded telling that story before we're instantly bombarded with horrific screams and terrible 4Kids voice acting. Joey's sister will go blind if she doesn't get a very expensive operation that he must now pay for instead of his parents. She was you know, smart, she would just start a GoFundMe. We head back to the card shop where this tiny envelope full of some cards with no text on them are waiting for Yugi. Very important items that Pegasus requires Yugi have to enter the Duelist tournament, left in the crack of a door that anyone could have just, you know, walked by and stolen. We head back to school the next day. Or the same day. It's never really made clear. As these heroes read these cards with no text on them explaining exactly what they need to do next. Taya then slips up and speaks her mind about the 4 kids' writing staff.
This is bad.
Naturally, because we were on the rooftop and then came back to class, it's important we head back to the rooftop again so people don't forget that this is an anime. They then reminisce about the time they became friends, aka that time Joey and Tristan got their ass beat by a 30-year-old man posing as a high schooler after claiming that they were trying to toughen Yugi up by, you know, just taking away his items.
What do we do?
Shh! Yes, Joey, shushing your friend is the correct decision. Maybe if you're real quiet, the bully that already beat the shit out of you won't notice you anymore and go after a small child. We then get a scene of a 30-year-old man assaulting a small child.
Say your prayers, you runt.
I take it back. Joey knew exactly what to do. Moving forward, we find our hero Yugi standing in front of a cruise ship that even Jeff Bezos would raise an eyebrow at, as his best friend Joey shows off his solid snake skills by trying to sneak into the lower hatches of the boat. Naturally, he is caught immediately because for some reason the best friends that just talked about helping Yugi together didn't coordinate a single fucking thing or tell each other that they were gonna sneak on the boat. Single phone call is all it would have taken. Yugi shares one of his star chips with Joey, allowing them both to get on the boat and join the tournament officially. But just then a wild slut appears as Joey shows us all the true meaning of subtlety.
Whoa! Check it out!
Inside the boat, our heroes join the rest of the basic dueling bitches inside the sleeping quarters that generally looks like it's a playroom for preschoolers with no bathroom, no beds, no privacy, and yeah, I can kind of get why Joey was complaining. The national champions Rex and Weevil appear, making fun of all the lesser duelists who are here to trade with each other, trying to strengthen their decks.
It's also a good chance to get a feel for your opponent's card.
Okay, that kid literally has a piece of Exodia, and I'm pretty sure later on in the show, one of the rare hunters explains that there's like maybe a few copies of each in the entire world, and that kid has one right there. Yugi, you might want to grab it. Our current chicken breast with attitude is currently complaining about the lack of service on this boat. Mai wants service. Luckily for her, Rex is ready to give it to her. Unlucky for us, I'm pretty sure he's 13 and she's like 22.
In another few hours, the sun will rise.
What the fuck does that mean? Bakura appears on the boat to gaze into the night sky for about 5 seconds with absolutely no warning or backstory. And considering this is his introduction to the show, I can kind of start seeing why he tried stealing Yugi's screen time. Mai sluts herself out without hesitation, offering to give Rex a kiss should he be able to defeat her in a duel. He hastily accepts because he understands she made the mistake of not specifying where she has to kiss him. And just when, wait, never mind, we're back to Joey and Yugi giving him the time wizard. Wait, never mind, we're back to Mai and Rex.
Okay then, cut the cards.
Playing with your deck, huh?
What do you mean playing with her deck? You both have your own deck. Why is she showing the top 5 cards of her deck to you? Like, are you playing fucking Uno? What is this? That's the face of a man with pure intentions. Back to the port, or bow, or whatever the hell part of the boat this is, Weevil appears and asks Yugi if he can see the Exodia cards that he defeated Ghost of Kaiba with. And because these aren't some of the most powerful and rarest cards in the world, and he met Weevil all of 15 minutes ago, of course he hands them over to his new best friend.
Say goodbye to Exodia!
Being the total bitches that they are, Joey and Yugi decide not to throw Weevil overboard, instead jumping into the water to save some precious cardboard. Which, while I want to make fun of him, is a feeling I can totally understand, and that's without living in a world where they actually have hidden magical powers. Okay, that was just like 5 full seconds of them just breathing heavily. Rex loses his second duel in 3 episodes, somehow exploding with cards upon impact against the wall. Luckily, our heroes Yugi and Joey are saved by their best friends, Taya and Tristan. 2 best friends that didn't tell them at all that they were coming or sneaking on until after they helped them. The episode ends with Joey explaining to all his friends that he needs the prize money for his sister's operation, proving once and for all that Joey is a loving and courageous character, as well as proving that even in a fictional land where they have magical Egyptian powers locked within trading cards, if you don't have health insurance, you still have to pay millions for surgery. This might be America. Well, that's it for this week's episode of Card Games vs. Humanity. I want to thank you all for watching. Be sure to hit that like and leave a comment telling me what you thought. Be subscribed and share it with a buddy or two. Help me get there, and we'll make this maybe 2 episodes a week. Maybe. I don't know. It takes time. I'll try. Tune in next week where we find out a few hours later if the sun actually did rise. I think Tristan's just trolling. And of course, a shout out to all my patrons. Should I need eye surgery next year from staring at my screen from editing too long, I expect one of you to be my replacement set. This has been the Man from Earth with all the girth, ladies and gentlemen. Be the character you know you're worth. Later. Bring a tough stomach on my fellow feature outlaws, as this is your next episode of Card Games vs. Humanity, and I am that NAKAK-double-G. Finally done being a yucky, sneezy, sore throat, nausea, heartburn, indigestion, upset stomach, diarrhea. Kind of devolved into song there. But yeah, I'm finally done being sick, so it's time for your weekly recap of the 4Kids classic that we all know and love, the first of 2 episodes this week.
Long ago, when the...
Why is it showing this again? We didn't even show this for episode 3. We're 4 episodes in, we already don't have consistency. Starting the episode inside the eyeball of a frickin' seagull, the first of many gross-out sequences in this episode. Our heroes are seen on the front of the ship as they approach the island. They never really do give it a name, do they?
Finding your grandpa's not gonna be easy.
Joey, you already know he's going to be relatively near Pegasus. It's not a fucking scavenger hunt. Apparently, Tristan would rather risk swimming hundreds of miles back home instead of getting caught by these guards that would probably just put him on a boat sending it back home in the first place. Tristan walks by in the most casual, non-conspicuous walking stance that I've ever seen in my entire life. And anxiety so powerful that the guard yells at him for it, because why the fuck would he even care?
Hey you, don't look so nervous.
Nervous? What are you talking about? Joey sneezes out what literally might be the longest snot stream that I've ever seen in my life. But seriously, dude, it's been like 5 minutes and this episode is already the grossest one yet. Holy shit, that hair! Our heroes walk up this 5-mile-long staircase as Taya notices the creepy bastard Bakura lurking in the bushes below. Naturally, because she's a woman, no one else in the group actually believes her. About 2 days later, our heroes reach the top of the staircase where a bunch of random people start pointing out the impressive duelists around them, like Rex and Weevil, and the number 3 ranked duelist Mako Tsunami. Gonna be honest, I didn't actually know that. Pegasus comes out to lord over all his subjects and...
Boy, would I like to get just 5 minutes alone with that guy.
Might want to keep that to yourself there, buddy. Anyways, Pegasus rambles on to the sea of duelists, explaining to all of them how they must duel with absolutely no rules or regulations, before sauntering off with a very evil grin, very happy that everything's going according to his extremely vague plan. 1 hour later, the shittiest fireworks you've ever seen go off as the tournament begins, which is apparently all the time that Mako Tsunami needed to start hitting on this local body of water. Yugi wants to duel Weevil right away, who is conveniently right there, and oh wait, never mind, he's running away. Our gang chases that little creep into the forest before we're treated to what I can only describe as my 6th personal stage of hell. How is he controlling thousands of moths at once? I'm not kidding when I say this. I this episode. Our gang finally catches up to Weevil, who reveals the dueling arena like it's somehow a final boss that he created himself. Yugi transforms in front of everyone and no one bats a damn eye as Weevil attempts to intimidate him.
Time to find out if you're as good at dueling as you are at running away.
Was I simply...
It's time to duel!
Dude, he really wants to duel. Never mind, scratch that. Yugi wants to get rid of Weevil so badly that he's willing to gamble his grandfather's deck just to take away his 2 starships from him. Was he always this impulsive at first and I just never noticed? Or did he just kind of realize that without Exodia, his grandfather's deck is it's not great? Then Joey says the best thing any true homie would say to the bartender anytime him and 2 ladies are getting caught sneaking into the club.
I happen to be his best friend, Joey Wheeler. And these two are trespassers.
Weevil summons an insect, so naturally Yugi just skips his turn and attacks with a monster that appears to have the same amount of attack. Naturally, a 50% attack bonus that you may or may not get on your monsters was worth this entire chasing charade.
So as long as I play my bugs in the forest area, I get a field power bonus!
Field power area? You mean your side of the fucking field? Now, just so we're all clear, the field power bonus that Weevil worked so hard for apparently didn't register when the monster was summoned. So when you think that Yugi lost this monster, nope, that's just for dramatic effect. Turns out his side also had a field power bonus that failed to register as the monster was summoned, so both monsters were actually destroyed. What? Apparently just seeing a dueling arena is all Yugi needed to instantly know that on this island, that mind you has every type of field imaginable, all on a 5-square-mile island in the middle of the ocean, would somehow give certain monsters advantages depending on what part of the island they were on.
My Hercules beetle will find a way to crawl under your skin!
Ah yes, the Hercules beetle, well known for sounding exactly like a cow. That's fucking accurate. Weevil takes advantage of the field power bonus that not only gives you an attack boost, but apparently protects your monsters from magical attacks. A very consistent rule that is definitely upheld through the entirety of this season. All these massive advantages seem to be putting Yugi on the defensive, who definitely just slayed a monster face down in attack position. But worry not, our hero does what he does best, lets his opponent monologue and summon shitty monsters, so hopefully they don't notice that he just keeps drawing cards over and over until he gets what he needs. Finally drawing into the Dark Magician, a monster that he definitely never actually set before Weevil just skips his turn and attacks anyways. Yugi then somehow manages to do 1,445 damage with a Mirror Force trap card that he definitely didn't just, top deck while Weevil wasn't looking. We just gotta accept this and move on, don't we?
Yes!
I'm not arguing with that face. The episode ends with Weevil remaining confident, knowing that his most devastating monster that I'm not really sure if he just summoned or is it just imagining on screen right now. But that's all it takes for Yugi to get super worried and oh my god, he hears those disgusting noises. How did this episode not get censored? Well, that's it for this episode of Card Games vs. Humanity. I want to thank you all for watching. Be sure to hit that like and leave a comment telling me what you thought. Share with a fellow Yugi brother that loves to cheat. They'll definitely approve this one. Tune in next week where we get to see the perfectly ultimate Great Moth, one of the most powerful monsters in the entire game. I still think I'd take it over the thousands from earlier, though. And of course, a shout out to all my patrons. Bring bug spray, because I'm pretty sure Saturday is going to be just as bad. This has been the man from Earth with all the girth, ladies and gentlemen. Be the character you know you're worth, and kill some moss. Don't stop cheating, all my fellow and future outlaws, as this is Card Games vs. Humanity, and I am that NAKAK-double-G. Back with a second episode this week covering the adventures of Yugi and his friends every Saturday morning. So let's join him during his battle with a sneaky and cunning Weevil. Luckily, he has the Friendship Brigade beside him to cheer him on. A group of friends that I can't really blame Mai for bashing, even though she kinda wrecked Rex, who was apparently a challenge for Weevil.
Ooh, that Mai. She's always butting in with her big mouth.
Yeah, Taya. Her mouth. Taya continues to get enraged at anyone who disgraces her Yugi muffin as Weevil lays down his most dangerous insect yet, the larva moth. Being the expert duelist that he is, Yugi knows that this is a trap and activates the monster recovery card to avoid significant damage. Cheating in the process because you're only allowed to target one monster instead of your entire field before drawing cards. Gotta give him credit though, for such a convoluted card to begin with, they almost got it right. Yugi sacrifices this little Karibo without hesitation for the trap. Never mind. I'm pretty sure that was a monster that just exploded Karibo's insides. Like, yup, we have trap monsters on episode 5. Sure. Weevil combines the larva moth with a cocoon of evolution, raising its defense points to a whopping 2600 as well as raising its yuck level to max with disgusting sounds that confuse the opponent.
Ew.
I'm honestly kind of surprised they got away with that. This 2600 ass with no protection only needs 5 turns to evolve into its ultimate form. A powerful strategy versus a champion duelist like Yugi, who apparently has no removal. Seriously, dude, just a fissure.
Gather that cocoon!
He knows it's 2600 defense! Why did he attack? Could someone please explain that one to me? Taya's ready to throw down if Mai doesn't stop flapping her titties. I mean her mouth, claiming that Yugi has no chance to win this duel. Our hero Yugi is befuddled by this 2600 wall with no protection, so naturally he does the only thing he has left to do. Yes, you guessed it, setting Beaver Warrior in defense position. There's no doubt that leaving a beaver exposed like this could have any negative ramifications.
Yugi, you gotta get fired up!
Wait, that's it! Get fired up!
That shitty line from Joey is all Yugi needed to hear to realize he had a good card in his hand. Then, like an episode of Monday Night Raw, right in the middle of a match, we head backstage to where the people were having a promo about the match that we're watching.
Huh? Huh?
Yeah!
Yes!
Oh! What possible idea could Yugi have gotten from these mental morons?
Again, I'm honestly kind of surprised they got away with that. Ah yes, the Burning Land Equip card. When combined with a Dragon-type monster, it destroys all field spells on the field, as well as doing 500 points of damage to no one on anyone's standby phase, because that would end the duel in about 5 seconds. The Great Gaia, the Fierce Knight, is summoned, piercing the now moist and weakened cocoon, releasing the premature Great Moth that was hidden within.
See anything?
I love how they're looking around, asking if anyone can see anything when they're watching everything happen on a giant fucking dueling arena right in front of them. We're then treated to a clip that I can only describe as the single best way to respond to someone threatening your life.
You'll pay for that stinging jab with your life points!
Duel!
You will pay for that stinging remark with your life.
Duel!
Yugi wants to take this battle to the sky with a monster that's clearly weaker, because apparently Gaia is the heart of his attack force, even though he's going to need both monsters for the fusion anyways. Weevil attacks with the Great Moth, even though I'm pretty sure it's still Yugi's turn, but Yugi activates polymerization during the damage step, so who the fuck knows who's cheating harder at this point when, oh my god.
No! My Beaver Warrior!
No! Beaver Warrior! Yugi makes the Gaia champion with polymerization to combat the attack points of the Great Moth, when all of a sudden this weird poison gas begins to fill the air. Weevil forgot to mention that his Moth's full name was Sir Great Venomoth III, a poison type that apparently can zap away 100 attack points from the opposing monster every second. So naturally, because all he would have to do is wait about 26 seconds and then attack Yugi's Gaia champion to win the game, instead he passes the turn to Yugi because he's already used his one allotted cheat per turn. Our hero Yugi literally just top decks Mako and the Magical Mist, a card that can be used to destroy your opponent's monsters when you have a thunder monster on your side of the field, to of course just use it to subdue the poison gas effect. But that's okay, Weevil just attacks anyways, destroying the Gaia champion, even though they both have the same amount of attack, causing Yugi to go down to 50 life points. What?
But it'd be great if we could trade mine in for life points.
Joey Wheeler, making the sale of women funny since 2002. Yugi then says the most single ironic line in the entire series.
Especially after spending so much time finding inventive ways to cheat.
The self-proclaimed sex god Yugi then summons his most attractive monster, the Summoned Skull. His sexy chiseled abs makes Weevil's great moth totally wet, raising his attack points to a girthy 3,500. Weevil's fluttering moth cannot handle such a thick, pulsating burst of electricity and explodes, losing the duel in the process. Weevil then does his best impression of a basic foot soldier grunt dying in an RPG series. The episode ends with a trespasser Joey beating the shit out of Weevil and stealing his dueling glove. Nice. Well, that's it for this week's episode of Card Games vs. Humanity. I want to thank you all for watching. Be sure to hit that like, leave a comment, and tell me what you thought. Share with a buddy that loves Summoned Skull almost as much as I do. Tune in next week where we do a special Xmas episode where absolutely nothing is different. I might wear a hat, though. And of course, a shout out to all my patrons. If you're wondering what to get me for Christmas, it's cards. It's trading cards. This has been the Man for Worth with all the girth, ladies and gentlemen. Be the character you know you're worth. Later. Ho, 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 my fellow and future outlaws. This is Card Games vs. Humanity, and I am that jolly old Saint Nick. Here to share your holiday with some laughs, some Yu-Gi-Oh, and some even more laughs because of how shitty that Yu-Gi-Oh game followed the rules. If you enjoy the show, feel free to hit that lovely little red button. Maybe ring a bell or two, or you know, roast me in the comments calling me good old Saint Nick in some way. But enough about that crap, let's get back to our heroes in Duelist Kingdom, episode 6 to be exact, which is about how many episodes it took them to not give us a recap or even where's that Millennium Item intro.
Long ago.
You cut that out! Pegasus begins the episode by showing off his new favorite pocket watch, the Chissot Switch Watch Gentleman Auto 1.27.4. What? I know some fancy things. Since he makes it abundantly clear that everyone here is a pro already, he claims that only the strongest duelists will survive. So naturally we cut to Joey, a relative newcomer among a sea of champions. Who the fuck just leaves two kids at a random bus stop at what looks like the side of a mountain where a car could just come around the corner at any time? For some reason, this specific beach that has no adult supervision is very important to Joey and his little sister, promising that if their parents get divorced, which they definitely will, he will bring her back to this beach so they can get crushed by rocks on the side of the mountain together.
What a great day!
I don't know what I really love more, the fact that he's wearing shoes on his hands for absolutely no reason, or the fact that he's supposed to be like 9 years old here and he sounds like a 22-year-old who's about 3,000 cigarettes deep. Our heroes turn to the left and see about 50 different duelists battling it out for star chips. Somehow they didn't notice this for the 5 minutes they were all already standing there.
True, but not everyone here is a pro.
Aren't they supposed to be? Joey tries to find a dueling arena in the meadow area, where his warrior types will have the advantage. Is that true? I mean, I guess over time, through history, most wars have probably been fought through like just random fields and meadows and shit. But I feel like if I was swinging around a giant axe, I wouldn't want tall grass surrounding me. Maybe I'm just a bitch. Our heroes' ears bleed with searing pain as they encounter the call of the banshee named Mai, who is currently berating this man who had just lost a duel to her. I guess that's what happens when you dress like a poorly colored bumblebee bitch.
Take her, knock her out of the contest and off the island.
Just a word of warning, gentlemen. If you meet a lady who can make that kind of face, you get the fuck out of there. Regional champion Mai challenges the novice Joey, who is too scared to duel, even though he was just claiming he was ready to take on anyone about 5 minutes ago. Then Joey says the same thing I end up saying to any lady on Tinder after about 5 minutes of conversation.
Hey, do you have to be so insulting?
Taya insists that Yugi help his friend Joey, but he straight up refuses, before Joey just convinces himself otherwise with classic bullshit such as, well, I almost finished my grandfather's training, so sure, why not, maybe. Joey tries to start the duel by attempting actual character development, asking Mai why she chooses the duel as a person. And while she probably does give one of the most superficial answers you could ask for, when you consider the fact that she has absolutely no agency of, Egyptian mystical powers, or the fact that both Yugi and Joey are fighting for their lives or people they care about in a situation they didn't really have much control over, you essentially end up with Joey trying to make her feel guilty by making money playing a game that she enjoys. Naturally, after training with Gramps, Joey begins the duel by sending Masaki the warrior, or something, with absolutely no back row or follow-up. Mai turns on her starts humming wildly, pretending she's a psychic that doesn't even need to look at her cards to make any plays. Summoning her signature monster, the Harpy Lady, in the mountain area, she gains a field power bonus, which allows Joey just to skip her turn and attack with a monster that was weaker anyways. And apparently putting aside the fact that land monsters can't attack flying monsters in this duel and this duel only, he still would have lost this battle in the first place. Huh. I'd, like to get a view of some of that training he had with Gramps.
Bonus will bring his power up over 300 points.
By the mountain's field power bonus.
My samurai sushi!
Oh, cards, speak.
So 1,690 minus 1,430 equals 590. If you're not gonna follow the rules, can you at least get the math right?
And I'll choose again. without looking.
Bitch, all you said was a trap card. Joey Wheeler, a man who learns from his mistakes, sets another land monster strong enough to combat against the Harpy, even though he's not allowed to hit her in the first place. This causes him to lose a few hundred more life points, despite the fact that they both have the same attack. I love it. The next 2 turns consist of Mai setting an equip card down, then telling Joey about it, choosing not to attack, while Joey sets the monster in defense position, allowing her to skip his turn anyways, equip the Cyber Shield, and attack, resulting in no change in game state whatsoever. Joey's confidence level goes up and down in this episode like a goddamn roller coaster, from a man who's ready to challenge Mai head on to a broken little child who's affected by all words at all times.
She's right, she's too much for me.
Joey, it's been like 4 turns, which is ironically about twice as long as a normal game nowadays. Tay and Tristan yell at Yugi in the most 4Kids fashion ever, claiming that he must help his best friend Joey, who's so emotionally crippled right now that Yugi must transform. Let's see what he has to say.
She's just trying to divide and conquer, a strategy that's been used for centuries. Believe me, I know.
You know he's just flat out admitting that he's used this strategy to slaughter millions as a noble pharaoh. Naturally, because we're only in episode 6 of this series, we have enough material for Joey to go into about 5 minutes of flashbacks before closing his eyes. Tapping into Ultra Instinct, he's able to finally smell Mai's bullshit. I mean the perfumes that she sprayed on all of her cards. Outraged that she ruined the PSA value of her cards by spraying them with yucky girly smells, he summons the baby dragon to destroy her. Mai counters by using Elegant Egotist, turning a 1 harpy into 3, which scares Joey immediately because he's just not ready to handle 3 ladies at once yet. And naturally, because this isn't just a normal spell card and you can't have more than 5 monsters on your side of the field, you can just use this over and over to make an army of harpies, even though I'm pretty sure you're only able to attack with 1 monster per turn anyways. I could be wrong about that though. Yugi then gives Joey the perfect advice.
Now think, what card in your deck will help you win?
After what legitimately feels like half the frickin' episode, Joey finally summons the courage to just top deck the Time Wizard. And thanks to anime's 2nd level protagonist bullshit, he is able to use the time magic with absolutely no chance of failure, evolving his baby dragon and causing the harpies to wither and get old and lose their sex appeal. Joey then somehow attacks all 3 harpies at the same time with a fusion monster with no effect, inflicting 1100 points of damage to each one in the process and winning the duel in 1 attack. This duel was like 5 turns. Maybe 6? Just let that sink in for a second. Joey then ends the episode by explaining to Mai that you're not allowed to play Yu-Gi-Oh! Unless you have friends that you care about already. If you don't have any before you start playing, tough shit. Well, that's it for this week's episode. I want to thank you all for watching. I hope you all have a great Christmas or whatever the fuck else holiday that you celebrate that I'm probably ignorant to. 'Tis the season to be opening cards, so feel free to do so right after this episode. Tune in next week where we see a large stone golem stab the moon. I'm not even kidding. And of course, a shout out to all my patrons. I'm gonna need you all to drop what you're doing right now and, you know, fly in for the yearly photo. Your boss, your family, they'll all understand. It's very important. This has been the Man from Earth with all the girth, ladies and gentlemen. Merry Christmas, motherfuckers. Ring in the New Year's, all my fellow feature outlaws, as this is Card Games vs. Humanity, and I am the NAKAK-G. Starting 2022 off with the only thing that can take away the existential dread and constant suffering that fills your lives. Card games, of course. So if you enjoy the show, be sure to hit that like button and leave a comment below telling me how I should have shaved before I started this episode. But enough about that, let's join our heroes who are fresh off of Joey's victory over Mai Chestentine. So happy that his face makes this weird, creepy, chibi version of itself just to express the sheer joy inside his body. Tay and Tristan make fun of Joey, saying that they never believed that he could actually pull it off. Well, Yugi sits there and smiles, knowing that he was going to win that duel as he gave him a small portion of his anime bullshit protagonist powers.
And I haven't seen any burger stands or restaurants since we got here.
See, that's one of those clips that truly confuses the mind, because we'll never be 100% sure if that was just shitty 4Kids dialogue, or the writers actually forgot about all the humanistic problems that arise when people are spending about a week on an island with absolutely no food, no water, no bathroom, and apparently no way to buy any of these things. Taya then slips up and reveals what will happen if she doesn't get her vast calorie intake.
I've got to have my 5 basic food groups or else it's
Puzzle.
meltdown.
Yugi bro, if you get married to that one's on you. The most powerful thing in the world, yes, Joey's nose guides him to something delicious, so he just naturally takes off without any care of his friends or where he's going. Eventually finding these fish on a stick that are charred to a crisp, him and Tristan do what any good protagonist would do. They steal them immediately.
Enjoy yourselves, you fish thieves. This is your last meal.
Let's all just take a step back and appreciate the fact that he was ready to kill on sight just because they were about to steal his really burnt fish. Joey Wheeler then meets Aquaman.
Yeah, you're that freaky fish guy.
I am not a freaky fish guy.
Massively upset upset by this thievery, Mako is ready to kill all the intruders. Wait, never mind. Is that Yugi Moto? You want a duel? I guess just mentioning that this is Yugi is all it took to take away his murderous tendencies and give away his fish just like that. He goes on to explain that he wants to sail the 7 seas for the rest of his life and that he needs to win the Duelist Championship tournament. Because I guess you need $3 million to buy a boat capable of doing that.
Leaving so soon, are you?
Nice meeting you, Mako.
They literally wanted to leave so badly that they didn't remotely listen to what he just said. They just left on frame 1. So because Mako is an upstanding member of society, he decides that the best course of action is to lob a fucking harpoon at Yugi to get on his good side and make him want to duel with him. Claiming that he left out these shitty burnt fish as a trap for other duelists so he could challenge them even though he only has 1 more star chip than he started with, so that maybe worked 1 time. As soon as Mako mentions the word duel 3 times, Yugi is automatically activated like Beetlejuice, accepting the duel and transforming right away. And because Mako is a master of the sea, he's the only one that can make this dueling arena arise from the ocean that it was apparently just there the entire time. Both duelists wager 2 star chips, so technically Mako isn't out of the tournament if he loses this duel. I guess we just never see him again, maybe? Mako begins the duel by summoning a giant-ass squid inside the water, leaving Yugi unable to see what monster he summoned, which is basically the equivalent of being able to set your monsters down in face-down attack position. Tristan then chimes in with top-notch dueling commentary.
This is totally bogus!
Thanks, Tristan. Just good job. This duel makes me forget that Yugi ever had Horned Imp in his deck for some reason, but that doesn't matter because Mako just skips his turn and attacks anyways, killing the monster and causing Yugi to lose some life points even though we never got to saw its attack value. So because we're 2 turns into this duel, we're 1 turn late for Yugi to begin cheating, just summoning another monster even though I'm pretty sure it never went back to Mako's turn yet.
I don't like the sound of that.
Actually, Yugi, it's quite common for a giant jellyfish to sound exactly like a blue whale. Yugi pretends that the Horn of the Unicorn is a quick play spell card, using it on his feral imp to fill the ocean with electricity, a concept that apparently has to be explained to Taya by Joey.
And water conducts electricity.
Oh. Whoa, that is so smart.
You know your education is in trouble when Joey's the one explaining basic chemistry and physics to you. Unfortunately for Yugi, that electric attack does not work on a giant jellyfish, a normal monster with no effect, allowing Mako to just skip his turn once again and crush his monster with a giant squid, leaving me with just 1 simple question. If that squid killed a horned imp with about 1300 attack and did about 260 damage, how the fuck did it kill a monster with 2000 attack and still inflict damage? Yugi summons the Silver Fang, a ferocious monster whose power is boosted by his next card, the moon. Yes, Yugi summons the moon. Just accept it. Also accept the fact that this show that was nationally televised and ran by a company that had near infinite resources chose to use this basic ass JPEG image of the moon with a black background instead of literally any other artwork in Yu-Gi-Oh that contains the moon. Like, this actually had to go through people that were just like, yeah, sure, that works. Unfortunately for Yugi, summoning the moon once again allows Mako to skip his turn and summon this giant water eel, attacking the Silver Fang and destroying it with absolutely no explanation of its attack points.
Tidal attack!
No! Silver Fang!
Did they really just have Silver Fang die in a cutaway scene? Like, did they have enough budget for the first 7 episodes and then just start running out by the end of this one? Apparently, this normal monster has the ability to take away 4 of your opponent's monster zones all in 1 attack, something that would definitely not be broken in a real game. Mako then treats Yugi and all of us to his backstory, explaining how him and his father used to sail the ocean all their lives until one day a storm came in.
A big one?
Maybe.
Yes, a big one. Maybe a big one. I'm not really sure, but it managed to kill Mako's father, and that's exactly why he loves the ocean now. Our heroes are now super inspired by his story and think he's a good person, completely forgetting the fact that he just lobbed a harpoon at them about 10 minutes ago. Everyone but Yugi, of course, who never forgets and never forgives, summoning the giant soldier of stone on the small piece of land he has available to him. Then in classic anime fashion, we're treated to a clip of our hero commanding his powerful ally to destroy the moon. Oh shit, my bad. That was the wrong clip. Here's the right one. Damn it, I swear I had this thing loaded up properly. Just one more time. Here it is. Oh yes, just look at that moon crumble. They never really did explain how Dragon Ball had 2 moons, did they? The planet-sized destruction crumbles onto the field below, wiping out Mako's ocean and leaving all his monsters unable to move. Even though if this was a regular game, does that basically mean he wouldn't be able to set down any of his normal monsters without, like, pouring water on the playmat first? Yugi then ends the duel by playing Curse of Dragon and combining it with the Burning Land card, which we all know can be used to destroy all of your opponent's monsters and inflict 2,000 points of damage to them all in 1 move. This is real. This is the rules. No one's cheating. This is definitely real. This duel that again maybe lasted 6 turns ends with Yugi as the victor, causing Joey and Tristan to make what I may believe be the first sighting of that epic and disgusting chin face.
But I will start over again.
And I bet you'll do fine.
And we never saw Mako again. Well, that's it for this week's episode of Card Games vs. Humanity. I want to thank you all for watching. It's the New Year, so be sure to leave a comment telling me what New Year's resolution you'll definitely, surely, probably, maybe, definitely, I think you'll definitely fail in about 2 weeks. Yeah, you will. Tune in next week where we get to see a large man with very pointy hair abduct some small children for not playing their card games correctly. And of course, a shout out to all my patrons. If you want to meet up and travel to the moon together to fight Majora's Mask, I'm down for that, but just know I get the Fierce Deity's mask. This has been the man from Earth with all the girls, ladies and gentlemen. Be the kid that... Oh, hey, Yugi. What's up?
I don't like the sound of that.
Kidnap your nearest child, all my fellow future outlaws, as this is Card Games vs. Humanity, and I am that NAKAK-double-G. New episodes begin today, so if you're new to the channel, I hope you enjoy your stay. We recap Duel Monsters here and make fun of it mercilessly, so without any further ado, let's get back to it, shall we? Beginning today's episode with no recap because Mako simply wasn't important enough, we see the small child trying to escape the top dwelling lair of this castle. Well, he's dead. Pegasus is seen laughing maniacally to himself, enjoying this knockoff Bugs Bunny cartoon before his lackey comes in to tell him about the escaping prisoner.
Gorgonzola cheese and the world's finest fruit juice.
Remember, kids, crushing people's minds with magical powers is a-okay, but don't you dare mention that a 54-year-old man drinks wine. Pegasus learns that Mokuba has escaped and definitely did die in that fall, but doesn't really seem to care. Casually yelling at this computer screen to lower itself and explain the tournament to him, because apparently it can just do that. He seems quite happy with Yugi's progress of already gaining 5 star chips, so it definitely makes sense that later on in the series he sends a hitman after him to try to take them all away. But that's okay, we head back to our heroic gang who seems to be under some distress hearing a small child who got kidnapped by this large man with crazy hair. Tristan then forgets that this is Yu-Gi-Oh! And not Dragon Ball Z.
Let that kid go!
He was seriously flying at him for like 3 to 4 seconds straight. Tristan does a sweet over-the-shoulder toss onto Kimo, but what he didn't expect was that Kimo's pointy hair gives him incredible balance and acrobatic prowess that allow him to flip in midair and dive back down on Tristan like he's fucking Akuma or something. Kimo doesn't seem to give a shit at all that this kid's star chips and deck were stolen, even though that's a completely legitimate story on an island that had no adult supervision.
Buzzer! They may be shipping me out.
Is anyone gonna explain to me why there's a great value version of Yugi sitting behind Weevil inside the boat? No? The gang confronts him at the boat to try to stop Kimo, who claims that anyone on the island who doesn't have star chips is going to be injected in 30 minutes, even though Taya and Tristan are standing right there. Joey Wheeler, he might need to be put on a list.
And I always get my man, even if he's just a kid.
We only have 30 minutes to help this kid, so let's head to the scene of the crime so naturally we can sit down and take a break instead. And like any good supervisor at any store ever, the masked duelist, appears immediately after they try to sit down for their break. Joey and Tristan are ready to beat the shit out of him, but Yugi wants to duel, so his main character status gets the final say.
You know, sometimes I don't think even Yugi knows why he does half the stuff he does.
You know, Tristan, as much as I want to make fun of that, after watching his early duels, yeah, you're probably right. Both of them wager 5-star chips on this duel before the masked duelist goes into a flashback about his brother, definitely not Seto Kaiba.
You always say cards are power, and you've got all the strongest cards.
You know, funnily enough, that same concept holds true in real life. We just call them credit cards. Defeated and hungry after his duel with Yugi, Seto Kaiba leaves his brother with no explanation to take care of a billion-dollar company. It obviously makes no sense to why he's acting out in any way. Mokuba begins the duel with a man-eating plant, but what he didn't expect is Yugi to start the duel by summoning a dragon, skipping his turn right away and destroying the Bellsprout knockoff quite quickly. What a shame, if only he had a dragon-eating plant instead. Oh, damn it. My bad, guys. That joke was so shitty that YouTube's forcing me to buffer. Mokuba loses life points with no attack explanation before Yugi says something I just simply cannot agree with.
You can't win a duel with cards that don't rightfully belong to you.
Yeah, Yugi, between like 2007 and 2011, I won at least 100 duels with cards that were my friends, so I don't know what to tell you, bro. Apparently, just telling Yugi that he doesn't believe in the heart of the cards, only power, is all it took for him to know it was Mokuba all along. Even though Joey should have recognized this voice from the duel that Yugi and Kaiba had in episode 1. Mokuba reveals this long, gorgeous, flowing hair to everyone, claiming that his brother Seto Kaiba is just a shell of his former self, and that he's very worried because leaving Kaiba Corp left it vulnerable to Pegasus' actions. We're then treated to a flashback of Pegasus sitting in a not at all dark and ominous room with 5 shadowy figures as a small child looks through the small bit of light through the crack in the door.
The elder Kaiba shall meet with an accident.
Oh yes, let's speak out loud our plans to kill someone on a kid's show. Don't worry, it's just an accident. After about 10 fucking minutes, it's finally turned to, and when Mokuba summons a shitty crocodile monster that dies instantly.
What do you mean?
What do you mean, what do I mean?
I wasn't talking to you.
Sorry, what do you mean, Taya?
I know that it took them like 2 full minutes to understand what Mokuba's doing after he literally just explained it to him. But what was the point of that scene? Somehow Mokuba uses instantaneous movement to appear on the other side of the dueling arena, swiping Yugi's star chips and attempting to run away. Somehow Yugi can sense people's souls, but he couldn't hear the loud metal clanks of a kid trying to climb up the stage.
After I defeated Kaiba in our duel, I opened his mind.
AKA I used magical powers that just barely managed to not kill him. Yugi then goes full daddy mode, scolding Mokuba, saying that his brother would not approve of his actions, even though that's definitely not true. And considering that they only have about 3 minutes before the boat leaves, it's sure a good thing that they decided to sit down and take a break earlier. After 7 long episodes, Kaiba's finally back on the show, but he seems to be brooding over his loss against the duel with Yugi.
I've run computer simulations, probability scenarios, and quantum analysis of our duel.
Dude, your duel was like 7 turns long and there wasn't a single trap card. There ain't no fucking Heisenberg uncertainty principle there. 2 grunts show up at this house that Kaiba was apparently staying at, threatening him with the most powerful weapon known to man, the invisible gun. And while I'd love to spend about 10 minutes making fun of this scene with lame-ass jokes, the most surprising thing is that when Kaiba jumped out the window, he chose to grab his duel disc and not his deck. He would never let that happen outside of season 1. We head back to our heroes and the boat's already gone. Good job, guys. Desperate to bargain with the pointy-haired hunk of a man, the gang offers their star chips back that Mokuba had stolen. But instead of showing any actual compassion, Kimo says the same thing to them that my mom used to say to me as a child.
Let's go, you. Back to the cage.
Instead of just using the 4-on-1 advantage to just beat the shit out of him, Daddy Yugi challenges him to a duel instead. A duel that we instantly pan over to with no build-up, where it's revealed that Yugi won't be dueling Kimo directly. Instead, he'll be dueling an empty shell of a man who was lost within the realms of purgatory, who traveled the ethereal plane just to duel him. So basically, it's just Kaiba. Well, that's it for this week's episode of Card Games vs. Humanity. I want to thank you all for watching. If you enjoyed, be sure to hit that like, hit that sub, and leave a comment telling me you wish you could get your hair as pointy as Kimo's. I do too, honestly. Tune in next week where we get to see what might be the actual epitome of cheating in Duel Monsters. Seriously, you ain't ready. And of course, a shout out to all my patrons. If you too would like to be featured at the end of every episode, if you want to support the channel and, you know, just help me make more full-time episodes and openings, then I definitely appreciate it. I'll do my best to keep the laughs rolling in. This has been the man from Earth with all the girth, ladies and gentlemen. And I'm sorry, but this time, you don't stand a ghost of a chance. Rise from the dead, all my fellow future outlaws, as this is Card Games vs. Humanity, and I am that NAKAK-double-G. Back with your weekly recap of the monsters that love dueling, surrounded by people whose hairstyle could never be possible without a full bottle of Aquanet. And I'm sorry, by heading in today's recap, none of you stand a ghost of a chance of making it out of this episode alive, so yes, you better count your raws before they hatch. As the episode begins with a recap of last week's episode, which is really setting the bar low for a recap because they basically just showed the entire scene between the Big Five and Pegasus. I mean, naturally it'd be disrespectful to mention a single thing about Mokuba stealing that kid's deck, which ultimately led to him being kicked off the island about 30 minutes later. Nah, let's forget that shit. Kimo's hair is at maximum height at the beginning scene of this episode, spending a full 30 seconds claiming that this man that looks like Kaiba is actually a ghost, even though he never actually explains how that's really possible. How will Yugi retort?
It's not him!
You know you're an overconfident protagonist when the writers only give you 2 words to defend your What the fuck? Who is that?
It's not him!
Yugi claims that this person is nothing more than a fake, a trick by Pegasus, which is something I genuinely can't believe was a line that was said by Yugi first on the show and not Kaiba. Pegasus's lackey seems to be the only person freaking out at how no one's explaining how a fucking ghost is dueling right now. But according to the white-haired devil himself, all of this is just a lesson to show Yugi the power of the Millennium Items, something we dare not explain at all. Then fake Kaiba says to himself the same thing that Mark Zuckerberg says to himself every morning in the mirror.
I am no longer of this world.
Mokuba is very upset that this imposter keeps saying all these horrible things, claiming that his brother never cared about him and that he's already dead. Yugi, on the other hand, he's just mostly pissed that someone stole his deck. Seriously, man, you steal someone's cards around Yugi and you'll be lucky to leave that duel alive. Don't believe me? Just keep watching the series. Yugimoto has friends. Some of them are paying attention, some of them aren't. Can you guess which ones?
That ghost don't even look like Kaiba.
I mean, it's not a ghost and it's not Kaiba.
Get him, Yugi!
Apparently this ghost has star chips to make sure that this duel is official. It's like, wow, I could have left my star chips at home before I crossed the threshold of the afterlife, but it's like, oh shit, I forgot them, so I guess we can have a duel now, sorry. Starting the duel with the Hotatsumi Giant, the same move that Kaiba made in episode 1. Surely no other person in the entire world has this basic shitty monster. Yugi then gives no fucks and summons the Dark Magician right away, destroying the Hotatsumi Giant and almost ending the duel in about 1 turn. Even though he's currently losing this duel, fake Kaiba starts talking shit, claiming that Yugi has no chance to win without Exodia. Are we sure this is a ghost? Miraculously, no, as we see the real Kaiba saying outside of this mansion. What the hell is this music? Seriously, they played that song for 1 minute and 20 seconds of the episode. How do I not remember it at all? The computer blue screened immediately. This sassy-ass computer that we're never actually told if it's a real person on the other side talking or not, apparently has an entire WWE promo worth of material to show Kaiba before they even begin. In Season 1, even Kaiba admits that Yugi is unbeatable because he has Exodia. Ha! Exodia! No one's ever been able to summon him before. I don't know where that came from. The computer, also known as Sassy Dumb Bitch, explains the last 8 episodes to Kaiba all in about 15 seconds, before we finally cut back to that exciting duel. You know, that exciting duel where after about 10 frickin' minutes, we're finally on turn 2 as the Blue Eyes White Dragon is summoned.
Not having a real body isn't so bad. You would not believe what I save in food bills alone.
I'm sorry, but after 54 seasons of The Walking Dead, we've seen what happens to the vast majority of us once we become undead. And I don't know about any of you, but when I'm undead, I'ma still be fucking hungry. So naturally, this supercomputer hidden inside a secret Batcave created by a billion-dollar company has to load like it's a file transfer from Windows 98 just to allow Kaiba to start hacking.
Every computer has a back door if you know where to look.
Naturally, alpha males like Kaiba and myself understand the importance of advocating for the back door. Unfortunately for Kaiba, all of Yugi's data is heavily protected, so he's unable to access the flow of information from Duelist Kingdom to the satellite that he somehow has a real-time view of back down to the mainframe computer in California at Industrial Illusions. All centered around trying to access the Dark Magician, because tuning into this duel that's lasted maybe 2 turns is very important. Though because this is real life and not a kid's show, they were able to hack into the satellite with the ability to crash land it anywhere on Earth.
Satellite impact in 10 seconds.
Oh yes, I can see the headlines now. Japanese terrorist teenager, well, I guess it's never really made clear, hacks an American satellite and crashes it into a large building on American soil in an attempt to view a card game tournament, leaving over 700 fatalities and thousands injured. More at 11. Back to the duel, still on turn frickin' 2, Kaiba chooses not to attack with his blue eyes, instead laying a trap and ending his turn. A move that makes perfect sense because it forces Yugi to go on the defensive, which is apparently what Kaiba wanted all along, even though he could have just attacked last turn and got a better result both times.
You played right into my hand. Defense paralysis.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that stopped defense, a magic card, not defense paralysis, a trap card. Why even change it if you're not going to follow the rules in the first place? Doppel Kaiba finally attacks with his blue eyes, destroying the Curse of Dragon and inflicting 1,000 points of damage to Yugi. Which makes me realize that this is the first duel in the entire series that's actually following the rules life point wise at least. You know, if I had realized all computer hacking software was secretly just a puzzle maze game from Sega Genesis, I would have chosen a different career path a long time ago. Then Kaiba says the same thing that Donald Trump said to himself the first time he heard about Corona.
So, a virus. A good one.
Anything related to the information of Yugi seems to give Kaiba the symptoms of a virus, which ironically just kind of becomes his normal lifestyle later on in life. So when all else fails, of course all you have to do is overlay this gif of a stick of dynamite and voila, you've entered the water temple. But first you must get past this steel door.
It's the ultimate defense.
The ultimate defense. Oh wait, never mind, the password's just Pegasus. Oh God.
You gotta admit, for a stiff, this Kaiba sure got game.
I'm not really sure why Chemo's talking up the cheek-slaying skills of a ghost, but next time I go out to a club, I sure as hell know who I'm bringing as my wingman. Yugi activates magical hats for the first time, super confident that this basic combo will work, even though I'm pretty sure he forgot to lay down a trap before he ended his turn. The episode ends with maybe, probably, possibly, maybe, I'm not really sure if it's a fake Kaiba declaring an attack on one of the hats. Oh shit, guys, it's turn 4. Well, that's it for this week's episode. I want to thank you all for watching. If you enjoyed all the content, don't forget all that interactive shit. Share with a buddy or two that's just never actually seen how pointy Chemo's hair is. Tune in next week where we get to see the thrilling conclusion of a duel that may last 6 turns. Huh. Still pretty much longer than most ranked games on Master Duel. And of course, a shout out to all my patrons. If you'd like to support the channel and see some more episodes, alongside some nice benefits along the way, you know, feel free to sign up. I promise your life will get 7% better within 24 hours. This has been the man from Earth with all the girth, ladies and gentlemen. Be the He's the ghost with the most, all my fellow feature outlaws, as this is Card Games vs. Humanity, and I am the NAKK. Back with that weekly dose of Yu-Gi-Oh! Commentary that you know you crave, especially when it's surrounded by what's probably the most broken duel in the entire series. I don't know, it's definitely up there. So don't forget all that interactive shit if you enjoy the show, because I don't know if you know this, on YouTube, that tends to help you grow. Our episode begins with a lovely little recap by once again pretty much just playing the scene between Pegasus and the Big Five, because the last episode maybe made it to a whopping turn 3 in their duel. And you know there isn't much planned for this episode when the recap itself takes up a full 2 minutes of a 22-minute episode. Seriously, I clocked it in at about 1:58 or something. Yugi lays down a trap card because he definitely did forget to do that last turn, which because this is the first time we're seeing it, it is activated immediately on Kaiba's Kaiba's next attack with the blue eyes. Caught in the grasp of the spellbinding circle that apparently doesn't have an animation yet, his blue eyes is lowered to 2300 attack.
A blue-eyes white dragon is normally unstoppable.
I'm sorry, but no. Even back in the day, you had options. Fissure, man-eater bug. Oh yeah, those don't exist in the show yet, do they? After successfully destroying his blue eyes, Fake Kaiba just skips his turn and summons another one, destroying the Dark Magician without hesitation. But never mind that, let's head back to the Kaiba Cave, where this computer, where we're never really explained if it's a real person or not, is trying to reroute the data to Kaiba, which... didn't they do that last episode?
Now downloading duel data.
Remember, kids, even if you have a highly advanced supercomputer developed by a billion-dollar company that is capable of hacking into a satellite within 30 seconds and crashing into a large building, you still must load all your files like it's Windows 98. Breaking into the duel that I'm pretty sure that they already did last episode, Kaiba starts freaking out seeing the name of Yugi's opponent. Seto Kaiba? How is that possible? I'm Seto Shady. The real Seto Shady. All you other Seto Shadies must be hocus-pocus magic tricks. Somehow Kaiba and his girlfriend, this computer, decide that the best course of action is to use this highly sophisticated piece of technology to affect the attack points of a Blue Eyes in a children's card game across the world. But don't worry, we have all these really shitty outlines of a Blue Eyes next to all these bars and graphs with no labels to make us understand the situation better.
I'm sure we'll be hearing the fat lady sing right after your turn.
You know, you really shouldn't body shame people. Nah, I'm just kidding. So apparently Stop Defense is now a continuous trap card, forcing Yugi to play all his monsters in attack mode. Monsters like this feral imp with no back row support at all. The real Seto Kaiba is scared because this virus is taking time to upload. You know, that virus that decreases the attack points of a single monster. Kind of slowly. Yugi scares him even further because he's only taking 1 minute to make his moves instead of the normal 30 that it takes normal players, seemingly leaving his feral imp wide open to an attack with no options. And because Fake Kaiba is such a seasoned duelist, he stands there and monologues for about 10 minutes while the virus finally starts to take effect. Don't attack for game or anything. And just because this Blue Eyes got this random shitty virus, just by sitting at his desk, Pegasus somehow knows that Kaiba is now alive and is the one hacking him. Being the lovely, kind gentleman that he is, Pegasus responds by showing him his new favorite Saturday morning cartoon show.
Hey Kaiba, hey Kaiba, hey Kaiba, hey Kaiba, hey Kaiba.
See, he knew that the only way that Kaiba would pay attention is if the main character on the show was constantly saying his name over and over. I watched that show. Blue Eyes power holds off at 2000, which is still enough to wipe Yugi out, forcing Kaiba to cry out for his boyfriend Yugi before the attack is launched, destroying the Blue Eyes with the powers of anime protagonist bromance bullshit and saving Yugi from certain defeat.
It's the heart of the cards. Yugi was right.
Also known as just straight up fucking cheating. So because Yugi's deckmaster ability negates any opponent with stolen cards, the ghost starts to freak out before the unthinkable happens.
Pretty and witty and bright.
Man, that sure is one gay clown. Just look at that smile. He's so happy. He's the evil half of Seto Kaiba that was sent to the Shadow Realm by Yugi, which I think might actually be the first time they mentioned the Shadow Realm on the show. Why Kaiba's evil half looks like a fat-ass circus ringmaster, I'll never really know.
Ew, it's hideous!
That's very triggering for me, because that's the first words I ever heard. Pegasus' grunts finally find Kaiba's secret lair, but to their surprise, he's already gone, something even Pegasus didn't see coming. Oh yeah, his name is Croquet. That's what it is. I've been sitting here for like 10 episodes trying to remember. Back to the duel, and much to his delight, Pegasus instructs Kimo to kidnap Mokuba regardless of what happens.
I guess I just don't know what to call you. I was thinking about monster, but I didn't want to insult the cards.
Damn. I want to say Season 1 Yugi is savage, but I've seen Season 0. You can't go back after that. Sad Clown Kaiba summons a monster called the Grappler in defense mode, the most basic name you've ever heard, trying to stall out and find the Blue Eyes inside of a deck that looks like it has about 66 cards. Yugi then counters with the Legend of Zelda, destroying the Grappler before he continues to just stall out the duel one by setting monsters in defense mode, because apparently you can just do that.
Face down! Is it a magic card, or is he setting a trap?
Bro, really? Yugi then summons the mystical elf and boosts its attack power with the Book of Secret Arts, raising its attack power to a whopping 1100. 2 turns later, and Fatty over here finally top decks the third Blue Eyes. No deck searching needed in this season. Kimo laughs and tells everyone that Kaiba was found and now he's on the run, so there'll be no more chances of cheating in this duel. I'm not sure if he's been paying attention, but Yugi does not need anyone else's help to cheat.
So that means Kaiba is alive?
Tristan, they said it like 10 fucking times already. Circus J Leto declares an attack on Yugi with the Blue Eyes, who is countered with the Mirror Force, which is then countered by a negate attack, a card that can definitely negate the activation of a Mirror Force and, just ignore the destruction effect. No more cheating in this duel, Kimo.
He had a magic card waiting just in case!
Yugi, he just played it. It's a trap card. He just played it. Nearing the end of this duel, we get our first activation of Reborn the Monster, also known as Monster Reborn, also known as that card we all kind of wish would never be not really that useful if power creep got that bad, and it's almost gotten to that point. Bringing back the blue eyes from Kaiba's graveyard, leaving a monster with equal attack on both sides of the field. Oh wait, never mind, let me use this mystical elf, a normal monster with no effect, who has apparently been singing a song on the field the entire time to transfer its attack points to blue eyes. No more cheating, Keyboard.
He showed me that you can alter the attack power of a Blue Eyes White Dragon.
Yup, and not just like almost any monster in the entire game, just Blue Eyes. Blue Eyes uses the copyright infringement attack, obliterate, to destroy the clown Blue Eyes on the other side of the field, before going full rage mode and killing the rejected Carniac with what might be a Hakai. The episode ends with none of the gang noticing that Kimo had just kidnapped Mokuba again, even though he was just sitting about 5 feet away from them. Well, that's it for this week's episode. I want to thank you all for watching. If you enjoyed your stay, don't forget that like, that comment, and that subscribe. It's free. Free samples. Tune in next week where lovers Tristan and Joey get into a serious fight. Will they be able to work things out? And of course, a shout out to all my patrons. If you'd like to have your name up here alongside some nice benefits, feel free to sign up. They'll definitely be appreciated. We'll go full time someday. This has been the man from Earth with all the girth, ladies and gentlemen. Be the character you know you're worth. Later. Don't you play any magic cards, oh my fellow future outlaws, as this is Cards Games vs. Humanity, and I am the NAK Double G. Your second episode this week of this handsome face making a fool of itself while we all make fun of the handsome faces on a children's Saturday morning cartoon show. So if you enjoy your stay, don't forget that like and that sub, join the Patreon if you wish, and support the channel, and leave a comment below telling me how many weird faces I made in this episode. But enough about that, let's head back to our heroes who are seen searching everywhere for Mokuba, despite the fact they were about 5 feet away from Kimo when he kidnapped him. Hey, free cards! I'm not gonna pay any attention to the fact that they're standing under one of my best friends and, literally he's stepping on one, but nope, they're mine. I'm just gonna take them. Tristan goes on to explain that if a noob like Joey can win matches against a fine-ass hoe like mine, that he better start upping his game as well. Then just like any set of teenage boys, showing off your cards to see who has the monster with the highest attack point, it does not, I repeat, it does not become any sort of dick measuring contest.
His wallop is just fine.
Taya calls both of them muscleheads despite the fact that neither of them are really that big. Before we get about a 15-second scene of Mai harassing some small boy she found in the woods. After her crushing defeat at the hands of Joey, destroying small children in a children's card game just doesn't seem to have the same appeal as it once did. Rex Raptor appears demanding another chance at that booty. Demanding another rematch from the duel on the boat.
Whoa! How'd you get 8 chips already?
By beating up a bunch of small children. Weren't you paying attention? Mai agrees that she will sleep with Rex. Duel him again if he's able to defeat Joey and knock him out of the tournament. Sneaking up on the gang about a mere 30 seconds later, she claims that Joey had no chance of defeating her without Yugi's help in that last duel. If only she knew that it was just a small portion of his anime protagonist powers. Revealing that he won't be dueling her, that he'll be dueling Rex Raptor, the man that placed second in the regional championship tournament that Joey watched on TV about 3 days earlier, so naturally he's not worried or even remembers who this is whatsoever.
All my life, people are trying to help me because they think I can't help myself.
Yeah, man, I can understand that. Sometimes you just need a little outside help to get the job done. Huh? Oh, wait, are we not talking about our penis? Tristan calls Joey a little boy who needs to be helped before Joey does the unforgivable, actual violence on 4Kids television.
We can arrange a playdate.
That's it!
Oh, hey, what'd you shove me for?
Why'd you shove me?
Don't be a pussy.
Because he's such a good friend, Tristan takes off from the group, even though Joey pretty much told everyone flat out that he doesn't want any help in this one. Excited to crush this total newcomer, Rex says it's dino feeding time, summoning the dueling arena behind him because, as far as we've seen, apparently only the villains can do that. Mai reveals that Rex is only doing her dirty work for a rematch, despite not knowing all the dirty work he plans on making her do during that rematch. This upsets Joey so greatly that he shows Rex exactly what's gonna happen to his family after this duel. So, are we just gonna ignore that he's able to do that? Joey is scared because he still doesn't understand the fields and how they work, even though he specifically looked for a meadow field before his first duel with Mai so it would help his warrior monsters. Yugi has to go take a dump. Check on Tristan, leaving Joey with only Taya as his support. That sucks. Joey sets Baby Dragon in defense mode on his first turn, ready to use the Time Wizard combo on the field that has no monsters to affect in the first place.
Because even 3-year-olds know better than to defend on their first move.
Well, if a regional champion said it, it must be true. I've never once heard of this humble T-set and pass you speak of. Joey summons Leo Gun to combat Raptor's giant T-Rex, but oh wait, never mind, I decided that the field power bonus wants to show my stats now. There goes your kitty. This match that is literally just monsters being summoned back and forth with no magic or trap cards reaches turn 3 with the almighty Axe Raider on Joey's side of the field, cutting down the giant T-Rex before it is instantly destroyed by an even slightly bigger dinosaur.
Yeah, right. That's why Yugi and Tristan ditched me.
You literally told them to stay out of the duel and then punched one of them in the face. Oh, excuse me, shoved one of them You're kind of lucky you have friends to begin with right now. Tristan is seen washing off the definitely not blood and dirt on his face from the punch he definitely did not take from Joey. I did not see any violence. Tristan says there's a huge difference between him and Yugi being there to help Joey, which as the main protagonist as the show, it's, you know, kind of hard to argue. Yugi calmly explains that Joey needs all his friends there to support him, which enrages Tristan so much that he literally grabs him up by the neck with one hand because that's such a dastardly thing to say. Back to the duel, Joey says he needs to start fighting for himself and making smart decisions. So naturally he decides the best course of action is to lay down the Time Wizard face down in the spell and trap card zone, because,
Without Yugi's help, this chump doesn't even know how to use it!
That's right, Rex. Naturally, a noob won't be able to use the monster effect of a monster that he used last turn on a dueling terminal that I'm guessing you just have to push a button. Summoning the Flame Swordsman, who I'm pretty sure already has a higher attack than the basic bitch Triceratops, Rex decides to skip his turn anyways and attack. Unfortunately, he loses his monster in the process because apparently dinos are weak to fire. Man, it's sure good that a dino expert attacked a monster named Flame Swordsman. Who could have guessed that he would use fire? Joey looks out and starts wrecking about 5 monsters, but luckily for Rex, this is season 1 and you can just lay down defense position monsters over and over again to stall out your opponent. Stalling out until he reaches one of his most powerful monsters and the first secret rare I personally ever pulled, the Serpent Knight Dragon, destroying the Flame Swordsman and instantly sending Joey into depression mode. Oh wait, never mind, Yugi and Tristan are back, I'm good now. Here's the Lava Battle Guard. We're then treated to a flashback of Joey inside this random warehouse surrounded by a bunch of men with weapons because he was trying to defend this kid from sex trafficking or something. I don't know, man. They don't explain shit.
That's a Bofa! Watch that guy! Let's go! That's a Bofa! Watch that guy! Let's go!
Back to the duel that's amazingly made it to about turn 10 without a single magic or trap card being played. Rex's Serpent Knight Dragon is destroyed by the reflective friendship powers of Tristan's monster, somehow losing 700 life points, even though with the 500 attack point boost from having both guards on the field it wouldn't have been enough to destroy him anyways. The episode ends with Rex looking maniacal as a scary looking black dragon with red eyes is looming in the background. I've never heard of a monster like that. It's gotta be bullshit. Well, that's it for this week's episode. I want to thank you all for watching. If you enjoyed the show, don't forget that like and that comment and that subscribe. Share with a buddy or two that loves action sequences that don't actually contain any actual physical violence, actually. Tune in next week where we get the thrilling conclusion of what happens between Joey and Rex Raptor. Spoiler alert, he uses Time Wizard. And of course, a shout out to all my patrons. If you'd like your name up here and like to support the channel and get some bennies along the way, then let me know. I'll make this full time. This has been Man from Earth with all the girls, ladies and gentlemen. Enjoy your weekend. It's almost my birthday. Get me something. Later. Hide yourself in the bushes, all my fellow and feature outlaws, as this is Cards Games vs. Humanity, and I am the NAK Double G. Back with your weekly recap of the Duel Monsters series that we all loved, but love to make fun of even more so. So if you enjoy your stay, don't forget that like and that comment and that subscribe. You know, help me make this full time, and we'll get back to those weekly episodes, shall we? But for now, let's head back to the duel between Rex Raptor and our surprisingly ignitable hero, Joey Wheeler. An episode that instantly begins with Rex Raptor setting a shitty defense monster down that gets destroyed instantly. This lava and swamp combo that Joey Wheeler has going on seems to be unstoppable. Yes, it does. Oh wait, never mind. Here's the red eyes black dragon within the first minute of the episode.
Oh, what dragon?
I believe he said it was a dragon, color black, even though it's more kind of like a deep purple. And I believe the eyes were red. I know these features are incredibly hard to imagine on a dragon, but you're just gonna have to go with it. This monster that literally has about 50 attack points more than the Serpent Knight Dragon hits the field making the same sound as the Blue Eyes for some reason. Yugi's grandpa told him about this legendary creature. He said its power rivals that of the Blue Eyes White Dragon, even though it's weaker than his Dark Magician and still requires 2 tributes. Rex equips Red Eyes with the Dragon Nails, boosting its attack to 3,000, and I guess allowing it to attack and kill 2 monsters at once with, you know, little to no explanation and even less explanation about how it did 1,300 damage.
Do you smell that odor in the air, Joey?
You mean the smell of the writers regretting not setting any fucking rules before they made season 1? Taya asked Yugi if there's any way that Joey can defeat this dragon, but instead of responding at all, he just starts monologuing in his head, and then we switch back to Joey. Seriously, he doesn't answer at all. Joey finally draws a card when we're treated to about a 5-minute straight monologue from Rex complaining that there's no way he'll be able to use an effect monster while my bitch is endlessly in the background. Rex realizes that if he can get the Time Wizard from Joey, that getting defeating Mai in a duel will be a piece of cake, offering for both players to put up the card they currently have on the field right now. Good thing for Joey, his Time Wizard is definitely not a powerful and rare card in this series that his friend just gave to him, I don't know, about 24 hours ago.
I'm no lousy snake. I'm a dinosaur. You know that.
You tell him, Rex. Never let anyone deny you of who you are, even if neither of those things you said were a human being. Raptor gets scared immediately because Joey begins to flip over the time wizard, and oh my god, he actually knows how to use it. Apparently this time the time effect does have a chance to fail, so at least that's somewhat fair, but god forbid anyone point out the fact that he had a monster face down in attack position for about 5 turns in the spell and trap card zone. But because Joey Wheeler is standing within range of Yugi's protagonist aura, his chance to fail is reduced to 0, causing the time magic to flow millions of years into the future and somehow have wind effects that affect people outside of the dueling arena. Also, isn't it supposed to be 1,000 years, not 1,000,000? We then get a clip of My Valentine talking about her future husband.
He's still standing? Sure, he's beginning to gray a little, but that's natural.
The Red Eyes Black Dragon achieves its final form, Fossil Mode, before quickly dying and inflicting 800 points of damage, allowing Joey to win the duel. I love it when anything at all is explained to us. Excited by his victory, Joey and Tristan run towards one another in a slow, loving embrace before the unthinkable happens.
Give me some skin, bro.
Up high or down low?
You shoved me.
Don't even think about it, bitch. It gets dark instantly for our heroes as they claim that they're getting scared and hungry even though there's nothing but squirrels and crickets in these woods. Joey Wheeler is seconds away from dying to this poisonous mushroom before a wild slut appears.
Mushrooms are poisonous, Joey!
So do us all a favor and let him eat it.
Ah yes, he beat you in a duel, so let's make jokes about him dying from poison damage. You're such a good person. Mai offers the gang a bunch of her food because she's already confident she'll have enough star chips to enter the castle tomorrow. No one's really paying attention to that though, as they employ a similar strategy that I do at Thanksgiving.
Dibs on the candy bars. Dibs on the chips. Dibs on the soda.
Mai offers Taya to have a hot soapy shower. Offers Taya a shower while the boys look over the food. Constantly making fun of her for being friends with a bunch of losers, even though I'm pretty sure she's just like 5 years older than them and is in the same exact tournament playing a children's card game and just has no one to chill with. Taya gets naked on a kid's show, so before any trauma is inflicted on the viewer, we get this peeping Tom in the bushes to make sure the scene is ended quickly. Our heroes eat dinner with Mai, slowly becoming friends with a poorly innuendoed name of a person. Even though it was Mai's idea to eat together in the first place with our heroes, she is now very salty that they are together eating. She makes it very clear that everyone is the enemy.
I'm a duelist first, and that means everyone is an enemy.
Yes, because you are a mature 22-year-old woman playing a children's card game, everyone in the world is an enemy. Everyone. Mai takes off from the game and then begins brooding on the side of a cliff when all of a sudden... Was that Joe Biden? The bushes rattle once again in front of our heroes, but this time it's the not at all mighty Bakura with a vapid and blank expression on his face. So instead of asking why he was trying to watch Taya in the shower, they all decide to show off their favorite Duel Monsters cards together. Joey's is the Flame Swordsman. Tristan is the Cyber Commander. Taya's is the Magician of Faith, and Yugi's, of course, is the Dark Magician. Bakura, he just loves Change of Heart because it's super fucking banned. Bakura challenges Yugi to a duel with all their favorite cards put into his deck, which, as they put it, will be a very tough all-star team to beat. And when that contains a 2-star normal monster with 750 attack, a fusion monster that he can't summon, and a 2500 beat stick that requires 2 tributes, clearly no other deck will stand a chance. Magician of Faith is pretty good though. Good job, Taya. And while it may be easy to assume that the most surprising thing about this episode is that Joey won a duel on his own, or that Taya took her clothes off, but no, none of that compares to the fact that they actually laid down a playmat for this duel. No way. Oh my god, what is this? Bakura has a Millennium item. Oh my god, what is this? Our souls are being stolen and sucked into this deck. Oh my god, what is this? Bakura's trying to steal Yugi's Millennium Puzzle, even though I'm pretty sure that goes against the whole you gotta win it in a shadow game rule that the Egyptian laws really fucking cared about. Well, that's it for this week's episode. I want to thank you all for watching. If you enjoyed the show, don't forget all that interactive shit, that like, that comment, that subscribe. You know what you're doing. Join the Patreon if you want to support the channel. We'll make it full time. You know how it goes. Tune in next week where we enter our first shadow game episode. I've been told mysterious and weird effects seem to happen more commonly during those types of episodes. Should be interesting. And of course, a shout out to all my patrons. If you'd like me to hide in the bushes to capture someone for you, my services are $56 an hour, and I only accept cash. This has been the Man from Earth with all the girls, ladies and gentlemen. Sorry I took a little while on that one. We'll see you next week with 2 episodes. Later. Strap on your favorite cosplay, all my fellow feature outlaws, as this is Card Games vs. Humanity, and I am that NAKAK-double-G. Back with your weekly recap of that silly little game with about 3.8 million different rulings to follow, Duel Monsters. So if you enjoy your stay, don't forget to hit that like, hit that sub, share with a buddy or two, and leave a comment telling me what Yu-Gi-Oh monster you want to cosplay as. And no, you don't get to choose Dark Magician Girl. But enough about your deviant fantasies, let's head back to a recap of our heroes, shall we? A recap that does a stunning job of mentioning nothing about Joey's victory over Rex and, you know, anything about Mai eating with the gang and helping them out. Instead, giving all that screen time to the white-haired goddess known as Bakura, who has suddenly sent all of our heroes to the Shadow Realm. This evil entity claims that Bakura is no longer here, even though I'm pretty sure in Season 5 they straight up admit that both are named Bakura conveniently. Yugi doesn't care about any of that, though. He's already drawing 5 cards and summoning a surprisingly jacked Tristan in defense performance mode. This sloppy move cost him big time though, as Bakura counters with the white magical hat, destroying Tristan and sending him to the graveyard without any hesitation.
It can't be. Tristan can't be gone.
Yeah, dude, he's dead. You killed him. You wanted to duel so badly that you didn't even think to lay down a back row with a monster with 750 defense. Apparently being sent to the graveyard, the discard pile, takes time to register in the Shadow Realm. As Tristan is still armed with a rocket launcher and other heavy weaponry, freaks out seeing his name on the tombstone. Honestly, this could have been the actual end of him and the show really wouldn't have turned out much different. Yugi summons the Brooklyn Swordsman, a fusion monster in attack mode. The swordsman turns around and makes a similar noise to most women I talk to at the local pub.
Hey, Yugi!
Just like a good giant, Yugi tries his best to explain to Joey everything that's going on in this situation. And just like a good Joey, Joey responds with frantic one-word answers just like a woman over text that you're not quite sure is into you or not. Joey successfully kills the white magical hat, gaining his first taste for human flesh before Bakura reveals his ultimate strategy for the rest of the duel, setting monsters in defense position. I want to get used to that. And because this is a Pokemon battle all of a sudden, Joey can ignore his trainer and just attack of his own free will, destroying a set-down Morphing Jar, my third favorite monster by the way, and forcing both players to discard their entire hands. Joey Wheeler. He's a Sigma male. Both players are only supposed to draw 5 cards, but Bakura clearly cheats as he has 6 cards in his hand already, before Yugi finally draws the Dark Magician. Also, I love the fact that little Yugi's voice is inside big Yugi's head during this part of the duel, even though I'm pretty sure his soul is supposed to be trapped in that card. Like, did they just skip over that part? Bakura sets another monster face down as well as a trap card because he just loves mysteries before we get every fangirl's dream chibi Yugi in a magician's outfit. Giant Yugi uses Monster Reborn, bringing back our sexy Cyber Commander because he knows everyone wants to cosplay together.
Who's that up there? I don't know. Don't you?
Don't you know me, Yugi? Don't you? I mean, I've told you nothing about myself. I'm disappointed. Little Yugi assures everyone that they can definitely trust the voice inside his head that nearly killed Kaiba and definitely killed the gay rodeo clone version of himself.
Hang on, Joey. I was just played, so I have to move.
Since when? Is that a rule? No, like, I'm genuinely curious if that's a rule. Little Yugi uses his super special, awesome magical powers to destroy a second set-down Morphing Jar and causing both players to draw another 5 cards. Somehow drawing into the Magician of Taya that Bakura somehow knows about instantly, tempting her to play her face down. Trust me, Yugi's down for that. Bakura continues his strategy of just setting monsters face down before he activates the Just Desserts trap card. Not only using it correctly and doing 1,500 points of damage to Yugi, but honestly, if he had just waited like another 30 seconds for him to lay down Taya on the field, he would have just won the game right there. Joey makes fun of Yugi for being puny, even though they're literally all fucking miniature versions of themselves thanks to dark magic. But apparently that's all it takes for little Yugi to get pissed off and recklessly attack the electric lizard. Naturally, the best course of action for Bakura is to simply tell Yugi about the man-eater bug that he's about to set face down on the field. Which is such a shame because so far his strategy has been very mysterious.
Man-eater bug? Glad I'm a girl.
Oh, you sweet summer child. You think he stops at humans? We then spend about 2 full minutes of our gang deciding which one of them has to sacrifice themselves to deal with the man-eater bug. Finally deciding to use the Horn of Heaven card to destroy the monster, which requires a tribute anyways, accomplishing absolutely nothing in the process. If this entire sequence was just an effort for them to not have the man-eater bug eat someone whole on screen, you probably could have just used a different monster. Joey is seen in the graveyard being chased by the Reaper of the Cards immediately because apparently Tristan wasn't important enough. What would even happen if he gets you? Do you get banished? Because even that's really not that hard to come back from nowadays. Apparently Taya crying activates the effect of a flip monster, even though she was pretty much just flipped face up anyways from the start, allowing Big Yugi to use Monster Reborn to bring back their friend Joey and somehow transferring the Dark Magician's attack points to her. And just before the swipe of the Reaper Scythe strikes, Joey is revived from the discard pile. I can't believe they called it the discard pile. Unfortunately for our heroes, Bakura's final move is to summon the Lady of Faith in attack mode. For some reason. Oh wait, change of heart. He claims that he's gonna force Yugi to attack all his friends, even though you only get to use the card for 1 turn. But oh wait, that doesn't matter now because Bakura's just gonna ignore his trainer and take over the Lady of Faith instead because that's very legal.
But we must act quickly, Yugi!
Anyone else notice the small moan/gas that she made when Bakura went inside her? I'm just gonna let that one slide. The good Bakura tells Yugi to attack and destroy him because he'd rather be destroyed than enslaved by an evil force. But Giant Yugi has a better idea. Let's just use the Millennium Puzzle to switch the souls back into the original bodies, something that I definitely could have fucking tried at the beginning of this. Forcing the creature definitely not named Zork into the Lady of Faith's body, leaving it wide open for a frontal assault by little Yugi's dark magic attack and ending the duel. Huh. You know, Bakura could have just used Change of Heart and not summon a monster, and he would have won. Man, he sucks. Joey and Tristan this say the same thing every man has said to his penis at least once in his life while lying in bed.
Hands off! You grabbed me!
The episode ends with the distant screams of a slutty, untalented duelist. Well, that's it for this week's episode. I want to thank you all for watching. If you enjoyed your stay, don't forget that like and that comment. Hit that sub and share with a buddy who wants to, cosplay Silent Magician as much as I do. Tune in next week where you get to see the single best and most fair duel in all the series. Like, can I even deny it? And of course, a shout out to all my patrons. If you'd like a private cosplay of me as your favorite Yu-Gi-Oh monster, you can expect to see a $2,000 tier here pretty soon. This has been the man from Earth Earth, ladies and gentlemen. Be the character you know you're worth. Walk through the valley of the shadow of death, all my fellow and future outlaws, as this is Card Games vs. Humanity, and I am that NAK, aka Double G. Here with that weekly recap of that show that really wishes it would have set some better rules before starting production, Yu-Gi-Oh! So as always, if you enjoyed, don't forget that sub, hit that like and leave a comment, and if you don't, I can't promise that I won't set you ablaze with some pyros. But enough about that, let's begin this episode by playing the last 30 seconds of the last episode for some reason. Hearing Mai's banshee shriek, our heroes chase off into the unknown, only to see Miss Valentine's cyber harpies all being destroyed at the same time. Man, Rex must really be bad, because she's the only person he ever beat, isn't she? Who could her opponent be? Why, of course, it's this 8-foot-tall, 500-pound man with a voice that sounds like it was self-auto-tuned and set to the lowest pitch, of course. Oh! Did you hear the sheer amount of physical pain she experienced with having to relinquish those star chips? His name is Panic, and he was hired by Pegasus to eliminate all the weak duelists in the tournament, even though Pegasus only invited the strongest duelists on the planet to his tournament to participate. Jesus Christ, even just saying it out loud. Mai then gives Yugi the same advice that should have been given to every female employee at Blizzard.
And if you don't get out of here, he's gonna do to you what he did to me.
She said that the way that Panic duel simply overwhelmed her, and now she's been eliminated from the tournament. Naturally, Joey is ready to fight someone that could literally breathe in his direction and cause clip damage before Yugi steps in and claims that violence is not the answer. He claims the only way to deal with bullies is to stand up to them, so naturally they can just violently punch you in the face, of course. What the hell were those voice clips playing during that transformation scene? Am I the only one that heard that? That was weird, right? Panic is excited to duel Yugi because Pegasus has promised a large bounty to whoever defeats him in the tournament, even though Pegasus needs to defeat Yugi himself to get the Millennium Puzzle that he started this tournament for in the first place.
Think he'd throw in some extra cash for inflicting bodily harm? Not that I wouldn't do it for free.
Oh man, sometimes you just gotta take a step back and appreciate when someone finds their true purpose in life. Panic is already a rich man, but apparently he just loves hurting kids so much that Pegasus just decides to keep him around, claiming that he likes to strong-arm his opponents into dueling him, aka attempted rape, before showing Yugi his new bondage toys firsthand. Unfortunately for him, Yugi is the man that invented bondage. It is not impressed by this cheap plastic and mall-level wrestling promotion pyrotechnic. Yugi puts down 5 star chips to save Mai's 8, making everyone worried because this duel is far too dangerous to go through with.
Fight time.
Yeah, fight time. My friend might die, but it's fight time. I'm Joey Wheeler.
Panic begins the duel by summoning the Castle of Dark Illusions, covering the arena in a thick layer of darkness, as well as covering the viewer's experience in an ironic twist of 6 and 9 at the end of these attack values. You know, it was already bad enough when the field power bonus would end at a number like 35, but this is just a whole new level of tomfoolery. Setting the monster, then monologuing for about a full fucking hour, talking about how hard it will be to defeat as Yugi just sets the Celtic Guardian to defense mode as a response. This apparently was a bad move because Panic counters with a cheap budget animation monster and kills it instantly. Yugi is getting flustered on only turn 2 because for some reason he can't defeat a monster with 2509 defense, even though he's already taken out multiple monsters with over 3000. Summoning the Wind Guardian Fortress, Dragon of the Fortress in defense mode and passing his turn to Panic, who just summons another cheap budget animation monster and then doesn't attack for some reason. You never really get a reason why he doesn't attack, he just decides to start talking again. Like, a lot. Man, he just talks a lot in this episode. Like, I think a full 6 to 7 minutes of this episode went to just his dialogue.
But what if I attack the darkness itself?
Okay. I know most of you may think that attacking the moon is a bigger bullshit move than this, than just like shooting the field. But consider the fact that he would have had to have a monster capable of shooting some sort of fireball or light force attack to hit the ground with in the first place. This is just... Really? Panic destroys the Wind Guardian of the Fortress, finally inflicting 394 points of damage to Yugi's life points, as well as inflicting 7,000 points of damage to my OCD levels.
The knight has eyes!
Well, good thing I wear these. even at night. We then spend about the next full 4 minutes on nothing but promo work that advances nothing, claiming that Yugi's next card that he will play will light up the darkness and turn the tides of this duel. Let's talk about it for another 5 minutes, and oh wait, never mind, I'm just gonna set it down, I'm not actually playing it. Hey, asked why Yugi set down that card if he's not gonna play it, instead of asking why he talked about it for 30 fucking minutes, while Mai explains that this is about how long she lasted before she slipped up.
It's about keeping a level head while you're lost in the dark or being attacked by fire.
Yes, because expecting someone to light you on fire with cheap pyrotechnics is definitely something you should expect in a children's card game and not, just the result of a fucking psychopath that should have been locked up a while ago. Everyone worries that Yugi made a grave mistake by laying that card face down as Panic summons the Reapers of the cards. Naturally, with no flip effect needed, he commands the Reaper to attack the magic card and send it to the graveyard.
Discard graveyard!
No, fuck you. You don't get to call it both. Choose one. Either call it the graveyard or call it your stupid shitty discard pile. You don't get both. Yugi makes fun of Panic for falling for those mind games. Those intense mind games of just saying, I have a card that's gonna stop you, and oh wait, I set something else down, don't attack now. A trap card.
A trap card!
Yes, a trap card! The spellbinding circle snares the Reaper in its grasp, stopping it from attacking, even though it doesn't negate effects and actually wouldn't have done this at all. There's just so many little things wrong here. Just so many. Yugi sets down 2 more magic cards because apparently that's how we get our epic ending to the end of this episode. Wait, shouldn't he have attacked the Reaper? I wanted to make fun of more in this episode, but Jesus Christ, not really a lot happens. Well, that's it for this week's episode. I want to thank you all for watching. If you enjoy your stay, leave a comment, hit that like, hit that sub, share with a buddy who you set on fire while dueling once in your life. I'm sure there's at least one of you. Tune in next week where we get the ending of this duel that's maybe 4 turns in and has more promo time than a regular episode of Monday Night Raw. And of course, a shout out to all my patrons. You are all giving me money and supporting me, and I thank you. But if you call it the discard graveyard, I'm still going to attack you. This has been the man from Earth with all the girth, ladies and gentlemen. Be the character you know you're worth. Have a good week. Step out into the light, all my fellow feature outlaws, as this is Card Games vs. Humanity, and I am that NAKAK Double G. Here with your weekly recap of the most fairly balanced trading card game you've ever known, Duel Monsters. So, of course, if you enjoy your stay, don't forget that sub and that bell, and hit that like, and leave a comment telling me if you would start to panic if, I whipped out a blowtorch while we were dueling. But enough about that, let's head back to the duel between Panic and Yugi himself. An episode that I guess has no recap of whatever happened last time, even though this is supposed to be a 2-part duel. You're like, seriously? No explanation of what Yugi's doing or why he's in this situation? Nothing? Alright. Also, where's the Reaper of the cards? I specifically made a point at the end of the last episode that he was never attacked.
Panic enjoys breaking people down, making them sweat, watching them squirm.
For a second, I thought she was describing every wrestler's first meeting with Vince McMahon. Yugi's friends are scared of his intimidation tactics as Panic uses dueling as a way to hurt people. Taking a step back, I'm not really sure if it's a good or bad thing that he uses a deck of cards as his weapon of choice to hurt people. I mean, if I was like 8 feet tall, 500 pounds and battle crazed, you bet your ass I'm swinging around a halberd or something. For some reason, the King of Yamakaze actually appears when it is summoned before slipping into the darkness with no explanation of its attack points. Oh wait, there's the Reaper of the cards getting destroyed by the King's attack. Silly me. I guess I must have forgot the Spellbinding Circle has a built-in attack guidance armor property to it. What was I thinking? Then Panic says the same thing I said to my mom every time she tried to open my room door as a teenager.
Stop! Stop it! I can't stand the light!
Yugi skips Panic's turn and then activates the Swords of Revealing Light, a card so powerful that it apparently can make the side of his screen on his computer work now. Although frustrated at this play, Panic is confident that the Cursive Dragon can't defeat any of his monsters, the strongest of which has 2600 attack. At least we finally get to see their numbers now. Drawing the Chaos Shield card and playing it immediately, changing all his monsters to defense position, and somehow combining it with a Castle of Dark Illusions because yes, it's both a field and an equip card. Now with 3200 defense, how will Yugi ever hope to beat this bargain bin version of Ganon's castle? Mai is convinced that Yugi has no chance of winning now, but Bakura quickly puts that bitch in her place, saying that she has no idea how Yugi duels or let alone how to duel to begin with.
But after the way Panic beat Mai, I got no idea what Yugi's chances are.
This coming from the novice that beat her on his first duel, wondering how the man who has helped him win his duels will beat a man who beat Mai. Yeah, I mean, I guess that's a pretty typical Joey thought. We're then treated to about another 3 minutes of shit talking between the two, as apparently Yugi knew that he was going to use the Chaos Shield card all along, out of all the cards in the entire game. Sure. And then we get some talking, and then we get some more talking. And then a little bit more. Did you know they're really good at that?
Shut up!
Well, maybe if you would, we wouldn't have needed 2 episodes for a 7-turn duel. Yugi continues to bait Panic, calling him a coward that can never win a duel with honor. Naturally, Panic responds like a true gentleman by shooting some streams of fire at him.
It's psych-out warfare.
Yep. Gotta love those mind games. I remember back in the day how often my opponent would try to set me on fire during our duels, really livened up the scene. Also, when the hell did he summon that monster in the front? That was not there a second ago. After about 30 minutes, it's finally Yugi's turn, summoning the Gaia the Fierce Knight, combining it with the Curse of Dragon for a whopping and ferocious 300 extra attack points. Panic talks to himself for a while, then oh, now he summons the Metal Guardian. I mean, I blame the animators for that, but like, when the whole duel is just nothing but defense, I can see why they got bored and lazy. Yugi summons the Catapult Turtle, making a very manly grunt in the process because he knows the end is nigh.
That's a joke. You're nothing but talk.
No, that's just you. Literally like a third of these episodes. Also, wasn't there a song in one of these episodes? There's no way I missed it. Combining Catapult Turtle with Gaia the Dragon Champion, he raises the monster's attack points to a whopping 3,200, matching the Castle of Dark Illusion. And while the writers decided for Yugi to do one of the most busted and broken plays in all of the series, I can kind of give them a little bit of a break on this one, because if they actually just used the Catapult Turtle's real effect, he would be ending duels in 1 to 2 turns. Like, my god, Burn would be so OP in Season 1. Yugi launches Gaia at the castle, sacrificing his monster, taking 1,390 points of damage, and destroying the castle's flotation ring, because apparently that's a thing. Panic laughs maniacally, confident that Yugi's attack failed and that he's about to win the duel because of it. Little does the ICP bodyguard reject know that this duel is already over once Yugi ends his turn, as the Swords of Revealing Light effect has ended. And because the castle falls on top of all of the monsters, they're destroyed immediately, causing him to lose the duel and all of his life points. Imagine if it was that easy in the real game. Panic goes berserk and activates Fire Spin at maximum power, engulfing Yugi, and honestly himself in flames that look like they're about 80 feet tall. So is anyone going to explain to me why he wasn't affected by that? No? I don't even fucking bother. Luckily, Yugi's plot armor, Millennium Puzzle, protects him from the fire and flames before we get a small glimpse of his destructive powers.
Hakai.
All of his friends rejoice as they genuinely watch their best friend vaporize someone in a not at all contrived scene where apparently the puzzle protected them all as well. Yugi offers to give Mai her star chips back, but she refuses because everyone is the enemy. Joey sees this opportunity and snatches them for himself, which pisses Mai off, but he offers to give them back immediately because he knows he just sealed the deal with an alpha move like that.
I'm such a sensitive guy.
Joey Wheeler, ladies and gentlemen. Might be the biggest pimp of us all. Well, that's it for this week's episode. I want to thank you all for watching. As per usual, if you enjoyed your stay, don't forget that sub and that bell. Hit that like and leave a comment telling me if you think I made a mistake naming my cat after a character that looks like it probably could be a mini-boss in a Castlevania game. Tune in next week where we get the return of our favorite backdoor advocate, Seto Kaiba. I'm sure he has some wise words of wisdom to tell us. And of course, a shout out to all my patrons. Hey, patrons! This has been the man from Earth with all the girth, ladies and gentlemen. Sorry I just blew your ears out. No, I'm not. Love ya. Get on your knees like the dogs you are, all my fellow feature outlaws, as this is Card Games vs. Humanity, and I am that N-A-K-A-K double G. Here with another weekly recap of your favorite Saturday morning Beyblade slinging group of heroes. Of course, I'm talking about Yugi Moto and his friends. So as per usual, if you enjoy your stay, don't forget that sub and that bell, hit that like, and leave a comment telling me if you want to challenge me to a Beyblade competition after the episode. A match you will lose. Our episode begins today with the mysterious and not at all bland Big Five having a meeting with Pegasus about the current state of affairs. 5 men that Kaiba hired because he trusted them dearly, so it's just such a shame that, after he lost one duel, they're willing to take over his company and attempt murder. Worried that if he reaches the island and rescues Mokuba, it'll ruin all their plans, but Pegasus assures them not to lay a finger on Kaiba as he wants all the snuggle time to himself. Kaiba is helicoptering his way to Duelist Kingdom because he doesn't have that sweet-ass Blue Eyes jet yet. That's actually a real card, and oh Jesus Christ, here's another flashback of his duel with Yugi.
You're a good duelist, Kaiba, but not good enough to stop Exodia.
Okay, I'm 100% sure that Yugi did not say those words when they were dueling. I love it when character flashbacks make their own retcon attempts. Despite losing to Yugi and then later admitting it in his duel while he helped him, Kaiba refuses to use the heart of the cards as his way of dueling, promising to both save Mokuba and kill the Big Five once he gets home from work. We head back to our heroes who are seen sleeping outside of this tent because of course Taya can't trust any of those horny teenage boys to keep them hands to themselves. Luckily for her, Bakura and Yugi are busy discussing the dark arts. Discussing their Millennium items as Bakura's Millennium Ring decides to point towards Pegasus' castle. At first believing it's because of his Millennium Eye, but unbeknownst to both, the ring actually just points to characters that are more sexually ambiguous than himself.
Ever since I first solved that ancient puzzle, playing duel monsters has never been the same.
Yeah, that tends to happen when doing so unlocks dark magic that causes evil spirits to come to life within the card game. We then get a flashback of when Bakura came to school from the long-lost land of England. And I know what you're thinking. It's not at all unlikely that 2 kids with Millennium items ended up in the same school. Nope, not at all. And because we haven't had enough convenient shit in this series already, Kaiba appears in the helicopter right in front of our heroes without warning.
Wow! Look at that, Yugi!
Wow! Look at that, Yugi! Kaiba wakes everyone up by landing a fucking helicopter about 20 feet away from them, as naturally Yugi just runs up to him and hands him his deck like a good boy.
You'll be compensated for all of your trouble.
Dude, Yugi, that's probably a lot of cards you can buy with that. I'd take it. Yugi stresses to Kaiba that they have a common enemy in Pegasus, that they should team up and work together as friends. To everyone's shock, Kaiba's a bit of a dickhead and refuses to help, something that pisses Joey off greatly for no reason other than how dare you refuse our company. Oh no, apparently Joey just says everyone here has something important to fight for and that Kaiba has to wait in line. He knows better, no cutsies.
Nice grip. Let me show you mine.
You know, when I try to say the same thing to women, they just run away screaming. Joey gets thrown in a move I'd call something in between an arm drag and a monkey flip, suffering critical amounts of damage.
Check his pulse, Yugi.
Oh, thank God. I'm still overweight. Now, because Joey is a character of sound logic and reasoning, unlike episode 1 where he first wanted to duel and then wanted to fight him because Kaiba refused, this time he wants to duel because he just lost a fight to Kaiba. Talking mad shit and claiming that he's a washed up duelist, he goes the former champion into a match on the condition that they use his new holographic Beyblade system. And because this is the most state-of-the-art, highly advanced piece of technology that he only has 2 of, naturally he just casually tosses it to Joey with no regrets that maybe the man he's constantly belittling might just drop that piece of technology out of spite. Kaiba begins the duel by showing everyone his Beyblade skills, summoning the battle locks on his first turn. But because he's a seasoned veteran, Joey counters by summoning the armored lizard with absolutely no back row or trap cards to help at all. This couldn't have been more simple.
That ugly overgrown ox! He cut my lizard in half!
Is it just me or does that sound dirty? Maybe I'm just a bitch. Joey skips Kaiba's turn because we don't get enough of that in this series, summoning the Flame Swordsman. Oh wait, apparently a normal Earth attribute beast-type monster with no effect just has the resistance to all fire attacks and overpowers the Brooklyn Brawler. Upping the difficulty even more, Kaiba fuses the Mystic Horseman with the Battle Ox, summoning the Rabbit Horseman with attack values that are never revealed. But don't worry, because our hero Joey is a very competent duelist that would never just summon 10 monsters in a row over and over again with no magic cards or trap cards to support it. We would never get a montage of something like that happening. Never. For some reason, Joey is exhausted in this duel, but I guess that's what happens when you raise 10,000 fists in the air summoning shitty monsters with a giant Beyblade.
You're the best at finding ways to come back from behind.
Sorry, Taya, but we already established like 9 episodes ago that alphas like Kaiba and myself cannot be rivaled when coming back from behind. Joey summons his best monster, the Red Eyes Black Dragon, destroying the Rabbit Horseman and leaving Kaiba unimpressed. Unimpressed because Joey's dragon is red and his dragon is blue, and red is not as good a color as blue. Therefore, Kaiba's dragon destroys Joey's dragon, winning the duel and causing Joey to go into a mild depression. The gang yell at Kaiba for putting down Joey like the dog he is, but he says that attitude is necessary when facing someone like Pegasus.
I've seen him use a magic that's stronger than any card.
Wow, you know the writers didn't think ahead when they actually let him call it magic and not just hocus pocus magic tricks. We're then treated to a flashback of Bandit Keith getting his ass kicked by a small child holding an elephant. I'm not really sure what any of Kaiba's story had to do with testing out his equipment and making Joey feel like a piece of shit, but you know, sure, go with it. The episode ends with Kaiba saying the same thing I do when there's one remaining chicken wing that manages to survive my hunger.
This is war for me. Your friend was a casualty.
Well, that's it for this week's episode. I want to thank you all for watching. If you enjoyed your stay, don't forget that sub and hit that bell so you know when a new episode is up. Hit that like and leave a comment telling me if you've ever made food feel like a casualty of war before. Tune in next week where one of our heroes are kidnapped and forced into a duel they weren't ready for. It happens so much you don't even know who I'm talking about, do you? And of course, a shout out to all my patrons. If any of you would like to challenge me to a Beyblade match, don't even say anything. Just show up to my house and I'll be ready to fight. This has been the man from Earth with all the girth, ladies and gentlemen. I'll see y'all next week. Later. Get ready to do the thriller, all my fellow feature allies, as this is Card Games vs. Humanity, and I am the NAKAK-double-G. Here with your weekly recap of the show that doesn't mind cutting any scene that has anything remotely related to violence, but doesn't mind showing anything about actual death, Duel Monsters. So if you enjoyed, don't forget that like and that sub, hit that bell, leave a comment telling me if you think you could get through life with the face of a zombie angel. Our episode begins with our hero Joey, strangely lost in the void, surrounded by mist that seems to be getting thicker. Either this is a dream or he stepped out onto the stage during Edge's entrance. Gigantamax Kaiba appears to scold our poor dog Joey before we get some lines that do not, I repeat, do not sound like foreplay in a BDSM adult film.
I give!
Bad dog, don't contradict your master. Quiet. Sit at your master's feet, where you belong.
Joey shows a glimpse of his Animorph form before he's woken up by a single forbidden droplet of water. He screams at everyone to get up immediately, so naturally when they ask him what's wrong, he says nothing and he just wants to duel. Luckily in this show, that's a perfectly acceptable reason to wake everyone up.
Where's Mai? Isn't she with you?
No, since when were they still together? She wasn't even with them in the last episode. Mai leaves a note for Yugi explaining that they will surely duel in the finals of this tournament, and all I can say about this is how the fuck is anyone supposed to read that note? Did she make out with it? Did she write it down? I don't even want to tell you the third option I'm thinking of. The gang goes out looking for duelists to challenge, but have no idea where to go because apparently dozens of duelists have been ejected from the island already. I'm not really sure how that's possible. It's been like a day. And because they're the main protagonists of the show, they blatantly just admit out loud that no one else had a good reason to fight, that they're the only ones that had actual, reasons to fight in this tournament, even though Joey's just here for the prize money and he knows his sister's operation ain't gonna cost no 3 mil. Joey and Tristan get into another fight over the pointiness of Tristan's hair before some mysterious stalkers are revealed. Who are these mysterious entities? Why, it's the Super Saiyan God, of course, Super Saiyan 2, and Class S Rank 8 hero Zombie Man. They instantly recognize Yugi and none of his other friends because who the fuck else has that kind of hairstyle?
He's supposed to be a tough little squirt. That is, if you believe in his reputation.
You know how over time some phrases just kind of die out slowly? Squirt being one to describe it like a little kid or someone young is kind of one I'm okay with that we don't use anymore. Bandit Keith doesn't believe in Yugi's reputation until he sees it for himself and decides to mess with our heroes.
You got all the brains, I'm just a muscle.
I gotta hand it to him, his grunts know their place. Being the brains of the operation, he knew Zombie Man would follow him for a long time just hoping he'd get something to eat. Bandit Keith wants revenge for his embarrassing defeat at the hands of Pegasus at the Intercontinental Championship. Oh look, a flashback of something that if we put the episodes together, literally happened 10 minutes ago. Since Yugimoto may be far too dangerous of an opponent at the moment, the group of thugs decide to take out his friend Joey Wheeler instead.
We'll take the dweeb out first.
Did you hear that? I think we're being followed.
How the fuck did he know that already? Joey's stalker senses are tingling, and you know after having to deal with many fangirls who love his poofy hair that they are very sharp at this point. Naturally, the only way to combat this is to stalk them back instead of AKA, I actually just had to take a piss, but this is for kids, so we can't actually reveal that even though Taya just took a shower on TV about a couple episodes back. For some reason, they're in this man cave now, which apparently has a dueling arena in it, and I'm legit curious to know if Pegasus put that there to begin with, or if he just had his group of thugs move it for him.
It's dark and dank and really creepy, just like you are.
Hey! I'm not dark. Keith has a literal fucking trench coat worth of decks helping out Zombie Man with his zombie deck, because how could you ever guess that that would be the case? Threatening our Class S hero with genuine assault if he doesn't win this duel, before throwing him into the pit of skulls of his past victims. I'm genuinely surprised that this scene made it past. Joey is taking a piss when all of a sudden an SSJ warrior appears. Oh shit, now we're in this really shitty and rundown dueling arena. What just happened? Bones appears on the other side of the dueling arena and Joey starts to freak out thinking he's a ghost or something. Not a zombie, but a ghost. I don't know about you, but I think that's funny. Joey is very susceptible to kidney stones, so our heroes are very used to him taking a little extra time. But after 20 minutes pass, they start to get worried and have to split up and find our hero. Back to our duel, Joey is currently making a face that I once made after eating that bad chicken at a mom and pop pizzeria in Nebraska.
Looks like the guy fainted on his feet.
Seriously, guys, I was on the brink of death that day. It wasn't pretty. Despite being scared shitless, Joey still shows off his New York prowess by getting in a sick burn on Bones' creepy-ass face, being goaded into this duel by Bandit Keith when he calls him a poor puppy dog. Seemingly foolishly, Joey accepts the duel and slams down 4 starships despite none of his friends being around him. And unfortunately, Yugi's protagonist powers only have a 30-meter radius this early in the series. Bones is hella excited to play his brothers, his fellow zombies, but Keith coaches him to play a basic bitch warrior monster instead. Naturally arguing with his coach on the first turn for too long, Joey makes the same expression that I make when any turn on Master Duel lasts longer than 90 seconds.
Who you say? Zeki!
Summoning the Axe Raider, Joey destroys Misaki the warrior, instantly making him confident after one simple attack. Luckily for him, Keith keeps forcing Bones to play nothing but crappy non-zombie monsters, allowing Joey's slicing and dicing addiction to take full force. Finally summoning the Crass Clown, a monster that you probably could already assume is a zombie, before Joey counters with the Flame Swordsman, taking another chunk of his life points.
Cause this little puppy dog is gonna chase your bony butt right out of your own graveyard!
Just take a step back and think about that line with absolutely no context. Jesus Christ. Bones is getting scared and ready to give up, but oh wait, never mind, he top decks the exact card he needs that Keith was just talking about. You know, the exact card he needs to win the duel. Right now, right here.
This magic card is unstoppable! The Call of the Haunted!
So let me get this straight. This time they actually leave the card a trap card, but call it a magic card. Unlike last time when it was stop defense, that's actually a magic card, which was changed to a trap card as they called it a magic card. Apparently, Call of the Haunted is a card so powerful that it revives all monsters on your side of the field and just continues to do so every time they're destroyed. Since we can only handle so much bullshittery, we head back to our gang, who finally finds Joey's wallet leading up to the cave. They find a couple of coffins, so naturally our resident creepy bastard from England, Bakura, has to go right up to them and touch them. Not knowing that these coffins are actually traps, because yes, that's a good idea. Why wouldn't anyone want to go up to a pair of coffins and touch them? That's a good thing to set up as a trap. Whoever did that is a great person. Our episode ends with Joey being super scared of the 3 zombie monsters his Flame Swordsman now has to face down. If only he had a necromancer. Well, that's it for this week's episode. I want to thank you all for watching. If you enjoyed your stay, don't forget all that interactive shit. You know what it's like. Leave a comment telling me if you would be able to resist a pair of coffins if you found them in a deep, dark cave. Tune in next week where we get the exciting conclusion of this duel that, again, maybe lasts 7 to 8 turns. And, of course, a shout-out to all my patrons. If any of you find yourself being chased by a zombie or a ghoul or, just some sort of ghastly creature, remember this one simple thing. Just fucking punch them. Just be like Tristan and fucking punch them. This has been the Man from Earth with all the girth, ladies and gentlemen. Be the character you know you're worth. Get Rick Grimes on the phone, all my fellow feature outlaws, as this is Card Games vs. Humanity, and I am the Anna Double G. Here with your weekly recap of that show that doesn't follow the rules as if it was threatened with death, Duel Monsters. So if you enjoy your stay, don't forget that sub and that bell. Hit that like and leave a comment telling me if you think you can survive the shame of being crushed by a balloon boulder that your friend later just took out with one punch. But I know what you want. You want that duel between Joey and Bones, don't you? That duel that has some seriously creepy background scenery as Joey seems to be struggling. All of Bones' monsters are basically invisible thanks to his special trap magic card that's not actually a magic card. Despite being told that physical attacks do not work and, like the dragon zombie already having about 1,000 more attack, Joey summons the Garuzis, an alligator that attacks physically with an axe. The rest of our gang is seen lurking in the cave, except not Bakura, who somehow got lost despite them being together in a narrow passageway. Bakura then starts screaming in the distance and they all look very happy about it for some reason.
Help me!
Hey, look! I'm Tristan! Bakura is being chased by a skeleton that he definitely didn't go back to go make out with until the scene instantly transitions to Tristan smashing the skull while the rest of the gang lies on the ground looking like they just did something not safe for work. Heya then says the same thing every American says to himself when they're asked what political party they want to vote for.
Gee, both ways look so inviting.
Since Bakura is used to sitting at home eating his tea and crumpets, he is not used to the outside hazards of the world, accidentally stepping on another switch leading to an ominous noise that follows our heroes.
I stepped on a switch or something. Quiet now.
Fucking owned. Oh my god, it's a giant rock, and it's chasing the gang. It's a rock, and it's very large, so therefore it's very hard to stop. It devours Bakura first, like the black guy in a horror movie, before it corners the rest of our gang against the wall. Tristan then reveals his true form as Saitama, destroying the giant boulder with one punch. I believe we have some footage. There we go. That was the right one. Back to our duel, Keith and the gang relentlessly put down Joey, almost convincing him to give up the duel. But luckily, he shakes his head back and forth, not unlike a dog, and refuses to give up. He draws the Time Wizard, so naturally we get a flashback of the other 2 times that he used it that happened maybe yesterday, summoning it promptly and actually scaring Keith and the gang in the process. To everyone's amazement, the time magic actually fails, causing all of his monsters to be destroyed and take a bite out of his life points. See, he should have waited until Yugi was back, and it would have worked. You gotta have that support buff around. Now that all of his monsters have been destroyed, Bones can surely win the duel right now by attacking directly, but oh wait, no, never mind. You need monsters to actually take damage. At least I think. They don't really mention directly attacking until like the finals between Mai and Yugi, so I have no idea what the rules actually are. Bones literally gives him a free fucking turn, allowing Joey to just play defense over and over for what seems for like an eternity, but it's actually only about turn 5. Ethan tells Zombie Master over here to summon Pumpkin, the king of the ghosts, somehow even knowing it's coming before he draws it like fucking a Tem or something, pumping up all the attack points of his monsters even further.
Hector, who's this? For the what's this?
I'd make fun of Joey right there, but that actually sounds like the name of a magic card that'll come out in the next upcoming set. Apparently, the Pumpkin gives a 10% attack boost to all the other zombie monsters on the field, but fuck doing that kind of actual math in the real game. People would just quit right away. Joey Wheeler then realizes the fatal flaw of Season 1. Your opponent can't do anything if you just set down shitty monsters and don't play any good cards in defense mode over and over.
Why don't you give me something stronger to destroy?
You wish.
I dare you to play some good cards. You wish.
Joey decides to slap down defense monsters for about another 4 turns straight as Bones' monsters just wipes the floor with them one by one. What monster was that? And why did it sound like a background character in Looney Tunes dying? Joey is struggling but knows there has to be a way to win this duel and wishes Yugi was here because he would definitely know. Yugi appears immediately with the rest of the gang, such as Tristan, who is already running at them DBZ screaming style with his fist raised in the air. Did he just get wrecked by a marble? I mean, an off-screen punch, sure, but a marble? Who throws a frickin' marble? Tristan throws Joey his wallet with the pic of his sister that he totally didn't masturbate to with earlier, reminding himself of the promise he made for her that he must win this duel. Joey finally decides to ask who that is after 2 whole fucking episodes as the gang learns that that's actually Bandit Keith, the Intercontinental Champion, because yes, even in Duel Monsters, you have to have mid-card titles that never get talked about. Continuing his confident strategy of setting defense monsters over and over, Bones gets cocky as he draws the stop defense card. Say it. Say it. I fucking dare you.
This trap card can.
For some reason, stop defense never actually gets played, or it just doesn't work on the defense monster that's already on the field right now, because Joey would have definitely just lost right there before summoning the Red Eyes Black Dragon. He destroys the Pumpkin with a blast that kind of sounds like a basic laser gun toy for some reason, before quickly getting destroyed by the Dragon Zombie himself, leaving nothing really that unchanged or him in a better position. Yugi and Joey banter for a while about how he does have a card in his deck that can change things around, so naturally he top decks that card right now, right here, right now. What card could that be? The Shield and Sword card, of course. Now that Yugi's in range, it works right away. Oh god, the Battle Warrior has just like such tiny little arms. Just such a meager looking body for a creature in Duel Monsters. I kind of feel bad for it. Shield and Sword swaps all the attack and defense points values of all the monsters on the field, leaving Bones' monsters all with 0 attack for the turn, leaving them completely vulnerable to a frontal assault by the mighty Battle Warrior! Inflicting 1,000 points of damage and winning the duel in the process, Joey celebrates by yelling at Keith about the future duel they will have in the finals.
How could I lose?
You lost the day you came out looking like that, bitch. Keith and his gang exit the cave quite quickly as our heroes just kind of stand around and loiter, saying that nothing's ever going to stop them again. Nothing except this 1 pixel thick cutout picture of a boulder that Keith and his gang have placed inside the entrance of the cave, basically sentencing them to death. The episode ends with Keith beating the shit out of his former friends and leaving Zombie Boy on the ground with a face that I can only say I think he really needs to see a doctor. Well, that's it for this week's episode. I want to thank you all for watching. If you enjoyed, don't forget to hit that like and hit that sub. I'm really appreciating all the support I've been getting from you guys, honestly. We're almost at 200 subs already on just a couple months on the new channel, and I'm having a blast with all this. Just keep sharing it for me. That's all I ask. I'll keep it up. Promise. Tune in next week where we get a training video on how to do the YMCA dance. Also a lot of rhyming. And of course, a shout out to all my patrons. If any of you call Stop Defense a trap card in my presence, you can swiftly, increase your bid up to the $100 tier right away, just as an apology. This has been the man from Earth with all the girth. Be the character you know you're worth. I actually do mean that, though. Be who you think you're worth. It's fun. Life's short. See you later, fuckers. Get ready to rhyme all the time on a dime, all my fellow future outlaws, as this is Card Games vs. Humanity, and I am that NKK-double-G. Back with another episode of that Duel Monsters recap you know you crave. It's only been 2 days and you knew you already missed me. So as per usual, if you enjoyed, don't forget that sub and that bell. And leave a comment telling me if you remember that this episode takes almost 15 minutes for the first attack to actually be made. Yes, the episode that begins with our heroes left for dead in this cave because of that bastard bandit Keith that's already heading for Pegasus' castle. Leaving our heroes with faces that resemble massive constipation as they attempt to move the cardboard cutout of the boulder outside of the cave. I love how Yugi's just actually helping, but Bakura's just standing there. They could be lost forever, but oh wait, Bakura's ring is going off conveniently, so let's just follow it deeper into the cave. Somehow Pegasus is able to watch this entire thing and hear everything that's going on, which I guess does answer my question from last episode about who set up all this shit inside the cave. Which I really wanted to believe that Bandit Keith was the one that had some sort of forethought instead of, oh hey look, there's a graveyard arena in here.
I love this show, but what's playing on Dungeon TV?
If I remember correctly, those are the same first lines of dialogue that were read out loud in court for the case of Jeffrey Epstein. Mokuba is seen starving and on the brink of death in this dungeon, so let's just pretend that this isn't fucking dark, as we get a flashback of Seto Kaiba playing chess against some orphans. There's not really a joke here, it's just kinda sad. I'm a dick. Our gang starts to venture further into the cave when they notice that the walls start to look like man-made rock formations. Hey, and Joey then say the same thing I used to hear outside of my door at least once a month when my mom had company over.
You think someone could be living down here?
They'd have to be mole people.
The ring's attraction to sexual ambiguity is so strong that apparently it's able to just pull Bakura into a brisk run that the others must follow him quickly. We arrive to a giant room with a dueling arena inside it before these flamboyant ninjas begin to attack our heroes. Oh wait, never mind, they're attacking each other. Wait, never mind, I guess they're just doing a lot of rhyming and challenging our heroes to a duel. I guess I was thrown off by the whole "you better get ready to contact your next of kin" line. Usually that just means I'ma kill you. But not only that, even if our heroes win the duel, they have to actually choose the right door to exit the cave safely, as the other one leads to certain death. Even though if it was me and that way doesn't kill me like fricking instantly, you bet your ass I'm barging back in and burning down everything. The Paradox Brothers are their name, and dueling is their game, challenging our heroes to a tag team duel, something that has apparently never happened in the world of Yu-Gi-Oh! Naturally, just mentioning the word dueling forces Yugi to transform right away. Why did his transformation have electricity sound effects at the end of it? Did he just hit SSJ2? Yugi and Joey accept the duel against the Paradox Brothers, even using his Brooklyn skills to attempt to outrhyme them.
Enough of your quips!
Yes, time to wager starships!
I hate to admit I don't hate that line. If they win, they'll both have enough starships to enter Pegasus' castle. So Joey naturally throws down 2 starships while Yugi throws down 4 because, they're actual equal friends and equal partners in life. Kristen then uses this moment to reveal the new slogan posted on every bulletin board at Amazon warehouses.
We'll be the team, you do the work.
Only 10 minutes minutes into this duel, and Para or Dox or whoever fucking knows summons the Labyrinth wall right away, changing the landscape of the entire field. I'm honestly wondering what happens if he didn't draw it. Like, what would they have done? Kaiba then appears for about 20 seconds, somehow having the same flashback that Mokuba was having about 10 minutes ago, and then we pan back to our duel. Riveting. The Paradox brothers yell at our heroes to make a move right now, even before explaining how tag team duels are supposed to work, and how if one member of the team loses their life points, both members are eliminated. So I guess in this pre-Dungeon Dice Monsters map style, you can't actually attack the wall. Monsters can only move depending on their star level, and if you make it to the other side of the field, you just win. There would be so many FTK builds in this kind of setup, I can't even imagine.
What do you mean one door leads to despair? That's not fair.
It means death, Joey. It means you'll die. Nice rhyme, though. The brothers claim that only one will speak in truth and one will speak in lies. Yugi asks in his head how will they know which one, and somehow Pegasus frickin' hears his thoughts and says, "It's a puzzle, Yugi, bro." Only 12 minutes into this episode and no attacks have been made. Joey claims that he's actually heard this riddle once before going into some weird chibi Joey after-school fun time animation for about 2 minutes. This is all just over a door. Chibi Joey with a bandana masterfully solves the riddle by saying they have to ask a question that both people have to answer in the same way, but Yugi is unsure of that, aka shut up and sit down, Joey. Yugi explains that if one is lying and one is telling the truth, the one that is lying could never admit the real door he is guarding, meaning that both had to be lying from the start. Silly Joey.
Wow. My brain hurts.
Oh, it's been 14 minutes in this episode and no one's fucking attacked yet. My brain hurts too. 14 minutes and 14 seconds, Yugi finally makes a move, summoning the almighty Beaver Warrior and advancing 4 spaces into the maze. It makes some really weird noises as it scampers along the floor before Para or Dox or whoever the frick uses the Shadow Ghoul, a monster with a much better effect than the end result with the Labyrinth wall to create the wall shadow, traveling along the wall and killing the Beaver Warrior instantly. Wow, that beaver got wrecked. Like, it was just out there in the open, spread eagle, ready for battle, and it just had no idea what it was in for. Just absolutely destroyed. Joey calls them out for their cheating before they explain that the wall shadow doesn't have to use spaces to make its attack.
They're cheating!
The wall doesn't have any spaces!
Hey, you're cheating! Bitch, no I'm not. Joey summons the Excavator and actually plays it smart and safe, staying away from the wall and laying down a face down as well. Everyone praises for doing such a good move because it's so rare to see people lay down back row in this season. Back to Para or Dox or wherever the hell, they set down the Jirai Guma like it's a frickin' trap card and then summon Labyrinth Tank, a 7-star fusion monster, and advance it forward in the maze. There's just so much cheating happening in like 10 seconds. Yugi counters by summoning Zelda and moving her 4 spaces into the labyrinth. This instantly forces the brothers Paracox to go into a dance routine before unleashing a promo that cannot be denied.
Wall Shadow! Attack Celtic Guardians!
Kunai with chain!
What is this?
Joey traps the Wall Shadow with a kunai and chain, allowing the Celtic Guardian to raise its attack points to 1900 and destroy the monster together.
Wall Shadow is beaten!
I know he destroyed it together, but why did you have to say it together? Pegasus is watching the duel from his basic bitch dinner table before he's disturbed by Croquet to inform him that Kaiba is now located on the island, despite talking about him being on his way in a helicopter about maybe an hour ago in the last episode. The episode ends with Mokuba sitting in a dungeon having a flashback about Seto Kaiba beating the shit out of some kids over a spaceship. Naturally, he's still full of hope like he was at the beginning of the episode, right?
What's happened to you, brother? Why haven't you come? You said you'd always be here for me.
Damn, bro, it's like 20 minutes. Well, that's it for this week's episode. I want to thank you all for watching. If you enjoyed your stay, please do hit that sub and that bell so you can catch any new episodes when they come up. Hit that like and leave a comment telling me if it would only take you 20 minutes stuck in a dungeon to lose all sense of hope. Tune in next week where we get, I think, what is the ending of this battle? I honestly can't remember if it's 2 or 3 parts. And of course, a shout out to all my patrons. Did you hear about the time that I thought I could rhyme out a dime? Man, that's so sublime. I'm out of time. No, I said I was out of time. This is a man from Earth with all the girth. Be the character you know you're worth. God, I'm hungry. First down to a dance routine, all my fellow and feature outlaws, as this is Card Games vs. Humanity, and I am that Annika, aka Double G. Starting your week off with a recap of the show that really loves usage of close-ups on characters in dramatic fashion, Duel Monsters. So as per usual, don't forget to hit that sub and that bell so you can catch new episodes when they're up. Hit that like and leave a comment linking me to a video of you doing your favorite dance very poorly. But enough about that, let's head back to our double duel, where even the frickin' recap begins with a dance routine. But before that, we're joined by Seto Kaiba, who is seen briskly walking towards the castle, looking at the picture of his brother, what seems to be about every 10 seconds. Out of nowhere, a large beast with pointy hair appears and attacks.
You're coming with me.
See, this time they actually let that violence slide because Kaiba paid off the writers, but they had to compromise by adding in a goofy sound effect or they wouldn't let it go. Anyone else think the position he's holding him in right now is just way more intimate than it should be? Back to our duel, the Paradox brothers are very happy right now because they're still in the lead by a whopping 100 life points. To this day, I will never understand why the Celtic Guardian sounds like a fucking oxen stepping on something sharp. Joey summons the Flame Swordsman and moves all of his monsters forward to join Yugi's live ox. The brothers aren't scared and make a huge move by doing absolutely nothing and just advancing the Labyrinth tank about 7 spaces. Not to be outdone by this lack of effort, Yugi summons the Dark Magician and moves it in front of Joey's monsters like it's all one big Shonen Jump anime team ready for the Dark Tournament.
Cool.
Yes, Joey, it's cool. Fucking nerd. Para or Dox or wherever the crap draws a single magic card, and I know what you're wondering, and the answer is yes. This is all it takes for them to break out into their weird flippy dippy dance routine. It's like I'm watching Lucha Underground or something. Magical Labyrinth changes the entire structure of the field, leaving our friends' monsters completely separated and their strategy broken. Joey is instantly scared, but Yugi says sit boy, so he calms down right away, and then uses this grid function that's definitely never been there on the dueling platform before to move X-Raider forward a few spaces.
He activated my trap!
1, it's not a trap card. 2, its name is not Landmine Spider. 3, Jirai Gumo has 2200 attack, not 2100 attack. 4, I'm gonna fucking stab someone. Gumo is weaker than the X-Raider currently, but oh wait, silly me, he has an effect that apparently negates the kunai with chain, lowering its attack back to 1700. Conveniently destroying his monster before moving the lab tank another 7 spaces forward.
And then I'll lay one more card, in defense mode.
Aren't you gonna tell us what it is?
That's not fair. How dare you set a card face down in a game where monsters specifically have effects that only activate when they're flipped face up and are meant to be hidden until they're attacked? How dare you not tell me how to beat it and what it is? It's finally Yugi's turn again, and he plays the not broken at all magic card Mystic Box, putting his Dark Magician inside, and then it dies. Wait, never mind, the Jirai Gumo, the Landmine Spider, is skewered instead and switches places with the Dark Magician, finishing his turn by destroying the lab tank that's currently in front of him and turning this duel around in one fucking turn. Back to Kaiba and Kibo's date, they're currently having some trouble getting into his apartment, so instead they reenact every Jehovah's Witness conversation before they inevitably knock on our doors.
Don't you think we should ring the bell? I think you should shut your mouth and open the door.
I love how Mokuba's just in this dungeon doing nothing but looking at a picture of his brother, complaining that he's not here yet, when my only real question is, I'm kind of surprised they let him keep that. Back to our duel, Para or Dox, or wherever the dick summons the almighty Sangha of Thunder, explaining that there's 2 other monsters in their deck that they must combine to form the almighty Gate Guardian.
Quit your mumbling, no hair.
What a fucking insult. For some reason, setting a monster face down becomes a box on the field before his brother from the same mother, or at least I assume, draws the Suijin right away because, you know, separating your monsters between 2 decks and making them harder to draw is a very good idea.
Another Chinese box.
Wow, I'm not really sure what's stranger, the fact that China was actually recognized on a Japanese animated show, or the fact that Yugi described the box to have a dangerous enemy energy pulsating inside. Para or Dox or wherever the crap summons the Sand Moth, boosting its power with invigoration. It's a burrower, so it can travel underground and strike the poor Link without warning, taking some of Yugi's life points with it. Joey says that Yugi's gonna have to pull some magic tricks out of his hat for this one, so of course he has magical hats in his hand all along. He just really needed that reminder to look down a few inches. Hiding all their monsters, this makes attacking with a sandworm very risky, as it could be destroyed by the Dark Magician, but this is Yu-Gi-Oh, so that advantage lasts about, I don't know, 5 seconds before the monster tamer is summoned. A monster that lets him control another monster of the partner in a game that never had tag team duels to begin with, raises its attack power to 2800, but luckily it misses its first attack. Joey gets cocky and releases the Long Island Brawler from his hat, making a sound as he releases for some reason, before equipping it with a Solomon Great Magic card and raising its attack power to 2500. I guess somehow only Joey and Bakura knew that the Sand Moth had a weakness to fire, somehow not Yugi, causing its attack points to lower back down to 2200 and suffering what looks like an excruciating death.
You must draw the card we need!
Ha! The third piece!
You must draw the card we need now. Oh wait, here it is. How many fucking times are we gonna get this dance scene in one episode?
The Trinity! It's in the class of Exodia!
So like, shouldn't they just win instantly? There's so many little ways in which this might be the dumbest thing Yugi's ever said in the series. The Gate Guardian is formed, a massive monster made up of 3 different monsters that gets absolutely no attack boost whatsoever. Why? Back to Kaiba and Kimo's lovely romantic stroll through these caves. They seem to be having an argument about something.
You only got the jump on me because you snuck up and took me by surprise.
That was a level of delusion so strong that I can only respond by summoning my inner Chris Traeger, because that was literally exactly what he just did. Kimo stops at this one random fucking brick that has no signifying factors whatsoever, stepping on it and revealing an alarm switch. Kaiba says this is the worst day he's ever had and runs off. Our favorite British sport, croquet, appears to tell Pegasus things that he already knows before responding with... Yeah.
You can beg later, when you are punished.
Am I the one that didn't remember this show having so much BDSM in it? Yugi knows that he can't defeat the Gate Guardian just yet, so he just sets a few back row before the Dox brothers just skip his turn anyways, and the episode ends with them screaming really loudly as the attack is launched. Well, that's it for this week's episode. I want to thank you all for watching. If you enjoyed, don't forget all that interactive shit, that like and that comment, that bell, that sub. It really does help. Tune in next week where, yes, it is 3 parts, and yes, it will finally end. The rhyming will finally end. And of course, a shout out to all my patrons. You could all beg me later when you're being punished. This has been the man from Earth with all the girth, ladies and gentlemen. Finally got my camera back. We shiny, we good, we ready to go. New mic soon as well. Be the character you know you're worth. See you next week. Do your last dance, all my fellow and future outlaws. This is Cards Games vs. Humanity, and I am that NK, aka Double G. Back with your weekly recap of the show where every character has such little defense that they can be taken down with just one simple karate chop. Duel monsters. So as usual, don't forget that sub and that bell, hit that like, and leave a comment telling me if you think you can handle all of Joey's incredibly clever bald guy insults. But enough about that, let's head back to our heroes who are about to be attacked by the almighty Gate Guardian. But because this is Yugi's show, he is already ready to counter with the Mirror Force trap card, reflecting its attack back at the lumbering creature. Unfortunately for Yu-Gi-Oh! Monsters, whose effect can normally reduce the attacking monster's attack points to 0, somehow can negate the effects of a trap card that destroys it as well. Oh, let's not also forget that this negated trap effect was actually bounced onto the monster tamer, causing its destruction. That's fucking accurate. We head back to the caves where all of Pegasus's goons are looking for Kaiba. Luckily for him, he's not only an expert duelist, but also Spider-Man, evading them all with relative ease. They truly are basic grunts. Just so generic, so nameless, you really could take them all out and no one would notice. Back to Yugi and Joey, that decide the only way to take down the Gate Guardian is piece by piece, prompting Joey to attack the sewage section with a Long Island Bladesman. His attack is negated by the tidal wave negation that also somehow doubles as an attack, flooding the entire labyrinth with water, somehow destroying the Flame Swordsman, who I'm pretty sure had 100 more attack points to begin with in the process. Wait, wanna guess what they do next? No more fucking dancing. I'm not paying for the screen time. Yugi lays a trap card and then summons the sexy chiseled god known as the Summon Skull.
You must be joking! That swordsman started nothing before he left choking.
Again? I hate to admit I don't hate that line. Summon Skull Cheesin uses the water to attack the sewage piece on the other side of the maze, something that normally wouldn't work. But oh wait, my name is Yugi, so you remember that tidal wave attack that you did last turn? Oh yeah, that actually activated a spellbinding trap card within the magical hat that, you know, I could have used to save my buddy's Flame Swordsman, but I didn't feel like applying it till just now. Now on to Dox's turn, he uses the remove trap magic card, effectively and quickly removing the spellbinding circle. Sorry, I'm not used to them making logical plays really quickly. This one threw me off. Wait, sorry, I'm wrong. That's actually all he does before he just transfers to Joey's turn and he summons a Red Eyes Black Dragon. Wait, sorry, I'm even more wrong because Yugi just skips everyone's turn and uses Polarization to fuse them together, fusing them together into the most buff, swole, sexy Giga Chad that you'll ever see in your entire life, the Black Skull Dragon. The Paradox brothers explain that just like Ukraine, the Labyrinth has a strict no-fly zone rule attached to it, preventing the Black Skull Dragon from attacking. And just like the United States, Yugi reassures Joey that they have an alternate plan of attack before just going back to his chair and counting his money.
You hear that? We got a backup plan!
And just like the media in the United States, Joey announces it quickly and proudly with no actual explanation to everyone else. Joey makes fun of the Bald brothers for being bald and having no hair before they break out into what I want to say is probably the 8th fucking dance routine that we've seen at this point. Para or Dox or whoever the bitch activates Ryoku, a powerful and rare magic card that just apparently takes away half your opponent's life points and adds them to your monster. No cost, no drawbacks, just whoop, there goes 4,000 life points. Oh wait, my monster can do over 4,000 damage in one attack now? Sorry bro. For some reason these idiots split up the attack values between their monsters before Yugi decides to move the Dark Magician all the way to the end of the maze to confront it.
Does it matter? You seem certain he'll win, regardless of what I do.
Season 1 Yugi really is a sassy bitch, and I love it. Yugi activates the Monster Reborn card, so Dox follows the rules and skips his turn right away, attacking before he sees what's even summoned. Unfortunately for the brother, his attack is negated by the tidal wave of the now revived Suigen, because God forbid waiting 5 fucking seconds to see what he's gonna put out on the field. Now it's our hero Joey Wheeler's turn, who draws the Copycat card, a definitely not broken at all card that can copy anything your opponent has played this entire duel. No, normally I'd make fun of that card some more, but after seeing those faces, I really just want to go back 20 years and be like, yo, animators, do you really just made Joey your guinea pig anytime you wanted someone to make the grossest face possible? Using it as Ryoku, he steals half the life points of the Paradox brothers and adds that power to his Black Skull Dragon to a whopping 4,000 attack points. The brothers seem unscathed and attack Suigen back to back, even though they would have had to switch to Yugi's turn at least once to be able to do that in between their turns. Luckily for us, Yugi wanted them to destroy the Suigen so he could use this monster replacement card, a card that I guess only works with with Dark Magician, even though that's actually the trap card switch and really wouldn't be that useful in any other game scenario. The Dark Magician switches places with the Brock Skull Dragon Lesnar and destroys both pieces of the Gate Guardian and winning the duel in all-in-one attack.
Not quite set. Still one test yet.
I should have known.
Yes, you should have, because they mentioned it like 1,000 times already. The Kaiba Man appears without warning from the ceiling, dropping down on some poor unsuspecting nameless grunt. Seto finally finds Mokuba, who instantly lies and says he knew he'd come for him despite complaining and saying that he was definitely not coming for him for the last 5 episodes or so. Back to our heroes in this super difficult door puzzle, Yugi explains that neither of them can be trusted to tell them what the real door will be. So instead, let's play heads or tails to decide what door we're gonna take, even though I'm just gonna hold them in my fist instead. Revealing Dox's door to be the one they choose, the John Moxley brothers instantly revealed that that was the incorrect door to choose. Yugi knew this all along, so he wrote both doors on one coin, revealing that the brothers could have changed the X at any time regardless of their decision. Apparently they win because, yes, even in a fucking coin toss, Yugi managed to cheat. The episode ends with Kaiba threatening Pegasus with the one thing he wants the most, laying a finger on him. So he responds by turning Mokuba into a monster card with no attack or defense points and no effect whatsoever. That's just fucked up. Well, that's it for this week's episode. I want to thank you all for watching. If you enjoyed, don't forget that sub and that bell, hit that like, and leave a comment telling me how many attack points you think you would have if you were turned into a monster. Tune in next week where we get the rematch of a century and cheating beyond our wildest imagination. Also suicide. And of course a shout out to all my patrons. If you want sexy chisel dab just like the Summon Skull, then I'm going to direct you all to my new series. It's called Stop Fucking Eating. This has been the man from Earth with all the girth, ladies and gentlemen. Be the character you know you're worth. See you Friday. It's the rematch of the century, all my fellow and feature outlaws, as this is Card Games vs. Humanity, and I am that NAKAK-double-G. Here with a weekly recap of the show that contains more flashback than your average war veteran duel monsters. So as usual, if you enjoyed, don't forget that sub and that bell, that like, and leave a comment telling me if you think you would be successful confronting a mugger with a children's card game. But enough about that, let's continue forward with our episode, shall we? An episode that definitely does not begin by talking about Kaiba's new sex doll that looks suspiciously like his ex-boyfriend Kimo.
So lifelike, but you probably preferred him in the flesh, didn't you?
Pegasus says that Mokuba's been captured inside this trading card, something that would definitely not, demand any further explanation if it happened in real life. Claiming he's just a gifted human, he throws 5 star chips at Kaiba, demanding that he must fight Yugi in a duel once more before he'll allow him to face him. Just paying no attention to him weirdly and sensually playing with his next ring as he talks about teenage boys. Kaiba grits his teeth and accepts the terms, agreeing to defeat Yugi in another duel before revealing his other true identity as Shang Tsung.
I'll take great pleasure in separating your soul from your body in my own way.
Back to our gang, who are finally escaping the maze out of this tiny asshole that would be genuinely easy for anyone to miss completely. They arrive at the foot of the castle before Taya starts inner monologuing about how Yugi has accomplished so much even though he really hasn't done anything yet and he almost died in a cave. Also, I love how her memories in the duel between Bakura and Yugi, she somehow knew the life point values of them currently. The rest of the gang is at the top of the stairs telling them both to hurry to fuck up, causing Yugi to trip over the first rock right in front of him.
This is how you're going to rescue your grandpa?
I rescued you.
Anyone else think the timing of that line and the way he said it was just kind of off? I guess not, because we're instantly treated to some backstory of that time the gang found out that Teo is actually a slutty waitress at some basic burger joint. Somehow just the fact of her friends showing up freaks her out because, her friends are gonna go out of their way to tell her manager that she's not 18 yet and she's trying to save up to become a New York stripper. That's what good friends do. They get their other friends fired from their job despite the fact that we all know that that manager is 100% okay with child labor.
What are you guys doing here? Are you trying to get me fired? Thanks a lot.
I love the fact that Taya is super fucking pissed at them despite the fact that they've done or said nothing to affect her in a negative way, and even go out of their way to lift her up and tell her to follow her dreams. Man, Joey and Yugi are just such dicks. Apparently we're now in the girls' locker room where Taya finds a note left by Joey and Yugi, who would have had to go into the girls' locker room to leave it there, so let's just gloss over that detail. Excited that they found some shitty dance studio for her to sign up at. Who could have guessed that this was some trap for some creepy guy that was dressed up in Yusuke Urameshi's jumpsuit for some reason. Holding an invisible camera and demanding her purse before little Yugi appears and tackles him instantly. Putting aside my extreme desire to ask how the fuck he even knew she was there, Yugi transforms and decides that the best course of action for this mugger is to challenge him to a children's trading card game. Naturally, this man who is about to molest his friend here accepts the terms and draws the Curse of Dragon card with pride. Unfortunately for him, though, Yugi draws something a bit more powerful.
I don't think so.
Mind Crush!
Holy shit, they actually said Mind Crush. I think this might be the one and single only time they say it in the entire series. Like, my jaw genuinely dropped a little.
But what was it that you did to that guy that day?
Oh, he's dead. No Shadow Realm, no nothing. He's definitely just dead. Both of them carry on as if it's completely normal that Yugi has another man deep inside him, causing him to erase people's minds. And before any of you ask, the answer is yes, this backstory did take up nearly 8 minutes of this episode.
Come on, let's go.
Oh my god, what is wrong with her arm? That's not just me, right? The gang head up the castle stairs where a certain virgin is waiting for them. Unwilling to let Yugi pass without one final duel, Kaiba provokes him relentlessly, saying he can never defeat him without Exodia. Joey offers to fight him once again before Tristan says down boy, literally this time. Before Kaiba makes fun of the poofy-haired chihuahua for somehow gaining 10 star chips already. Oh, and in case you missed it the first 14 times that we've shown it, here's another flashback of the first duel between Yugi and Kaiba in episode 1. You know, just in case you missed it. Pegasus has given Seto Kaiba a reason to put his heart in the cards. A passion and fire so strong that his eyes literally set ablaze as he looks at Yugi. Why is he and Joey able to do this? No one's told me yet. Yugi gets sucked into the religion that is the heart of the cards and transforms to accept Kaiba's duel. And because his friends are very observant, Taya notices that he suddenly has changed a little. I mean, you know, growing 1.5 feet. That might be noticeable. They all head to the annex of the castle to make sure that this duel is fought with maximum drama and danger. Bandit Keith makes his way to the castle, making sure not to get stabbed by Kimo's pointy hair as he's greeted at the door. I know he's supposed to be a lazy bad guy and all, but how in the hell did it take him longer to get to the castle than the people he literally trapped in the cave? Huh. I think they both just use swift attack at the same time. Keith sees our heroes at the top of the castle to be the ones that are fighting Seto Kaiba. He can't believe that they were able to escape the cave. I can't believe that it took him that fucking long to get there. Seto Kaiba then says the same thing me and my brother used to say to one another before fighting over the last slice of pizza.
Whoever loses, well, you'll be left a broken man.
Kaiba begins the duel by summoning the Ryu Kishin Powered, a monster that is quickly destroyed by Yugi's Cursive Dragon. Kaiba expected this basic attack with no strategy from both sides, so he counters by summoning the Sword Stalker, a normal monster with no effect who has an effect that absorbs the strength of the previous fallen monster. Unfortunately for Kaiba, Yugi forgot to take out the monster replacement card from the last duel, so he just pretends it's a jank monster recovery card, switching out to the Dark Magician and taking the lead even further. Seto is not scared though, summoning Robin Williams in attack position before Yugi does what he does best and skips his turn and attacks right away. Too bad for our hero though, Kaiba has the Ancient Lamp Trap card, reflecting his attack back at the Cursed Dragon and evening up the scoreboard. To this day, I still don't understand the layout of this thing. Are the face-down cards in his hand? Are they on the field? Are you allowed to play more than one monster at a time? I just have so many design questions. The episode ends with Kaiba monologuing about the most powerful Blue Eyes monster of all time. And when I say monologuing, I mean he stands there maniacally laughing with some shitty animation in the background. Well, that's it for this week's episode. I want to thank you all for watching. If you all enjoyed, don't forget that sub and that bell, that like, and leave a comment telling me if you think you're even remotely ready for the level of cheating in the next 2 episodes. Tune in next week where we continue the match between Seto Kaiba and Yugi Moto. Imagine if I said that with no context, you'd have no idea what part of the series I'm talking about. And of course, a shout out to all my patrons. Next time you're being attacked by a mugger, just make sure to have your trading cards with you. They'll submit to the rules right away without any question. This has been the man from Earth with all the girth. Be the character you know you're worth. See ya. Get ready to fight off a virus, all my fellow and future outlaws, as this is Card Games vs. Humanity, and I am the Aka Double G. Here with your weekly recap of the show that
I'd like to beat Kaiba all right.
Bro, I'm doing my intro here. Can you at least let me finish before you make death threats? Thank you. Anyways, as I was saying, don't forget to hit that bell, hit that like, hit that sub, and leave a comment telling me if you want to beat Kaiba just as badly as Joey. Now, before I was so rudely interrupted, I was going to get back to our episode here. An episode that begins with a recap that has absolutely no mention of the Taya backstory from last episode. I'm glad we spent 8 minutes on it. Despite claiming he's changed, everyone thinks that Kaiba's still a jerk, even though he's really just been dueling effectively and honorably at this point. Noticing that this time that Kaiba is not toying around with him whatsoever, because card games are serious business. Kaiba draws the D-Spell Magic card, which apparently now is an equip card that allows him to destroy the Swords of Revealing Light that is on the field, or in the hand. Seriously, is someone gonna tell me if they're on the field or in the hand or not?
But first, I call upon the Dark Magician!
So he does have to resummon them? Is he just allowed to pull monsters back whenever he chooses? Can someone just a little bit of help here, please. Drawing the Mystic Box, also known as I can destroy any card on the field that I want card. Yugi takes out the Ancient Lamp Trap card and then destroys the Lodge Inn with Dark Magician, inflicting another 600 life points. He activates the Eye of Truth, getting a glimpse of Kaiba's hand, and notices that he hasn't played the Blue Eyes White Dragon that he has already.
You can always count on Kaiba to have a Blue Eyes White Dragon or 3 up his sneaky, slimy sleeve.
I love how the extreme hatred of Kaiba is about the only thing that can cause Joey to have somewhat clever lines in this show. Seto monologues about how he's gonna summon the Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon for about an hour, and I'm just kind of sitting here wondering, is D-Spell still on the field? Is it in his hand? What's going on here, man?
You know a good magician never reveals his secrets.
Ah, yes. It makes perfect sense that a hologram in a children's trading card game knows exactly when its owner is talking mad shit so it can wag its finger in disapproval at you. Kaiba's not a fan of magic shows. He thinks clown shows are way, way better. So he summons Soggy the Dark Clown in defense mode because it's just that entertaining. Pay no attention to this crush card virus that he's also setting down. Also pay no attention to the fact that it's a magic card, and I definitely don't remember that from last time, and now I'm just kind of sad. Like most of humanity, Yugi is very suspicious of this clown and doesn't want to risk his dark magician by attacking it, claiming that he didn't have any traps in his hand before when he got a look at it, but could have drawn some now, even though it's been one fucking turn since that happened.
Dark Magician, return!
Okay, so you can recall your monsters. Or no? Foundation. Please, someone just please establish it for me. Yugi draws Gaia the Fierce Knight and destroys the sagging clown, releasing the crush card virus that was hidden within. Looking down at his hand, he sees the same thing that every new Apple Watch buyer sees after about 3 hours of use.
No! My cards!
The crush card virus is so powerful, it destroys every monster on the field, in his hand, and in his deck with over 1,500 attack points. No drawbacks, no time limit, no way to get rid of it. Yeah, that's fair. Kaiba claims that he's looking forward to subjecting Yugi to a wide array of cards, which is basically his way of hitting on him, before the gang starts to get scared because now only Yugi can use weak monsters and magic cards to try to combat him. Bandit Keith, though, he's just chilling and wants some popcorn and hot dogs. Not gonna lie, that does sound pretty good right now. Our hero draws one of my favorite monsters, the Summon Skull. But as you can see here, this is the prismatic secret rare version that he forgot to take out of his deck, and he doesn't want to risk damaging the card. Instead, serving up the Silver Fang on a silver platter in defense mode because he definitely didn't have that in his hand beforehand. Kaiba draws the second Blue Eyes and then takes care of the doggo with the mighty Battle Locks in the meantime.
Your puppy has been put down.
I'm not really sure what he's talking about. Joey's standing right there. When did Yugi draw Mammoth Graveyard? When did Kaiba draw Gift of the Mystical Elf? You really think I'm not noticing this shit, bitches? Yugi summons the Griffor, a pink turtle barefaced creature, and equips it with the Horn of the Unicorn, raising its attack power to 2,000 and quickly taking care of the Battle Locks.
That was a brilliant play at a critical juncture.
Stop being so British. Kaiba draws the third Blue Eyes and then activates the Gift of the Mystical Elf, raising his life points by 300. And I normally would make fun of a move like this, but you know, when it's like 1/7 of your total life points, yeah, I can kind of get it. Yugi wonders why so serious, Kaiba, before being interrupted by his extreme grunts as he summons the Blue Eyes White Dragon finally. And naturally, this hologram can follow Kaiba's orders and fly into the sky, attacking the Griffor from the sky and doing 1,000 fucking damage in the process. Kaiba then says the same thing that the creator of Sonic the Hedgehog's original design said to the rest of the world before the first live-action movie.
Soon, you will know what fear is.
Yugi summons the giant soldier of stone in defense mode to protect himself, or he just really wants to attack the moon again, who really knows? Unfortunately for him, Kaiba draws Polarization because what is top decking, I swear this is legit, before grunting even extra hard as he whips the Beyblade out onto the field. Also, I love how the dragons have the Majin symbol on their forehead. It's not just me, right? The ultimate dragon sets off a holographic neutron blast on the soldier of stone, a move so powerful that it shakes the entire castle. Holograms, dude. Everyone gives Yugi a pep talk, helping him refuse to ever give up. Something that actually makes Seto Kaiba happy because he wants to take Yugi down when he's at his absolute best. One of the few honorable points of a man seldom not yelling at you.
Believe.
That's great. And what? The episode ends with Yugi staring down the strongest monster he's ever faced with absolutely no hope of defeating it. Well, that's it for this week's episode. I want to thank you all for watching. If you enjoyed, don't forget that sub and that bell, hit that like, and leave a comment telling me if you think your balls are hairy enough to defend against an attack of 4,500. Tune in next week where we get to see cheating the likes of which you've never known. Honestly, I can't wait. And of course, a shout out to all my patrons. I just stepped out of the bathroom, so just like Kaiba said, soon you will know what fear is. This has been the man from Earth with all the girth, ladies and gentlemen. Be the character you know you're worth. Later. Get smothered by my giant hairy balls, all my fellow future outlaws, as this is Card Games vs. Humanity, and I am that NAKAK-double-G. Back with your weekly recap of the show that doesn't explain any new card with any context whatsoever, Duel Monsters. So as per usual, if you enjoy your stay, don't forget that sub and that bell, hit that like, and leave a comment telling me if you would risk your life over one duel, even if all that was at stake was the last strip of bacon. But enough about that, let's get back to our duel between Kaiba and Yugi, where Yugi is currently facing down the strongest monster he's ever faced. Also, he's holding that card really weird. Not just me, right? But that's okay. Naturally, he top-decked the one single card that can be used to defend against such an ultimate creature.
In the entire game, Karibo is the weakest monster.
The funny thing is, even if this show is only containing Legend of Blue Eyes and Metal Raiders at this point, I still don't think that statement is true. I'm pretty sure Unforgiving Maiden existed already. Kaiba, expert. Kaiba makes sure to say Yugi's name every 5 seconds so he doesn't forget who he is before he activates the It's Time to Fuck magic card. A card that he had in his hand the entire time that apparently could reproduce any monster on the field with other 500 attack points infinitely. Even if it's more like 50 or so, this definitely makes sense to exceed the 5 monster limit and have infinite resources when you end up drawing Cannon Soldier. Kaiba tries to use this ultimate dragon to vaporize the quickly reproducing balls of hairiness, but unfortunately for him, Yugi's life points remain untouched. Despite the dragon's awesome attack power, just simply not enough to attack more than one at a time. If only he had an Ashura priest. Kaiba then says the same thing that every responsible human mother has said to themselves at least once in their lifetime.
And those annoying creatures continue to multiply.
Naturally, I'm just curious about this card that has no drawbacks or costs. If it just kept sitting there and left to be run, would it just eventually infinitely summon Karibos until the bandwidth of the duel disc breaks or the whole world is covered by hairy balls? Yugi then draws the Living Arrow card, also known as when I draw this, I'm about to start cheating and winning card. That has no explanation of its effect and basically just says, would you like to fuck with your opponent? Combining the Living Arrow with Polymerization in Mammoth Graveyard, he fuses it to the Ultimate Dragon, causing it to decay from the inside out by 1200 attack points each turn. Now, as much as I'd like to sit here and make fun of all the tomfoolery that's happening right now, I kind of just have to take a step back and realize Yugi turned this duel around in one turn. Like, that Ultimate Dragon was out for one turn, and then Yugi turned it around and was back in control. One turn.
He always manages to find a way to overcome.
I'm sorry, but you're not allowed to look that happy just because someone defended an attack. Seemingly completely out of ideas because God forbid you have more than one back row removal in your deck, Kaiba continues to attack the hairy balls with his giant dragon, growing more and more full of despair with each passing turn that he might be losing Mokuba.
You should never have challenged me, Kaiba. My mammoth...
I'm fairly certain he was ready to kill people right there. Kaiba begins to fall into a deep, dark depression represented by this moldy clay version of the Ultimate Dragon that appears to be melting. Mokuba was playing with the toy and got stuck inside the middle of it somehow as it began melting and now it seems to be suffocating from the debris. Mokuba dies and then younger Kaiba appears to make sure older Kaiba feels maximum amounts of guilt for not leaving his sculpture in a colder environment. Everyone is wondering why Kaiba is spacing out and taking this duel so seriously, but don't worry about that. Yugi's just gonna skip his turn and summon the Celtic Guardian. He's got you. With one swing of its mighty oxen sword, he destroys one of the heads of the Blue Eyes, but the other two seem to remain because it's a fusion of 3 monsters. Somehow that's something Bakura knew, despite this as being the first time this monster has ever been summoned before. Kaiba finally comes to his senses and explains to everyone that Pegasus has captured Mokuba and he must defeat Yugi in a duel to have a chance to save him. Not really sure why he didn't, just say that from the start. It might have made things easier, or they could have just found some other star chips. He begins to moonwalk slowly back to the edge of the pillar, threatening Yugi that it will MJ right off this cliff if he continues with his attack. How will Yugi retort?
Don't tempt me!
That's our protagonist, everyone. Swell guy. Both of them must be the ones to win this duel. One willing to kill, one willing to die. And because this is real life, let's all just ignore the fact that a hologram that has no physical presence is apparently capable of knocking someone off a ledge. It's Kaiba's turn for the 8th time finally, and he draws Monster Reborn. Oh, excuse me, Reborn the Monster. Reviving one head of the Blue Eyes with its original 3000 attack, and then he just ends his turn. Why? Why? There is no reason he couldn't have attacked right there and won the duel. None. There is no reason whatsoever. I've just...
It's not right!
Yugi!
I'm sorry, I know that's supposed to be Yugi thinking about his grandpa in some, sincere way, but the way he just appears on the side screaming is just hilarious to me. Yugi smiles at the thought of killing Kaiba and commands the giant oxen to attack the giant dragon, before that dumb bitch starts running really, really slowly and awkwardly towards Yugi, saying that he can't take this risk. That his grandpa wouldn't approve, even though this is the same one that was put into the hospital by somehow playing a children's card game and would probably definitely be okay with a couple broken legs at least. Yugi somehow commands the hologram to stop its attack in the middle of its attack, causing Kaiba to just skip his turn right away and attack right away, winning the duel. Taya stands above Yugi, consoling him with her giant titties and almost a panty shop, but he's just too busy crying on the ground to be able to pay attention right now.
I almost couldn't control it.
What's that, Yugi? What couldn't you control?
This other presence deep inside me.
Well, that's nothing to be concerned about. Half the population is used to something like that.
I'm afraid of this spirit inside me.
Sorry, bro. I really have no experience with feeling someone inside me. Let me go ask Sakai real quick. Hey! Taya says some intense words to Kaiba, claiming that he has no heart. That Yugi showed him compassion and allowed him to win the duel because he's a good person inside.
He lost the game.
And we all know that's what really matters. Well, that's it for this week's episode. I want to thank you all for watching. If you enjoyed, don't forget that sub and that bell. Hit that like and leave a comment telling me if you think you could live your life with a presence deep inside you. Tune in next week where we get a match between 2 sets of very large chesticles. So basically, my Valentine's back. And of course, a shout out to all my patrons. If you decide you want to use the Living Arrow card to fuse your bank account to my bank account, I'll allow that. This has been Man from Earth with all the girls, ladies and gentlemen. Hope you all enjoyed. I'll see you on Wednesday. Later. Feel the burning light of my friendship, all my fellow feature outlaws, as this is Card Game vs. Humanity, and I am that NAKAK Double G. Here be the weekly recap of that TV show where all the characters offer to help you and then get pissed off 5 seconds later when you don't immediately accept it. Duel monsters. So as per usual, if you enjoyed, don't forget that sub and that bell, that like, and leave a comment telling me if you think losing one duel would cause you to have an existential crisis. Existential crisis? What's that? Surely nothing our hero Yugi is going through. Surely he wouldn't be seen at the foot of this gate with a glazed look in his eyes. None of that is happening here. Unfortunately, our protagonist is one of the few and anime characters that does not accept the killing instincts of the magical entity dwelling within him, claiming he will never duel again if that's what it takes to stop this from happening.
Here, take mine.
Joey Wheeler, such a swell guy, such a...
Come on, I'm trying to help you out here. Pull yourself together.
Huh. He's gonna make a great father. Two large melons attached to a blonde wig appear, asking Yugi and his friends why they're just standing outside of the gate if they already have enough star champs to enter. One of the few times they have a valid reason to just be standing around doing nothing. We head back to Kaiba, who is menacingly walking into Pegasus' castle, determined to rescue his little brother. To which Pegasus gives him a toast for his efforts in defeating Yugi. By raising this glass of fruit juice, it's definitely not alcoholic, don't you dare ever think otherwise, into the air. My Valentine claims that losing one duel is not the end of the world, a lesson she learned about, 2 days ago, so clearly she's a master of the situation. Offering her star chips to Yugi, she then says the same thing Konami says to themselves every time they release Forbidden Droplet into a new set.
I'm being kind, not stupid.
Even Mai's large balloons are not enough to break Yugi from his near-death experience. So of course this kind gesture will do the trick. Such a nice girl. Such a... Huh. She's gonna make a great mother. Also, what were those noises? Taya accepts the duel on Yugi's behalf, now holding a deck that she didn't have for the entire season, despite when she was wrecking Joey. But how could she ever hope to win against a consummate professional like Mai, who's never actually won a duel on screen?
Would so.
You tell her, Taya! Everyone else is scared for her, except for Tristan, though. He thinks Yugi is in good hands with Taya. And to be fair, she's already beaten Joey like 50 times, and Bakura pretty much did nothing but set down face-down monsters, so yeah, she might have been the best chance they had, honestly. Beginning the duel by summoning the overweight angel in attack mode with no back row. Mai counters with the oh shit! It's a harpy lady. Did you see that coming? She does inflict 700 points of damage, though. I love how Taya was wrecking Joey in duels in the first episode and has seen like 50 others since then. Yet somehow is still going ee and ooh and ah when Maya's attacking as if she doesn't know what's happening and then just lets the angel die. Taya summons the fairy's gift, but wait, crap, what's this Wabaku card do again? I know I just challenged a Duelist Kingdom finalist to a duel and I should probably know what cards are in my deck, but I really want to know what this card does right now. She sets it face down anyways without remembering what it does and then begins her attack on the Harpy Lady. But don't worry, Maya cheats and activates the Rose Whip magic card, destroying Fairy's gift and taking down Taya's life points even further.
Too late to call off my fairy's attack now. I just have to hope for the best.
Bitch, she had lower attack points and you said nothing else to help the situation. I don't know what you were hoping for.
Face down again? I hate it when she does that.
I don't. Yugi still has no freaking clue what's going on, but luckily we have Bakura here to explain the very advanced tactic of setting a weaker monster with a back row as bait, even though she just cheated anyways.
This is the start of some friendship rant. Just save it. I've heard all your lame speeches before.
Wow. I honestly thought Little Kurama just made that shit up himself, but they actually say friendship speeches in the show. I'm speechless. Never mind, no I'm not, because once that happens, Taya's fighting spirit is immediately activated, and that's just something you do not fuck with. Summoning the Shining Friendship, a creature so powerful it can help any butterfly in the sky fly twice as high. Mai then says the same thing that my mom said to the doctors on the day I was born.
You kept me waiting all this time for that little butterball?
The Shining Friendship, basically Petite Angel just chonkier, attacks, wait, never mind. Mai skips her turn and attacks first, but this time Taya actually remembers the Wabaku card that she has face down and remembers what it does. Not only explaining its weird original text about reducing the monster's attack point to 0 but not destroying it by battle, but actually following through as if it was just a regular negate attack card. This might have been the biggest what the fuck moment of the episode. Without warning, Taya bursts into a powerful friendship speech, inspiring all of her friends greatly. And even though she's crying, we all know she's definitely very courageous to continue fighting in a children's card game. Taya sets the Magician of Face down on the field before equipping the Shining Friendship with a shining silver bow and arrow. But this is season 1, so Mai activates Cyber Shield right away, like skipping turns already went out of fashion. And don't you dare ask any questions, we can just throw down cards whenever we want now. Even using Dispel to get rid of that silver bow and arrow, she could have attacked and almost won the duel right there, but attacks the Magician of Face down for some reason, even though she could have almost won the duel, and then has to explain to Taya what it does. Yugi's peripheral vision finally catches a glimpse of Mai's chest, causing him to think about her in his head from multiple and rapid angles, starting to wonder if that maybe he gave up too easily, that he needs to continue on fighting for his love of cards and boobies, and his loved ones, but mostly the boobs. Well, for Yugi it might be cards.
Something that's living inside of you. What do you do then?
Well, if all of anime has taught us anything, you take that shit for yourself and you rule with an iron fist. Taya draws the Elf's Light card, an equip card that apparently changes the form of the monster you give it to, or Shining Friendship just really needed a diet. Combining it with a silver bow and arrow and Dispel magic card on the Cyber Harpy to successfully destroy it. Mai realizes that if she continues this duel, she'll have to hear another friendship speech, so she gives up immediately.
Harpy's feather duster.
No. How the fuck were you able to see that card? You spent the entire episode not able to see a goddamn thing, and you expect me to believe that you knew what card that was going to be. That somehow you saw it upwards from a 143-degree angle when it was lifted up maybe an inch into the air. No, I refuse. Get the fuck out. Taya gets really excited thinking she won this duel for real because she's such a smart person. As Mai hands over the promised star chips instead of asking Yugi how the hell he knew what card she had. The episode ends with Mai saying the one thing that all true duelists will never learn.
Some cards just aren't worth playing.
Well, that's it for this week's episode. I want to thank you all for watching. If you enjoyed, don't forget that sub and that bell and that like, and leave a comment telling me if you know you have a card in your deck that you know you should take out. But you just love it. Tune in next week where we get to see weird cartoon-like monsters inside of a cartoon TV show. Trust me, there's layers. And of course, a shout out to all my patrons. If you're feeling so lonely that you feel you need a friendship speech, I can direct you to my new friend here. His name is Pornhub. This has been the man from Earth with all the girls, ladies and gentlemen. 25 episodes deep, rolling strong. Almost at 250 subs. I want to thank you all again. See you next time. Let me see into your soul, my fellow and future outlaws, as this is Card Games vs. Humanity, and I am the NAKAK Double G. Back in the weekly recap of that TV show that welcomes violence about as much as a consistent set of rules and regulations that make sense. Duel Monsters. So as per usual, if you enjoyed, don't forget that sub, that bell, that like, and leave a comment telling me if you think you can get past this large gate with Chemo in front of it without a large chest to help you out. Speaking of Chemo, here he is at the castle gate, waiting for all our heroes to arrive. For some reason, Tristan offers to race them, and whoever gets there first is a rotten egg, and all I can say is, why? He's not even a duelist, so why is he in a hurry? Chemo is very upset and doesn't believe our heroes were good enough to get star chips, despite being involved with almost every single storyline on this island since they got here.
Would you mind telling housekeeping that I like my pillows extra fluffy?
As a man who spent a good portion of his life working in hotels, a good portion of that time working in housekeeping, I can assure you, we don't give a fuck. Taya then says the one line that all high school boys dreamed of hearing at their birthday party.
But you have to let us in. We're the cheerleaders.
Attention, duelists. These three are not duelists, and Chemo is not happy about that. Luckily for us, Mai uses her skill tree of sluttiness to get what she wants and then hits Chemo in the face with a bag full of pennies, breaking his jaw. You know, it's such a good thing that he's a highly trained bodyguard, or else, you know, they might have actually gotten past him. They immediately start running through the castle, somehow not getting stopped by anyone, even though they went through about half of it already, until they run into Bandit Keith standing at the gate. Joey's rage takes over and he flies into an attack, but unfortunately for Joey, Keith's high level of American pride has given him the ability to tap into Ultra Instinct for very brief moments.
Miss me. Whoops. Too slow.
Also, why is Keith like 10 fucking feet tall? Our hero see Kaiba standing down in the middle of the bridge looking as bland as ever, waiting for his duel with Pegasus before Croquet appears to sandpaper his throat some more. I mean, tell us all what's going on.
Because he's a grade A nutcase.
Even Croquet couldn't argue with that one. Maximilian Pegasus appears on the other side of the bridge, taunting Kaiba with facetious remarks about why he's not happy to see him. Although Yugi is normally confident in Kaiba, even Yugi is worried because, you know, the creator of the game has to have a magical cheating device for his skills to be respected.
After all, what could be more noble than fighting for someone that you love?
First edition, Stardust Dragon, Ghost Rare, PSA 10. That's why. I was surprised to see that Yugi has already managed to get back into the castle, not because, well, like, yeah, there isn't, you know, other star chips on the island and he couldn't have beat other people, but mainly because it's been like 15 minutes, bro. Holy shit. Kaiba Beyblades his new dueling device at Pegasus because you know that anytime he has to give someone anything in this show, he makes sure to throw it at a rapid speed that can definitely cause potential injury. It's honestly kind of ridiculous how many times he throws things unnecessarily at people in this show. Pegasus agrees to use the dueling disc, but he has to ask someone else to do the spinning for him because his gambling wrists are very sensitive and he doesn't want to pull a muscle. Broken, battered, and chained up, and also looking like he just finished the chapter black tape, Bokuba comes out to the bridge to be the guinea pig for Pegasus. Everyone is shocked to hear that his soul had been stolen, except for Tristan though. Somehow he already knew that that's exactly what happened to Yugi's grandfather as well. Kaiba agrees not to duel using the disc because he just simply cannot challenge his own soulless brother. That's emotional damage.
Wow. Check out the automated bridge.
That's right, Joey. It's not like we just had a conversation about magical powers and how someone's soul just got taken away, but I mean, look at that bridge. Wow, that is amazing. The dueling arena lowers itself down like it's hell in a cell, but thank God it's not red at least, as it's time for a duel between the two biggest names of all of Duel Monsters, the creator versus the champion. Yugi yells at Kaiba that he must use the heart of the cheating, heart of the cards, or he'll have no chance against Pegasus Millennium Eye. Unfortunately, while admitting that Yugi is a good duelist, Kaiba says that he must duel in his own way, which I guess guess is just, you know, whipping out your deck and setting it down on the dueling arena without shuffling at all. The creator of Duel Monsters, the master of every card, begins the duel with, yes, you guessed it, a humble tea set and pass. Our temporary hero draws the first good hand, both drawing the Blue Eyes and the Crush card, Magic card, Trap card, Magic card, but chooses to move forward with the Rude Kaiser in attack mode. He's very rude and not very sensitive, so he attacks right away and destroys that Toon Alligator. Such a dick. Pegasus doesn't have a single monster in his deck that can stand up to the, ooh, wait, I made a mistake, I found a parrot. Oh, I spoke too soon once again because Kaiba has a Mesmeric Control Magic card. A card that doesn't exist, but basically just Spellbinding Circle, but better. Reducing the parrot's attack points by 800 and letting the Rude Kaiser get another delicious, rude, and satisfying and sensitive kill. Pegasus seems mildly upset, but Kaiba is very suspicious of his pussy-ass dueling tactics, so he just summons the Blue Eyes right away anyways.
I'm allowed to play a game. My trap card said so. Face down.
Yes, let me stop your summon with this trap card. A trap card called Prophecy. A trap card that lets me steal your opponent's monsters if you guess if it has 2,000 more attack or not. That's fair. Naturally, he guesses that it was the Blue Eyes White Dragon, stealing it from Kaiba with this flip-flop feature that apparently the dueling arena just has, that you can give your cards to the other opponent. You realize it'd be so easy for them to just take it, rip it up, and run away. Pegasus then says a series of lines you truly never want to hear in bed.
But wait, something else is coming. Yes.
After hearing such disgusting lines, Kaiba is forced to switch his Rude Kaiser to defense mode and end his turn.
Kaiba looks so anxious.
It takes everything I have to just not make fun of the fact that they showed a random sliding picture of Kaiba with his mouth wide open all of a sudden. But aside from that aspect, that is not the face of anxiety. That's the face of a man taking the biggest shit of his life. Pegasus uses his fake eye to see the Soggy and Crush card combo that Kaiba intends to set down next turn. Kaiba then attempts the heart of the cheating, trying to use the Crush card virus by infecting someone by just attacking with a monster that's below 1,000 attack points. You can't do that. But that doesn't matter anyways because Pegasus has the negative energy magic card. Same card that Kaiba used in episode 1 on Soggy the Dark Clown to triple his attack, now just doubles his attack for, you know, no explained reason whatsoever, thusly making it invalid for the Crush card combo virus and destroying Kaiba's dreams. Pegasus then flips over the Dark Rabbit, which I guess also gets a power boost from this card. Just every monster on the field gets doubled, sure, why not? Destroying Kaiba's clown and inflicting a whopping 1,000 points of damage. The episode ends with, you guessed it, Pegasus monologuing. Well, that's it for this week's episode. I want to thank you all for watching. If you enjoyed, don't forget that sub and that bell, hit that like, and leave a comment telling me how many cards used in this duel were 100% bona fide, certified, fake as shit. Tune in next week where we get to see what happens when you make an archetype of monsters that normally has a shit ton of drawbacks, have no drawbacks whatsoever. What do you think? And of course, that shout out to all my patrons. Yo, 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 yo. This has been the Man from Earth with all the growth, ladies and gentlemen. I'll see you with another episode this week, Wednesday, maybe Friday as well. We'll see. Later. It's rabbit season, all my fellow and future outlaws, as this is Cards, Games vs. Humanity, and I am the NAKAK Double G. Here with your second weekly recap of that Saturday morning cartoon. Well, I suppose it could be Sunday morning, you know, depending on the state, but whatever, who cares? It's Duel Monsters. So as per usual, don't forget that sub and that bell, hit that like, and leave a comment telling me if you would be happy or sad if your favorite pet dragon got turned into a chibi coked out version of itself. But enough about that, let's head back to our epic duel between the champion of Duel Monsters and the creator of Duel Monsters, even though it could be argued that it was just technically Egyptian copy pasta. Yugi explains to everyone that Pegasus Millennium Eye allows him to see the cards in his opponent's hands, a massive advantage in a game that he already created. They all wonder how anyone can fight such a power before Kaiba sets down a monster in defense mode to end his triumphant turn. We're then treated to probably the single biggest reason that Kaiba took over the rules of Duel Monsters in Season 2. Toon World.
And perpetual game of hide and seek.
I love how even the cartoon cop comically chasing Great Value Bugs Bunny still had to have a fucking bubble sound effect applied to the gun he was holding. Toon World, a magic card that has unbreakable bindings, whatever that means. A card that Yugi claims that he's heard before, but it was never put into circulation because it was considered too powerful. Literally, the very first archetype of the game was considered too powerful. Let that just sink in for a second.
Come now, even cartoon bunnies can't vanish into thin air.
Sorry, but I would argue that there has been multiple cartoon bunnies that are capable of vanishing into thin air at one time or another. In fact, I would argue one of Bugs Bunny's strongest qualities is his ability to reappear and disappear at any point on screen. The Dark Rabbit comes out of the bindings of Toon World, making the grossest noises I've ever heard, destroying Kaiba's battle locks and finishing his destructive turn. All before claiming that the monsters go back into the book during Kaiba's turn still have nothing to attack. Almost like there's a fatal flaw in Season 1 of not being able to damage your opponent if they don't put out monsters over and over for you to attack. Unfortunately, Kaiba can do nothing but set another monster in face down defense position before ending his turn, allowing Pegasus Pegasus to really start the tomfuckery. Remember that Toon World card? You don't need the appropriate monsters to coincide with it. Nope, it can just turn any monster it wants into a toon, making it all cute and cuddly and possibly on bath salts. Kaiba then says the same thing every man has thought about his penis at least once in his life while getting caught in unexpected cold weather.
No, you've stripped him of his pride.
The Blue Eyes 2 dragon quickly destroys the rude Kaiser on Kaiba's side of the field, forcing him to rethink his strategy. Claiming that it's time to get hardcore and put a stop to his cheating ways. If only he had, thought about that versus Yugi instead of suicide.
I'm abandoning my present hand.
Yeah, Kaiba, you can't just do that. You can't just be like, I don't like my hand, I'm gonna discard all of it. Oh, look! Oh, golly gee, they have graveyard effects. How did that happen? The gang start asking questions about how Pegasus is cheating, wondering if he has hidden cameras hidden everywhere. Literally about 5 frickin' minutes after Yugi just had a conversation with him about how this Millennium Eye can see the cards in their hand. Jesus Christ. Kaiba's bold move is rewarded with a second Blue Eyes White Dragon, shocking everyone in the room, even Pegasus.
I think that draw was more about faith than luck.
Kristen's kind of lucky that we're in the one show where the Egyptian gods are real, or else that statement would have been really stupid. It's time for the ultimate showdown, big and bad versus cute and cuddly. But unfortunately for Kaiba, just like in 3013 episodes of Funny Bunny, which is about exactly 2,000 more episodes than One Piece, good god, that has to be a lot of filler. The cutest and cuddly creatures in the show never get hurt or captured. I'm gonna guess Pegasus never watched 7 Deadly Sins because Hawk gets wrecked all the time. Pegasus goes on to explain that toons can only be hurt by other toons, that no other normal monsters can touch them. No drawbacks or anything. Oh yeah, paying life points, what's that?
Shouldn't mean he can use some super card that no one knows about.
Oh Joey, you poor bastard. Just give it time. Since Kaiba has abandoned his hand, Pegasus dives deep into his mind to try and figure out what cards he's going to use next. I'm not really sure why they showed this scene because he didn't find anything and then just played Shine Palace anyways. Let's all just take a step back and think about how fucking strong that hologram had to be to cause a solar flare effect on Kaiba as it was coming out. Like, there's no way you're not getting sued. The Shine Palace gives all the toon monsters 500 attack points and sexy exploding volcano biceps to boot. Now you can better beat the shit out of all the crackheads that don't give you their product at the price that you want. He launches the attack in Kaiba's Blue Eyes, but luckily for our sort of hero, he has the magic of the trap card to gate attack. I'm not gonna touch this one. I'm done. Kaiba realizes that if he doesn't dive deep into the heart of the scammer, his chances of victory are very slim. Becoming one with Mokuba for some reason, he top decks the magic card Shadow Spell, ensnaring the Blue Eyes Toon Dragon and reducing its attack points by 700. Successfully launching an attack on the cute little meth head, he inflicts 200 damage to Pegasus and rids the field of that dragon. The act of destroying his very own Blue Eyes is super devastating to this man, pulling at his core, his heartstrings, and possibly his testicles. Unfortunately for both Kaiba and his scrotum, Pegasus naturally top decks the Dragon Capture Jar, a trap card that he summons like a monster and has attack points for some reason. Why does it sound like a cat purring while kind of half throwing up at the same time? With his other dragon now captured, Kaiba must go back on the defensive, allowing Pegasus to summon the Dragon Piper out his next turn. It's almost like he kind of knew what cards were in Kaiba's deck and that maybe he should have switched it up just a little. Just a little. Naturally, Dragon Piper does the almost exact opposite of what the real card does by bringing another Blue Eyes under Pegasus' control. Kaiba then uses an unfortunately timed turn skip, and then he pays for his attack as Pegasus activates the Doppelganger magic card. Copying any card on the field, again with no cost, he infects the Dragon Piper with it, a non-dark monster that he wouldn't be able to use it with anyways. Kaiba then says the same thing I said out loud when that gross kid at that tournament tried grabbing my cards without asking.
All of my cards are becoming infected!
This virus is so devastating that not only does it destroy all the monsters in his deck with over 1,500 offense points. Seriously, why is that the one time they say offense points? It also causes his entire deck to take a giant shit all over the dueling computer. The only card left untouched is Monster Reborn. No other magic cards, no other trap cards. Fucking world champ. Kaiba summons a clown, Pegasus summons a Jack-in-the-Box, and this duel is over. That's about how I saw it going. Kaiba laments his loss and asks Mokuba to forgive him before quickly having his soul stripped and put into a card with 0 attack or defense points. It should at least have an effect where if you pay $1,000 it can destroy one monster on the field.
Take away that empty shell. Teach it to wash dishes or something.
Huh. Isn't there a clip of Donald Trump saying the same thing? The episode ends with Pegasus monologuing. Well, that's it for this week's episode. I want to thank you all for watching. If you enjoyed, don't forget that sub and that bell, hit that like, and leave a comment telling me if you think your life would be better with an empty shell that was taught to do dishes for you. Tune in next week where Bakura is finally one of the main characters. Kind of. Well, he's like kind of a side main character. And of course, a shout out to all my patrons. If you wonder why other people run away or scream when you come up to them at card conventions, it means you're the gross kid. This has been the Man from Earth with all the growth, ladies and gentlemen. Be the character you know you're worth. Later. Get ready to scale a building, all my fellow and future outlaws. This is Card Games vs. Humanity, and I am the NKK Double G. Don't you even start. Yeah, I know, I've been sick and y'all missed me, and I'm gonna just keep it real with you. I thought I had the corona, but I didn't. And then I thought I had strep throat, but I didn't. And now I've just been here for 8 days with a fever, and I have no idea why. Probably a flu. It sucked. Let's move on. So yeah, I'm back with that weekly morning cartoon rerun series you had every weekday morning, and I believe it's called Duel Monsters, Yu-Gi-Oh, one of those things. So if you enjoy your stay, hit that sub and that bell, hit that like, and you know, support the channel below if you'd like to help make this full time for me. Share with a buddy or two, and leave a comment telling me if you think you'd be safe following one of Tristan's horrible plans to scale a building with a simple grappling hook. A strange episode today, I do say, starting with, wait, why would Pegasus put up a picture of Shoddy to like pay tribute to the man that basically assaulted him in Egypt and forced magic on him without any like, it's happening, you're too bad. Also his wife. Tristan and Joey are busy at the dinner table having a dual munchers competition according to the words of Taya, and all I can say is the phrase carpet muncher really has kind of just ruined that word for me. There's just no way to hear it anymore without it sounding dirty. Everyone enjoys dinner hosted by a man that plans on sentencing them to a fate worse than death, as Croquet explains that everyone must have an extra deck prepared for the finals, aka you must have one of these two Glory of the King's hand cards to be able to enter.
Of the millions of cards I own.
Okay, seriously, millions of cards?
The millions?
Yeah, you ain't no Dwayne. Like everything else he does, Pegasus makes sure to set up the finals in the creepiest way possible, by putting eyeballs in their soup that magically all pop up at the same time that somehow none of them notice beforehand.
What's this for?
Naturally, Yugi gets an A on the test while Joey gets a D. Yeah, that's about right. Wow, A, B versus C and D. What a fucking order. It's such a good thing that we had these creepy eyeballs in our soup to decide this. Tristan convinces Joey to get fat as hell now that he has nothing to lose since he doesn't have one of those cards to enter the finals. But like a true brother, Yugi hands him the Glory of the King's hand card so he's able to enter the finals and win the prize money.
What kind of big brother would you be if you didn't even try to win the prize money?
And just like a true older brother, Yugi makes sure to sneak in a sassy bitch-like comment to put him down slightly as he's helping him out. Everyone enjoys their feast and then heads back to their rooms to sleep in a castle hosted by a man who plans on taking their souls later. Sleep well. Bandit Keith is hiding behind this corner ever so ominously. We'll be able to take a card from one of our heroes. Oh fuck, mine's even wearing less clothes than usual. God damn it, YouTube. You're only supposed to buffer when I make a shitty joke, you horny bastard. Mai claims that Yugi's already seen most of her deck, so she'll have to massively change up her strategy. AKA added Mirror Wall on Harpy's pet dragon, and sweet, I'm done. Bakura follows Tristan to Taya's room, assuming it's for a threesome, but to his disappointment, Tristan is way too serious to be able to think about that right now. Also, he legit seems pissed off at Bakura because Pegasus cheated. I mean, being Kaiba's biggest fan, he refuses to believe that someone could defeat him so easily without some sort of cheating.
He's a punk. You can't trust that guy.
Hey, CM Punk is out on injury right now. Don't hate on my boy. Oh, you said he's a punk. Tristan plans on taking on all the guards himself and sneaking around in a castle that they've maybe been in for about 5 hours now. And naturally, if Pegasus has a hidden camera set up to see the cards in his opponent's hand, he won't just generally have security cameras around the entire place to be able to see what his guests are doing. That'd be crazy. We head to our hero Yugi, who is lying in bed getting some much needed sleep. Unfortunately, he starts hearing the same words that I do anytime someone tells me that dinner is ready.
Follow my voice.
Naturally, they're all in the dueling arena already, which is conveniently still down, trying to figure out any way in which Pegasus was able to cheat in his match. Hey, claims that maybe Pegasus is a psychic. How will Tristan retort?
I once spoke to a psychic. The lady said I'll have a nice girlfriend within 6 months. It's been a year, not a single date.
Sorry, Tristan, but you exist in the one anime where you have to be good at a children's card game to have any shot at pussy. A light shines bright like a diamond down on Tristan's back as they find a hole in the top of the wall as the light is peering through. Tristan fucking frame skips his way up to the wall that has no structure at all that would allow you to be able to do that. Spotting a tower on the other side of the castle in which one of Pegasus's goons could have relayed the cards that he sees through the telescope.
What about the god?
Why did he make that sound first? Yugi's grandpa interjects for a literal 10 fucking seconds to tell Yugi that he must stop Pegasus from destroying the world completely. That kind of escalated quickly. Oh wait, we're back to our gang who are avoiding goons around every corner until they find this basic grappling hook that is apparently the key to their plan. Oh wait, we're back to Mai talking about combos and strategies. Gotta love those 2 new cards she might add in. Oh wait, we're back to Bandit Keith preparing to steal Joey's card. Don't pay any attention to the fact that we showed maximum Keith crotch as he raises his legs spread eagle into the air as he gets up off the bed. They really put a lot of definition into that crotch. Oh wait, we're back to Yugi's grandpa bitching and whining again because apparently this is an episode of Monday Night Raw, saying that Pegasus gets stronger every time that he steals a soul. And, you know, first time we're hearing about this, I love that we get No explanation of how he knows that. Oh wait, we're back to our gang who... Okay, can someone just fucking tell me how they got up there? There's no clear path. You can't just walk up the side of a wall that has concrete and shingles. Who hired these guards? Zelda? Kea almost slips and falls. Grandpa talks about Pegasus some more. Yugi stares at some monoliths with his grandpa and the Kaiba brothers stuck to them. This is just a weird fucking episode. Back to rock climbing or whatever the hell this is. Just an ask Taya to climb up the rope first so we can get a good view of that booty before we're back to Yugi and Grandpa talking about... Never mind, we're back to them climbing. We're then treated to a short sound clip of the first time Tristan and Bakura made love together.
Tristan, that's not the rope, that's my leg!
Back to Yugi and his grandpa, who is now literally setting himself on fire and screaming loudly just to get his point across. Never mind, we're back to the gang who are already at the top of the tower. I love cutaways, thanks Kevin Dunn. Naturally, they start knocking on the floor because that's the first thing you do when you scale a large building, stumbling onto a painting of My Valentine with even slightly crazier hair. A certain creepy bastard starts sauntering up the stairs, claiming that a guard saw them climbing up the wall. Top-notch security that didn't make an attempt to stop them needs to be honored bravely. Pegasus gets super pissed and turns the floor into pudding, causing our heroes to fall through like London bridges. Waking up to the sounds of an 80s rock band chanting and doing their best to summon Ozzy at full power, Pegasus and another robed duelist appear in front of them to do what appears to be an ancient duel.
You lose.
As much as I want to question where the hell they are right now, or, you know, ask why Pegasus is a cult leader or something, all I can say right now is, wow, you just lost to a Blue Eyes in one turn. What up, bitch? Pegasus says something about controlling life and death itself, but makes the mistake of assuming he's the sexiest one in the room. As that sort of challenge instantly activates Zork, the spirit of the ring. He erases everyone's minds except the viewers of this actual show because he understands that wasting 20 minutes of your life on a filler episode is the meaning of true evil. Well, that's it for this week's episode. I want to thank you all for watching. If you enjoyed, don't forget that sub and that bell, share with a buddy, hit that like, and if you want to support the channel, help me make this full time, I'd love to do it 5 days a week if I can. Hopefully we'll get there someday. Tune in next week where we finally start the finals. The world is dueling while Pegasus is crueling. That wasn't bad. And of course a shout out to all my patrons. Sorry it took so long with this episode. Last week it just sucked. This has been the man from Earth with all the girth, ladies and gentlemen. Almost at 30 episodes. See you later. Add 2 new cards and call it a brand new deck. All my fellow and future outlaws, as this is Card Games vs. Humanity, and I am the Annika, aka Double G. Finally back with your weekly recap of that Saturday morning cartoon that just couldn't help but convince you that rules need not apply, Duel Monsters. So as per usual, if you enjoyed, don't forget that sub and that bell, hit that like, support the channel below if you're feeling it, and leave a comment telling me if you think you can win a championship match versus Mai's breasts. Without looking at Mai's breasts. Boobies. Yugi barely got a wink of sleep last night in his comfy bed, and that's very unfortunate because while he's usually used to hearing the distant screams of his grandfather in the basement when they're right inside of his head, that's just something he can't deal with. His friends Risting that morning would barging in unannounced, claiming that if he does not hurry up and get to the match, he will be DQ'd. Yugi literally just nods his head, as if he's perfectly okay with that, before doing an epic transformation sequence donning a new cape.
Let's do it.
Okay, never mind. I guess it was really chilly in the castle because he already has his jacket on in the next scene. Their friends must watch from the balcony because they are not duelists. Only duelists are allowed on the floor, which is basically just a room followed by a bridge, so you're not missing much. Mai and Bandit Keith are already in the room waiting to talk mad shit to our heroes before Joey claims that at least he didn't have to steal his star chips to make it to the finals of this tournament. He just had to have one given to him so he could enter at all. Honestly, I'm kind of not sure who has less ground to walk on here.
Attention! Attention!
Attention! Attention! I'm a talking fucking horse head and you better do as I say. Pegasus shows up on the other side of the dueling arena to formally introduce these 4 finalists as the best of the best in the world. My Valentine, a woman who hasn't won a duel since we got here. Bandit Keith, the only duelist with some actual merit, but he's actually a well-known criminal and had to steal his star chips to get here. Joey Wheeler, a little novice since about 5 days ago and wasn't invited. And Yugi Moto, a small child with notable skill, but just by happenstance happens to have one of the very few key items that this man needs and has to steal to resurrect the dead.
He's here.
As if he fucking wouldn't be? Joey needs that prize money for his sister's operation that somehow cost $3 fucking million. Like, how is it? Is it the entire $3 million? In what country do you have to pay a $3 million copay? However, should that champion challenge Pegasus and defeat him, you'll be granted one wish within his power, and you have his word on that. Total scumbag willing to kidnap kids and kill people, but man, honor just gets his goat. It's time for Mai versus Yugi as they reach their way to the dueling bridge. One, a woman who's never actually won a duel, and the other, a small boy who's somehow still in a temp form despite having little Yugi's mind who has to keep him at bay.
Go, Yugi!
Hey! Where the hell did he come from? Mai begins the duel by monologuing about how she used to have no friends, but thanks to her hero, she now loses, fights every duel with honor and dignity, and that's exactly what she plans on giving Yugi today. Yugi begins the duel by...
I'm gonna
Okay, that's fucking cheating. Yugi says that Mai can't be a psychic type anymore and can't use her perfume trick in this duel. To which she replies by claiming that she's massively changed as a person and as a duelist, showing that profound change by starting the duel off with the Harpy Lady, a monster we've never seen before. Puzzled by this completely new move, Yugi summons Gaia, the Fierce Knight, to try to slam down 1,000 easy damage on the first turn of this duel. To his dismay though, Mai activates one of the 2 new cards that she has, Mirror Wall, a trap card that reduces the attacking monsters to half by showing it a reflection of itself without any makeup, crippling its self-esteem. Mai equips the Cyber Shield to her monster, destroying the poor horsey and inflicting 600 points of damage to Yugi, because apparently he forgot that in Season 1, if you have 1 back row, that's literally all that matters on the field at this point.
Well, like they say, nice Gaias finish last.
Huh, I must be a bit of a dick, because your boy always finishes. Mai is surprised that Yugi fell for such a simple trap and wonders if he's holding back, even though it's been 1 turn and that was a brand new card that he's never seen before. You might want to, you know, just slow down a little bit.
If I can just keep drawing powerful cards like him, this match will be over quick.
Yeah, I know, right? If I could just fill my deck with powerful cards so they each draw is usually an effective one, I'd have something resembling, you know, a cohesive deck, not just random splashed together cards with complete luck. That doesn't make any sense. I could just do that. Yugi then summons my boy, the Summon Skull, who has way too many defense points for some reason right now, and attacks again, but is struck by the mirror wall because he didn't look at the field? Like, the card still stays on the computer screen, right? I just could have looked at the screen in front of you. Mai begins talking mad shit that Yugi isn't trying, that he's holding back, despite the fact that it's been 2 turns. 2 turns. Seriously, this goes on for a while. Mai Valentine then reveals why she recently started an OnlyFans.
The island trips, the clothes, the cars, the prize money.
Yugi's fighting spirit has been questioned, that his heart is not in this battle, that it's not about his former lover Kaiba, that it's about his new lover Pegasus. They then drag this on for far, far too long, like reaching panic levels of monologuing here. It seriously was like 4 to 5 minutes.
Maybe I am making too much of this.
Yes you are. It's been 2 turns. Something like 10 frickin' minutes later, she finally uses Harpy's Feather Duster to destroy the spellbinding circle that Yugi had in the corner. A card that I guess takes away your battle phase because she wasn't allowed to attack, so that's some sort of a cost, I guess, sure. Remember that one, because it doesn't last. Unfortunately for our hero Yugi, he has to continue to play defense because he cannot attack right now, putting down a face-down Feral Imp card alongside his Summon Skull, who has 2,300 defense for some reason, so, you know, that should be able to do quite a bit. Back to Mai, who equips the Rose Whip to her monster, increasing its attack points to 2,400, despite the fact that Cyber Shield only brought it up from 1,300 to 1,800. So, you know, I'll let you decide where that other 300 came from, because they didn't. Destroying the Feral Imp with about 5,000 whiplash sounds as she does so. Yugi then does nothing. Like, he just, I don't even think he draws. It just kind of skips his turn. He doesn't play a card. He's just scared. Summoning the cutest fire-breathing kitty cat in the land, the Harpy's pet dragon, Mai is confident that her victory is coming soon. A monster that gains 300 attack for every Harpy on the field, she smokes the Summon Skull quite easily, and then goes back to talking shit about wanting to duel Yugi at his best, not this chump-ass version that she's getting right now. And before this, I thought she was making too much of it, but he literally just gave her a free turn, so I can't give you anything now, dude. Yeah. Hey, Joey, what would you say to yourself every morning in the mirror if you looked like me?
I'm gorgeous. I'm such a great duelist. I love me. How's that?
Okay, I don't know if I should be scared or flattered at how accurate that was. Yugi decides that he's gonna match trap for trap, mirror force for mirror wall, because that's What? Summoning the Dark Magician in defense mode as bait for this attack because I guess he doesn't have 1 frickin' mystical space typhoon. Yugi is quite confident that his plan of mirrors will work effectively. Oh wait, too bad. Here's a Shadow of Ice accessory card. I almost messed that up. Sorry. A trap card from the hand that not only switches your opponent's monsters to attack mode, but apparently forces them to attack on your turn. Oh, what a shame. I just used Harpy's Feather Duster to destroy your mirror force. And now I just destroyed your Dark Magician and did 1,000 damage, even though 2 to 3 turns ago I could attack on the same turn that I used this card. Episode over. Well, that's it for this week's episode. I want to thank you all for watching. If you enjoyed, don't forget that sub and that bell, that like, and leave a comment telling me if you would use Mirror Wall even in 2022, if it just had no drawbacks whatsoever. Someone would. Tune in next week where we get our first ritual summon of the entire series. A summoning mechanic we haven't heard about whatsoever up until this point. Sweet. And of course, a shout out to all my patrons. If you find yourself being distracted by Mai's chest while you're dueling, just remember this one thing. Shit, when'd you guys get here? This has been the Man from Earth with all the girth, ladies and gentlemen. You'll see 3 episodes this week. Enjoy. Later. Get ready to draw and pass, all my fellow and future outlaws, as this is Card Games vs. Humanity, and I am that Anna aka Double G. Here with that weekly recap that you all needed and missed ever so dearly. Will I do this 5 days a week someday, full time? Maybe. So naturally, if you enjoyed, don't forget that sub and that bell, hit that like button, support the channel below if you're feeling it, and leave a comment below telling me if you think you would surrender a duel if you couldn't defeat a monster with no protection whatsoever. But enough about that, let's head back to our episode, shall we? One that begins with our hero in a very precarious situation with only 300 life points versus Mai's 2,000. Frustrated at the situation because he cannot attack, and to be fair, if I had to deal with a mirror wall with no drawbacks whatsoever back in 2002, I probably would be as well.
No, I can't risk turning you loose!
Funnily enough, that used to be the exact same thing my mom said to me anytime I begged her to let me go up to the buffet by myself. Pegasus senses this conflict between the Yugis, admitting that if he wants to win, he must embrace the spirit of the puzzle that has a high desire to kill. Okay, we gotta take a moment here and just point out a few things. Why is there 2 Harpies in her monster zone? Why is Harpy's Feather Duster still on the field? Why does she have 2 Shadow of Ives cards set down for no reason? And most of all, why does this shit manage to get past the producers of the show when even an idiot like me can notice it? Mai admits that she learned a lot that day, that she lost to Joey in a touching moment of character development. That all her tricks and acts and antics were just a facade because she was always afraid. That Joey had the courage to fight his demons for himself, not just for his friends, even though we all know it's because of Yugi's protagonist powers. This bitch is going way too deep for a children's card game, completely unaware that she's talking to someone who literally has a 5,000-year-old ancient magical spirit dwelling within them that may or may not love to kill.
I vow never to go against your wishes again.
Hey Yugi! Have you met Raphael? After about 15 minutes of flashbacks and inner monologuing, both of the Yugis finally decide to do the fusion dance inside his mind, no longer holding back in this duel. Getting our first activation of a card we won't see in a set about, I don't know, 3 years from now, Brain Control. Yugi's able to steal Mai's pet dragon and yet somehow has 1,350 life points right now. Summoning the Catapult Turtle, which I guess is male because it had to be in attack mode. Not even really sure how you check for something like that. Anyways, Yugi loads the cute and cuddly dragon onto the launch pad. A monster that activates an attack style trap card, launching the dragon right through the mirror wall at Mai, inflicting a massive amount of damage.
I feel happy and fine, ha-ha! Living in the sunlight, loving in the moonlight, having a wonderful time.
Anyone else amused at how happy that dragon looked as it was being sent to its death? Back to Mai's turn, she's unsure if she wants to attack because I guess she finally ran out of 500 Harpy's Feather Dusters and has to be wary of that back row.
To attack or not to attack?
Yes, that is the question. Mai then chooses to increase her firepower instead, activating the Elegant Orgy magic card, increasing her 1 Harpies to 3 before learning the horrible truth. That being that if she had chosen to attack, she would have won the duel, a risky gamble that Yugi said he wouldn't take on his friends' lives about 3 minutes ago. But no, it was the Monster Recovery card, which he could have used last turn, but he just felt like fucking with everyone and leaving there for 1 turn because apparently in Season 1, magic cards are quick spells, so he could have just used it whenever he wanted either way. Oh, by the way, it lets you draw 5 cards now. Let's just ignore that little detail from the first time it was almost used correctly.
Oh no! Not one of these cards is strong enough to bring down Mai's Harpies!
Well, that's what happens when you keep random shit like Feral Imp and Griffor in your deck. Yugi tries to set a monster face down, automatically triggering the Shadow of Ives trap card. But luckily for our Egyptian hero, this time it's a biddy, who is unaffected by the alluring private eyes that are watching you. I don't even want to think about having to be the guy nowadays that would have to assign a gender to 10,000 plus cards in this social environment. Good fucking luck. Largely unfazed by this move, Mai activates Monster Reborn and brings back her favorite fire-breathing kitty. Now with a whopping 2,900 attack points, does Yugi have anything that can face up? I mean, just look at her destroy the mystical elf with ease. She's flawless, she's unstoppable, she's gorgeous. There's nothing that Yugi could draw.
Swords of Revealing Light!
I mean, I could be wrong.
How can anybody be that lucky?
Oh, sweetie, that wasn't luck. That was willpower. AKA protagonist power. They're pretty interchangeable at this point. Mai claims that surrender would have been easier than trying to go out in a blaze of glory like Yugi seems to be attempting, a statement that'll become very ironic in about 10 minutes or so.
What, you don't think that's funny?
I do. You probably won't. Yugi can think of nothing in his deck that'll be able to take out a 2,900 attack point monster. Luckily for Yami Yugi, he knows about a risky ritual type summoning mechanic that we've never heard of yet. Naturally just overlooking the fact that little Yugi apparently did know all the cards in his deck before going into a tournament match. I'm just gonna let that one linger for a second. Both duels go back and forth, drawing and passing for the most part. Like, literally, that's it. Oh wait, Yugi does summon a Karibo. That's a nice start. Oh wait, here's the Monster Reborn. Gaia's back. That's a nice start. Unfortunately, after 3 turns, he hasn't drawn a single thing to help him. That's not a good start.
Are you really prepared to risk everything on the outcome of a single draw? Are you?
Have you been watching? That's like 70% of the series. Mai draws into her 4th Harpy, which is definitely not against the rules or anything, but apparently can't summon anything this turn until Swords is down, despite that never being the case in the anime or the card. All of this is just contrived nonsense.
I did it! I drew another Harpy Lady card!
Mai isn't even trying to hide her next move.
I'm like 99% sure that she was not talking out loud during that scene, so unless Joey is psychic, I don't know how the hell he heard her strategy. Swords finally wears off, and Yugi's basically about to have a panic attack on his next draw, unwilling to risk so much on the gamble of one single top deck.
Who am I to gamble with the lives of Yugi's friends and family?
You're just now asking that? Yugi willpowers him in top decks the Blackluster Soldier Ritual, summoning the Baller Swordsman despite definitely not having the monster card in his hand during. Combining the forces of light and darkness, even though Gaia is an Earth type, into a 3000 attack point monster with no protection or effects. He quickly takes care of Harpy's pet dragon, which forces Mai to surrender because she knows she doesn't have one single card in her deck that can take out a monster. Just one tribute to the doomed. Mai tries to walk away, but is stopped by Yugi, who thanks her for helping him with his inner sexuality and reminding him just how much he loves boobies. Mai says next time he will have to pay full price, and the episode ends. Well, that's it for this week's episode. I want to thank you all for watching. If you enjoyed, don't forget that sub and that bell, hit that like, and leave a comment telling me if you think you can gamble your entire family's future on the top deck of one single draw. I'm guessing about 50% of you will say yes. Tune in next week where we get to see the battle of the century, Brooklyn versus the rest of America. And of course, a shout out to all my patrons. This has been the man from Earth with all the girth, ladies and gentlemen. I got one more episode for you on Friday. Hope you're enjoying. Later. Call all your monsters and magic resistant sunblock, all my fellow and future outlaws, as this is Cards Games vs. Humanity, and I am that Anna Double G. Here with your third episode of that Saturday morning recap that you all miss so dearly. Damn, I'm just spoiling you guys, aren't I? So as per usual, don't forget that sub and that bell, that like, support the channel below, even $1 a month helps if you're feeling it. And leave a comment telling me if you remember the first 10 minutes and 31 seconds of this episode was all about a 5-minute time chase card scene. An episode that literally begins with Mai walking away from the dueling arena in the last episode, a level of immersion I'm just not used to in this show. Everyone celebrates Yugi's victory, even Pegasus, who creepily decides to do so by clapping for about 15 seconds.
What a creep!
I know, I just said that. Now that the duel of Yugi is finished, it's time for our underdog to take on the reigning Intercontinental Champion. And because Tristan is such a good friend, he makes sure to remind Joey that this man makes his living by never getting enough TV time to actually defend his title.
Yugi.
What? Oh. What happened to his face? Where's his face? Joey tells Yugi that if he wins his duel, they'll have to go against one another in the finals. That no matter what, they'll be best friends till the end. That no matter what, may the best man win. No matter what. I don't know where that came from. Naturally, that slimy bastard Bandit Keith is already fast asleep on the couch waiting for Joey to arrive for their epic duel. He greets Mr. Wheeler by saying the same thing I do to anyone under the age of 10 that challenges me to Smash Brothers.
The pummeling will commence as soon as I'm good and ready.
Troke's voice asks both of these players to reveal their entry card. Bandit Keith has Joey's, his own. But unfortunately for Joey, he doesn't seem to have the card that Bandit Keith stole, and seems to be freaking out. It's not like it's a big deal or anything, though. It's not like we made this tournament designed with strict parameters so that it could fail in the last 5 minutes. It's not like he would only have those 5 minutes to have to search the entire castle for that one thing he needs to be able to enter for that $3 million prize money. It's not like that would be the case or anything. It's not like that's the only thing separating from him and being able to save his sister. That definitely shouldn't need a $3 million operation because nothing costs that much. I'm sure you can manage it. Joey destroys this room that I'm pretty sure wasn't even his as Bandit Keith teleports to the other side of the dueling arena, mostly just to talk shit about Joey, claiming that he lost his card on purpose because he was just too scared to face a man like him in a children's card game. About 4 minutes pass in what seems about 90 seconds as Joey seems to have searched the entire castle.
Must have searched the whole castle.
I know, I just said that. But don't worry, despite taking way longer than a minute at this point, our blubbering hero is saved when Mai appears to offer him a handkerchief, the most disgusting of all ways to blow your nose.
Sounded like a bad soap opera, to be honest, but then who doesn't love a bad soap opera?
I'd make fun of that, but as a man who's been watching the male soap opera known as wrestling for about 30 years, all I can say is I'm inspired by those bold and beautiful people. Joey thanks his future lover, but not for another 2 years, because technically he's only 16 at this point in the story, for the card to enter the tournament. So instead he asks if they're friends instead of going to the duel that he's definitely already late for. Bursting into the dueling arena with the most epic entrance of all time, half of this episode has finally been taken up by this minor subplot. Gotta love it. Bandit Keith is shocked to see that he has his card. I'm just shocked to see that they actually gave the 5 minutes of Frieza and Namek a run for its money. Joey Wheeler, a man of honor, a man who will do anything for his friends, a man who really might need to be put on a list.
I'll warm you up. Ed, where you at?
Unless you're talking about an Arctic snowsuit, there is no context in which that is an acceptable statement. Keith calls Joey a punk and begins the duel by setting one face-down monster in defense position, and Joey counters by yes, setting one face-down monster in defense position. It's not really apparent if Keith uses his one free allotted turn skip here, but he just quickly flips up his pendulum machine into attack mode, quickly destroying Joey's battle warrior. Now that Joey knows exactly what kind of monster Keith has out on the field, our Brooklyn Brawler counters with Guilty of the Night, another fusion monster that he manages to summon normally. A well-trained knight with a spear that uses magic attacks, but oops, wait, those have no effect on machines in this duel and this duel only, so that's just not going to work for you. We're then treated to our first piece of evidence that Bakura is secretly a time-traveling younger version of Dr. Emmett Brown.
It's not!
Crazy white hair, hilariously thick accent, a huge desire to go back in time and rewrite history. I'm onto you, bitch. And it follows up on Joey's lack of knowledge of how he is going to cheat by summoning the most badass monster I've ever seen, the Launcher Spider, leaving Guilty of the Night in a pile of dust and inflicting 450 points of damage to our hero. How can Joey stand up to these machines, the gang wonders? The magic resistance and the high attack power on these monsters mean they're only good on head-on-head attacks, something that can be kind of applied to every monster in the game, besides the cheating. It's Joey's turn and he places a monster in face-down defense mode, which according to Keith is not fighting like a man despite being his first opening move of the duel. Unfortunately, he's a bit of a butterfingers and drops one of his cards on the dueling computer.
Fence! Whoa. Just forget what you saw.
Do you realize how many times I would do this if dueling arenas were an actual thing? I would lose a third of my duels, just because I dropped a card I didn't want my opponent to see and it just started materializing. Joey sees that the monster was Zoa, a 2600 attack point monster that he says he can take out easily with Flame Swordsman and Salamandra, even though that's only 2500 attack points. But Bandit Keith responds anyways by flipping up the Magic Metal Force Metal Morph Magic Force, which increases its attack and defense points by 400, even though it was technically in defense mode when it was attacked, so it would have died anyway. So apparently Keith would have had to either skip his turn and switch it to attack mode, or he just ignored the rules completely and didn't care. It's just like, we're in the finals. I just want to know just like this much of the rule, just this much. It's Keith's turn again, apparently, and I'm just gonna accept it at this point, as he uses stop defense to change Joey's activator into attack mode, leaving him wide open for a game-ending swing. Luckily for Joey, the dueling arena is much like America's infrastructure, as Zoa trips into this giant pothole that was never filled in the middle of the arena. The monster is destroyed instantly and ends up inflicting 750 points of damage to Keith in the process. Keith should have known better that as an American, when you duel on the streets, there's always that chance that your monster just goes. Tristan Taylor then commits serious copyright infringement.
All right, go, Joe, go! G.I. Joe!
Joey continues this confidence by laying a face-down card in the back row, saying that it's a trap card, so you better not attack. But Bandit Keith, unfortunately, has had a very rough life, unable to trust anyone, so naturally he assumes this must be a bluff and takes the attack anyways. What he didn't expect is that Joey has maybe 3 to 4 trap cards in his deck, so when he sets a back row, you better fucking believe it's actually one. Activating the kunai and chain, laying waste to the Launcher Spider with Garuzis, another basic weird lizard monster with an axe.
If you keep this up, you'll be dueling Pegasus in no time!
Tristan, bro, Yugi's standing right there. Like, why would you even say that? The episode ends with Bandit Keith saying that his trap cards will not last him forever. They will run out. And like a true American, promises to respond to this problem like all other problems, with bigger and bigger machines with bigger and bigger weapons. Well, that's it for this week's episode. I want to thank you all for watching. If you enjoyed, don't forget that sub and that bell, hit that like, and leave a comment telling me if you think about 50% of what Tristan said in this episode made absolutely no sense. Tune in next week where we get the thrilling conclusion of this battle between two angry men with blonde hair. And for once, I don't mean Ric Flair and Hulk Hogan. And of course, I shout out to all my patrons. If you find yourself suddenly without a face, you should probably seek medical attention right away. Or at least go underwater and see if you can breathe underwater, see if you gain that ability as well. I'd like to know that. This has been the man from Earth with all the girls, ladies and gentlemen. 3 episodes this week. Not too bad. See you all on Monday. Later. Head back to the future, all my fellow and future outlaws, as this is Card Games vs. Humanity, and I am that N-A-K-A-K double G. Back with your weekly recap of that children's card game that I'm still talking about as a grown-ass man, Duel Monsters. So, of course, if you enjoyed, don't forget that sub and that bell, hit that like, and join the Patreon below if you feel like seeing more frequent content. And leave a comment telling me if you've ever left hidden powerful cards in your wristbands to cheat during a duel. I know you have. But enough about that, let's head back to our episode, shall we? One that begins with a recap that does a spectacular job of not mentioning one bit of Joey's subplot to try to find his entry card, and, they just act like he had it the whole time. That's cool. Pegasus admits that this duel has become a real nail-biter, using his X-Gay vision to see what's inside both of their minds and see what they're fighting for.
Why, it's practically a battle of good versus evil.
I know, right? It's such a good thing that we had grown-ass men acting like half-ass criminals that had to barge into this tournament that they weren't invited to, it just wouldn't be that exciting without it. Keith explains that both Joey and Yugi are just speed bumps on his way to dueling Pegasus. Something that makes Joey laugh so hard that while he's trying to explain how Yugi would cream him in an instant, he just draws a card and then passes his turn. I think he legit forgot. And Bandit Keith will take this golden opportunity to summon one of the most badass monsters in the game, the Barrel Dragon. Capable of destroying up to 3 monsters with its brutal 2600 attack, naturally it's going to have an impressive looking attack animation, right? Or maybe they'll just give it the most basic laser gun sound effect from those toys in the early 90s. That's not disappointing or anything. Keith destroys both of Joey's monsters, only inflicting 300 points of damage for some reason. I guess it just calculates one of the monsters, or else Joey just would have lost right there. Luckily, following the rules is so out of style, as our hero Joey finally decides that it's his turn to cheat, summoning both the Time Wizard and the Baby Dragon in the same turn, because I suppose he can just do that now. Once you get, once you level up, you're able to just... You can break the rules more. Joey then uses this moment to explain that one day that all shitty, redneck, gun-obsessed, child-abusing father figures fear will come.
Now you got two things to worry about. That blaster of yours rusting up, and this little guy growing up.
Naturally, because Yugi is in range, the time magic works, causing the barrel dragon to rust up and lose 800 attack points. All while the baby dragon grows into the 1000 dragon. I just seem to love how the time magic has a different effect every time you use it. Bring your monsters down to 100 attack? Sure. Destroy the monster and reduce your life points? Sure. Reduces it by 800 attack points but doesn't destroy it for some reason? Sure. It's just basically Joey's living arrow. Unfortunately, once Baby Dragon hit his teen years about 500 years ago, he became a chronic smoker. So now 1000 Dragon's nostril gust is so heavy that it can destroy the barrel dragon in one sweep, which should have done 600 damage, but nope. Keith is a master of quantum physics and reveals his time machine, which I guess both negates the attack and returns the barrel dragon back to the way it was last turn, allowing him to destroy the 1000 Dragon during the same battle phase. And worst of all, they had to give one of my favorite monsters in the game one of the most pussiest attack animation sound combinations I've ever seen in my life.
Duels are more than just about the cards you use.
Enjoy that statement while it lasts, bro. Season 1 is almost over. Now that Joey is forced to throw a monster in defense mode to protect himself, Bandit Keith uses this opportunity to play some mind games. Knowing that Joey has a massive gambling addiction, he summons the slot machine to try to distract him while the barrel dragon destroys his monster. When Joey sees the slot machine, though, it has the opposite effect, focusing his resolve and now forcing him to talk about how much he needs the money for his sister's operation, throwing a face-down card that I'm pretty sure wasn't in his hand already before summoning the Red Eyes Black Dragon. So Joey, I noticed you could have destroyed that slot machine last turn. You trying to hide something?
Huh?
I said, are you trying to hide something? You could have done 400 damage and he could have done nothing to stop it.
Huh?
Joey, it's clear you have a gambling addiction. No, don't talk over me. I'll talk loud. No, excuse me, you have a gambling addiction. No, don't keep... I swear to... No, you have a gambling addiction. You have a gambling addiction. You have a gambling addiction. You have a gambling addiction! But he forgets that when Joey runs out of trap cards, he'll just start sending monster cards in the back face down instead. Like this one, the Copycat card, which is apparently now quick play and becomes the Metal Morph card, turning Red Eyes into the Red Eyes Metal Black Dragon and destroying Barrel Dragon and almost evening up the score. Naturally, Keith fights like a man by setting his slot machine to defense mode and sending one back row. Definitely not a bait and switch strategy that Joey literally just used in the last turn. So naturally, he decides that the best course of action is just to blindly attack so Keith can activate the 7 complete, raising the slot machine's defense to 3,000, causing him to take damage. You just did it on the last turn.
Yeah, well, just because you have him doesn't mean you'll draw him, Keith.
Joey, in this show, that is literally the complete opposite of what happens. Bandit Keith goes classic playground cheat mode, sneaking in powerful cards in his wristbands that Pegasus notices immediately. A tournament match player bringing in that vintage deck wrapped in a rubber band type feeling that I just can't argue with. Summoning the Blast Sphere, a monster with about 1,500 more attack than it should, attaches itself to the Red Eyes in an attempt to self-destruct. But this is season 1, and Joey must flip his back row quickly. And I mean, he must flip it now, very quickly, or it doesn't work. You gotta do it quickly. Activating the Dragon Nails magic card, increasing Red Eyes attack to 3,400, something he could have done last turn in an attack slot machine and won the duel. There was no reason.
I'll make you cry, all right.
Oh, don't worry about that. I've done enough of that trying to figure out the fucking rules of this game. Keith cheats for the 3rd time, conveniently pulling the 3rd 7 complete from his wristbands. I mean his deck, bringing the slot machine's attack power up to 3,400, matching the Red Eyes with both players nearly at the same amount of life points. Unfortunately, Joey has no cards in his hand that can help, so he does what a pro does best and just decides to set down whatever card he top decks on the field in what I'm pretty sure is face-up attack position. But it's a good thing that he didn't put that mysterious card in his hand, because Keith counters with one of the most broken, overpowered cards ever printed in this game, the Pillager, which allows you to look at your opponent's hand and take one card from it with absolutely no cost. I'm just gonna stare into the screen to represent how broken that would be in today's metagame. Ooh, the Sword and Shield card. If I activate that, my slot machine will have more attack than his Red Eyes. I should just attack blindly, because there's no reason that back row should be feared, right? I mean, all his trap cards have already run out, right? They gotta run out sometime, right? No, those trap cards didn't run out as Joey activates the Grave Robber card. A card that we've yet to see before that I'm not really sure where he got it, that allows you to take one magic card, I mean any trap card, I mean any card you want from your opponent's graveyard and use it right away. Bringing back the time machine that also negates the attack that you just made that would have won the duel. But since you cheated earlier and took no damage, I'm gonna cheat now and bring back the metal red eyes as it was last turn and win this duel. Joey makes the toughest move of his life, commanding red eyes to destroy the slot machine before his very eyes, bringing him one step closer to that prize money that'll allow him to find the biggest slot machine in the world. I mean, help his sister.
Keith's rampage for revenge was brought to a halt by a novice.
I know, it's such a shame that no one in charge paid attention to the structure of the participants that were in this tournament. You know, no one here is in charge. Oh wait. Keith claims that this duel doesn't count because Joey's entry card was a fake, brilliantly revealing that there's no way he could have known that unless he was the one that took it.
Keith! Pegasus!
So are we all just not going to talk about how this regular guy was able to jump at least 30 feet into the air and across the gap? No? No one? Keith points an invisible gun at Pegasus directly, saying, "Give me money or give me death." Unfortunately for Keith, he does have over 1,000 attack points, allowing Pegasus to activate his trap hole, sending him off into the abyss, falling about 100 feet into a shallow beach with sharp rocks. Pegasus chose death. Well, that's it for this week's episode. I want to thank you all for watching. If you enjoyed, don't forget that sub and that bell and that like. And leave a comment telling me if you think Keith enjoyed using that tube as a slip and slide on his way down. Tune in next week where, no matter what, there will be an episode. And of course, a shout out to all my patrons. I have a sale on invisible guns going right now. You can check my Instagram below for all the prices. A lot of them are near mint, too. This has been the man from Earth with all the girth, ladies and gentlemen. Be the character you know you're worth. See you later. No matter what, get ready to sing, all my fellow and future outlaws, as this is Card Game vs. Humanity, and I am that NAKAK-double-G. Here with your second episode of commentary on that show that I used to watch as a wee lad. Well, I guess I was like 12 or 13, so I don't know, that doesn't really count. But either way, it's Duel Monsters. So as per usual, don't forget that sub and that bell and that like. Hit that Patreon if you feel like seeing some more content. And leave a comment telling me if you know the entire set of lyrics to the song that Joey and Yugi are gonna sing together today. Yes, Joey and Yugi, best friends, now on opposite sides of the dueling arena. The match that determines who gets to face Pegasus, despite having no build-up between him and Joey personally, so there's no way that's going to happen.
Who would have guessed that out of all the duelists who started in this tournament, two best friends would wind up in the final match?
I know, right? Who would have guessed that the two main dueling protagonists that we spent more time on than anyone would have some sort of significance in the finals? Taya just asked if it would be easier to flip a coin so she doesn't have to deal with the torment between these two friends. She's very heartbroken that these two close friends who enjoy each other's company have to play a children's card game together.
Well, I don't like it.
Yeah, you tell him, Taya. Yugi doesn't know if he can go through with this duel with his best friend. Joey, on the other hand, tells him to suck it up and get ready to duel, bitch. A rare moment where, wait, never mind, he's transforming. I forgot that little Yugi is basically the Gohan to Yami Yugi's Goku in terms of willingness to fight. Pegasus congratulates both of the duelists on making it this far, demanding both their very best in this match before laughing very weirdly about it. This is one of those rare moments in life where I actually can't tell if someone's laughing out loud or not. LOL. Joey thanks Yugi for his cheating powers, aka just helping him get to the finals by standing near him as he duels, allowing a novice that's been playing for about 5 days to get to the ending of the most prestigious tournament ever held. I mean, there's just so much friend-on-friend bullshit going on right now. I mean, come on, just get on with it, man. I mean, oh, no. It can't be time already. It can't be time for the montage.
Two of a pair, now on opposite sides. From the very start, with honor we've two watched each other's back and we battled with pride. We are closer than brothers. Now we have to fight each other. And we trust our fate to the heart of the cards. No matter what, let the game begin. No matter what, may the best man win. No matter what, we're in this together. No matter what, we'll be friends forever.
Yugi starts the duel by summoning Zelda 2, The Adventures of Link, with absolutely no back row to protect it. A strong first move that surely exemplifies the grand finals. And after Bakura expositioning about every fucking detail of our lives, Joey takes his first turn by summoning Guilty of the Night, destroying the crappy side-scrolling Zelda attempt that I secretly love oh so dearly and inflicting 450 damage to Yugi, scoring an early lead because
anyone can score an early lead in a duel.
Excuse me, do not interrupt me. You get enough frickin' screen time in this episode. Anyways, Joey gets an early lead because Yugi's a fucking idiot.
Joey left his knight on the field completely unprotected.
Bro, that's literally what you just did. There was absolutely no strategic advantage to starting the duel off like that. Yugi asked for a timeout because he realizes Joey is too focused right now and is playing better than him, wasting time talking to him about how every move counts despite making a pointless move in the last turn. Only about 9 minutes later, we finally reach turn 2 where Yugi summons Gaia the Fierce Knight, destroying Joey's Guilty of the Night and inflicting the same amount of damage that he did. Because as Bakura says, Yugi can maintain his cool for those big plays that result in the exact same game state as Joey did to him. Those big plays. Joey seems very happy with these big plays, setting an armored lizard in defense mode as a bait that even Yugi doesn't understand.
What's he playing that throwaway monster for?
I love when characters let little lines like this slip and basically are just saying, why does he have this shitty monster in his deck to begin with? Yugi summons the Skull of Sexiness, destroying the armored lizard with ease and making Joey a happy man in the process.
Man, that's sad. He's in denial already.
Huh. I think that's the same line I use anytime I hear Joe Biden saying he's been doing a great job. It seems Joey wanted Yugi to bring out the summoned skull, claiming that he's about to teach him a lesson. Okay. Summoning the Flame Swordsman and activating Shield and Sword to surprise him, a card that Yugi gave him himself and didn't prepare for at all. Summoned Skull is unfortunately all buys and tries and has little core strength, switching his defense of 1200 to his attack and being destroyed easily by the hot and heavy swordsman.
And with the level of skill that those two possess, I have a strong feeling that things are only going to get hotter down there.
You may not know it, but he's legitimately just talking about how handsome they both are. Bakura goes on to have about another full 5 minutes of screen time explaining the life, the universe, and everything to Tristan and Taya, mostly Taya because she's a fucking idiot. Despite the fact that this duel has been actually quite straightforward and definitely wasn't filled with about 10 minutes of friendship fluffer and, you know, an entire song. Even if it was a banger. Yugi counters Joey's basic bitch plan with one of his own, using Gaia the Dragon Champion to the field and destroying the Flame Swordsman for a significant amount of damage. And these best friends are pushing each other so hard, it's so inspiring. Let's listen to Bakura talk about it for another 3 minutes.
Whoa.
I know, right? It's just so after school special awesome and inspiring to watch these best friends duel each other and still remain friends after the situation. I'm so happy right now. Joey draws the Copycat card, probably the number 1 or 2 most broken card in Season 1, claiming that he has a combo play ready to take down Yugi, and if I'm being honest with Yugi on this one, yeah, Joey plus combos, that doesn't compute. Summoning the Red Eyes Black Dragon and following it up with the activation of the Grave Robber card that just, you know, takes Summoned Skull from Yugi's graveyard and puts it on his side of the field, as if it was Monster Reborn. You can't do that. Then double downing on that brokenness by using Copycat's polymerization in the graveyard. Using our creatures together and giving us our second appearance of Brock Skull Dragon, a monster that only works on pay-per-views and for the highest amount of money.
I may have never played it before, but I've seen you use it plenty of times.
That's what she said. The mighty Brock Skull Dragon hoists Gaia the Dragon Champion up onto its shoulders, throwing him down to the digital ground with a massive F5, doing 600 points of damage to Yugi's life points. Yugi seems very unamused that Joey is elated that he beat a monster with no effects or protection, claiming that this duel is far from over and he has some tricks up his sleeve. I really wanted to make fun of more in this episode, but good God, like half of it is just Bakura talking about every little fucking stupid thing that we don't need to hear, plus a song. Even if it is a banger. Well, that's it for this week's episode. I want to thank you all for watching. If you enjoyed, don't forget that sub and that bell, that like, and leave a comment telling me if you ever found yourself and your best friend on opposite sides fighting over the last few chips in the bag. Tune in next week where we get the thrilling conclusion of these duelists who are closer than brothers. So naturally, they're just gonna top deck whatever they need each turn, regardless if it's cheating or not. And of course, a shout out to all my patrons. If you need me to perform at an event for you, I will need a down payment and a contract that says there will be a buffet at the event after I'm done performing. Non-negotiable. This has been the man from Earth with all the girls, ladies and gentlemen. No matter what. F5 all your opponents into oblivion, all my fellow and feature outlaws, as this is Card Games vs. Humanity, and I am that NAKK-double-G. We have another recap of that show with characters with such crazy hair that you just assume it's a 20-minute commercial for Aquanet Duel Monsters. So I dare you to hit that sub and that bell. Come on, I dare you. I'm gonna wait 5 seconds so you have time. Oh my God, I'm so sick of waiting. Just leave a comment below telling me if you hit the button. Did you hit the button? But enough of this shilling, let's head back to our duel between two best friends, shall we? One that begins with Pegasus saying that it doesn't really matter who's going to win because he is the one that will win in the end. Something that I'm almost 100% sure that I've written about 5 times in my notes in the last 7 episodes or so. My God, just switch it up a little bit. Yugi summons the Dark Magician to try to combat the Beast Incarnate on Joey's side of the field.
In a duel, the monster with the lowest attack strength loses.
Oh, thanks, Joey. It only took 34 episodes for them to explain, you know, that basic mechanic of the game. Better late than never, I suppose. Barely. Yugi follows up the summon by activating the Magical Hats, a card that ends up becoming the single most defining card of this entire duel, mind you. Seriously, this one card gives him over 3 full turns to come back into this duel. It's almost like being able to attack only one monster per turn makes cards like this a wee bit broken.
Is there any other play you want to make before I end your turn?
You know you're fucked when you're dueling a protagonist that has power so great that he decides when you end your turn. Don't you even dare think about it. After missing the first hat, Joey decides to go full sassy bitch mode, summoning Garuzis as bait for the Dark Magician to attack so it can be be lured out into battle. Mind you, while laying on the thickest I dare you to attack sarcasm you'll ever see in this series. I'm definitely not daring you into an attack so I can just win the game on the next move. Nope, I'm not. This isn't obvious at all. Yugi's hair is way too smart for such shenanigans, just setting down a face card before ending his turn. Naturally, when Joey sees this back row, he is very confused. He's not sure if it's a monster card or a trap card, even though you could just look at the screen to see where he put it. Although he frequently puts monster cards in the back row, and you're not supposed to be able to do that, so he probably just assumes that, you know, everyone can. Joey then says the one line, word for word, mind you, that all duelists in their lives have said to themselves at least once.
He knows that I know that he knows what I know. Forget it, I'm just gonna attack.
Joey misses another hat, but wait, ignore that shit. Here's Pegasus coming out of nowhere with some inner dialogue about how the world is cruel and friendship just isn't enough sometimes. I mean, he's not wrong. Okay, so I guess we're just doing Pegasus's backstory right here, right now, in the middle of this duel instead of any other time in the series. We learned that his wife was secretly my Valentine's mother, a woman with so much golden hair she was convinced she was a Saiyan. She attempted to go Super Saiyan Rose, but her body just couldn't handle the strain and it exploded. I believe we have some footage.
That's when tragedy struck.
Tragic stuff, ladies and gentlemen. Back to our duel between heroes, because holy shit, I don't remember this just being thrust into this duel at all. I'm fairly certain that Joey just skips Yugi's turn once we get back and attacks another hat again, missing for a third frickin' time and activating the spellbinding circle in the process, reducing Lesnar's attack down to 2500 and rendering him unable to attack. Yugi smiles because he realizes that one magical hat's basically served as a sword of revealing light for him. Now that Brock is weakened, both him and the Dark Magician are at the same level of attack. They would end at a stalemate and just destroy each other. Wait, never mind, Yugi top decks Book of Secret Arts, and this was after he already claimed that he was about to obliterate Joey's dragon. This wasn't even a dire Millennium Puzzle, gotta draw it now or never type situation. He just wanted it. Boosting the Dark Magician to 2800 attack, he blasts Brock Lesnar back to Canada and puts Joey on the defensive.
But he's ready to show off a few hidden powers too.
Am I supposed to believe that Yugi guessed that Joey would not only rely on the Time Wizard, but successfully pull off its effect in order to counter with a monster whose summoning requirement specifically requires it? Yeah, I don't like this at all. Something stinks. Bakura explains some more shit we don't need to hear. Joey has some flashbacks of his sister because apparently he forgets that shit every 5 minutes, before quickly realizing that his opponent is a pharaoh that is used to having hundreds of women, so there's only one line he could possibly say to bring him true fear.
Alright, Yugi, time to kiss the baby.
Joey summons the baby dragon, followed by a face down card that Yugi instantly assumes is the Time Wizard, and in any other situation that would be insane, but this is Joey Wheeler. He loves to cheat, so I can't really blame Yugi for this one. Although in the last duel he played them both on the same turn, so this entire sequence is just what we like to call friggin' pointless. What is this? The Dark Magician is caught by the Kunai chain with his foolish attack. Oh my god, for once Joey didn't cheat by setting a monster in the back row.
Shame on you, Yugi boy, using the knowledge you have of Joey's deck to predict what card he would play.
Yes, shame on you for trying to predict the 10 or so cards Joey uses in his duels, 2 or 3 of which you gave him yourself. Shame on you for trying to have knowledge of your opponent's deck and playing style before you enter the match. Best friends Joey and Yugi say it's been a real honor dueling one another, something that Taya thinks is so fucking cool. It's so cool that they're friends first, playing as friends in a children's card game meant for friends.
Unreal! I pulled the one card in my whole deck that really can finish this duel and decide a winner.
Joey, why are you even surprised? Also, why is Brock still on the dueling computer? There's no way he's sticking around longer than he needs to. Joey summons the one card that Yugi gave him at the beginning of this tournament, so naturally, like a genius, he knew that it would come down to this situation. The spin of a wheel, the flip of a coin, the roll of a die, the toss of a... Wait, never mind, it's succeeded. There's just way too much protagonist power in this duel right now. We're lucky that arrow didn't go flying off the hinges. Time magic courses through the veins of the baby dragon, much like the nicotine that he loves oh so dearly. As the Dark Magician receives the Harpy Lady effect, reducing his attack to 100 and making him look strangely similar to a member of ZZ Top. Thousand Dragon really wants a cigarette right now, so he attacks immediately, but just like a smoker's worst nightmare, it starts raining heavily, forcing him to go back inside, negating the attack and saving the Dark Magician. Pay no attention to the fact that this attack was stopped with a normal magic card that doesn't do anything like that in real life, nor was it anything close to what it was used versus Weevil. We're then treated to a clip of Pegasus watching me take my shirt off. Yes, the Dark Sage, a monster that took 1,000 years of knowledge and experience to make his way to the field, allowing him to activate one magic card on his turn and his opponent's turn. They never really specify it's from his hand or it's from his deck. Still allow me to invoke its powers, which I basically mean let me top deck Monster Reborn, summoning Brock back to the ring because I paid him handsomely for one last beatdown after the match.
And this is the hardest move I've ever had to make.
This coming from someone who successfully killed someone after a match and then attempted to do so again when he was fighting Kaiba. Brock Skull Dragon lifts Thousand Dragon into the air for one last F5, winning the duel and even causing Pegasus to just walk away and not say anything. a refreshing change of pace, honestly. Joey offers the money to Yugi because he won the match, but he says he can keep it because I'm literally a pharaoh with billions, bitch. The episode ends with Joey crying because he knows he'll never have a harem quite like Yugi. Well, that's it for this week's episode. I want to thank you all for watching. If you enjoyed, don't forget that sub and that bell and that like, and leave a comment telling me if you think it's funny that this was probably the most straightforward duel that we've had in the entire season. Tune in next week where we get the final battle of the season between Yugi and Pegasus. I bet he won't stand a ghost of a chance. That doesn't make any sense right here. And of course, a shout out to all my patrons. I'd advise you to heed the warning of Pegasus' wife. Trying to go Super Saiyan Rose with no proper chaining is no joke. It is, however, hilarious. This has been the man from Earth with all the girth, ladies and gentlemen. Did you hit that sub button? Did you? I know you want to. See you next week. Don your very own suit of armor, all my fellow and feature outlaws, as this is Cards Games vs. Humanity, and I am that NAKAK-double-G. Back with your weekly recap of that show that has an extremely bad habit of taking up the first half of the show with nothing but flashbacks and filler, Duel Monsters. So as per usual, don't forget that sub and that bell, that like, support the Patreon below if you'd like to see more content, and leave a comment telling me if you remember how many times they say the word probe in all of these episodes. These episodes that begin with Yugi standing at the gate of the dueling arena, contemplating everything he's fighting for and all his grandfather taught him. And naturally, because we're about 30 seconds into the episode, we're about 5 seconds due for a flashback, but not just any flashback. This time it's a brand new flashback.
I should know. I've collected the best cards in the game.
Bitch, you put Horned Imp in your deck. Horned fucking Imp. How did that line even make it past censors? For some reason, Yugi's surprised when he finds his friends on the other side of the gate in support of him. Although Croquet did say only duelists are allowed in this like crappy little dueling bench arena down there, so I mean, they can't even follow those rules.
And now, for your dueling pleasure.
Oh god, Croquet's been around Pegasus for so long that even he is starting to describe anything dueling related in a gross and creepy fashion. Pegasus talks to himself as he stares deep into the eyes of Yugi, showing off all his most powerful monsters surrounding him. And like Summon Skull, Gaia, and Dark Magician I get, but what the hell is Giant Soldier of Stone doing so high up there? Did he just really love attacking the moon, I guess? Pegasus congratulates Yugi for making his way to the finals. Yugi responds in the only way he knows how.
Pegasus! Before we begin this duel, I want you to agree to keep your promise.
Pegasus! Will you please keep your promise, pretty please? Yugi demands that if he wins this duel, he will release both the Kaiba brothers and his grandfather. Something that surprises Pegasus because he thought he hated Kaiba as much as he hated him. Yugi doesn't deny it whatsoever, saying that he just needs to keep a vow to a friend, aka I know I'm gonna get paid handsomely after I'm done. The gang heads up to the balcony, convinced that Pegasus is up to something. I'm not really sure what could have tipped them off though, with all the, soul stealing, kidnapping, and disregard for his own tournament rules. Tristan has to poop very badly. I mean, he has to go fight Mokuba, so Pegasus doesn't hold all the cards. Definitely not overlooking the fact that having the body without the soul part of it doesn't really give you much more of an advantage, does it?
A search for their empty vessels. Not a bad idea.
If Bakura really wanted a soulless vessel, all he has to do is go to the White House. Croquet once again demands Yugi's entry card because, if he didn't have it anymore for some reason, they wouldn't be able to do the duel. I guess he'd just have to go home and it's just over. I mean, what else do you expect? What are you gonna do? Explaining to Yugi that if he does defeat Pegasus, he can ask for anything. CEO of my vaguely established company? Sure. Do you want my Millennium Eye? Why not? Do you want this shitty island that I secretly stole from Mr. Beast? It's yours. We're only 9 minutes into this episode where no actual dueling has happened yet, as Pegasus explains why this card is blank, saying that it's for the soul of Yugi after he wins the duel, and definitely not just an old sample card out of an old booster box he found the other day.
That's our Yugi. He'd do anything for anybody.
You might want to ask Panic about that. Oh wait, you can't. Because he's dead. Maximilian explains that if he defeats Yugi, he'll become the sole owner of Kaiba Corp, a plot point that's had maybe 15 seconds of explanation before 2 strippers come down on a pole in the middle of the dueling arena. Pegasus has to say, not now boys, I haven't won yet, before having them cover it up as the ones to help the duelists cut their deck. To which Pegasus gives Yugi's deck the touch of death, officially not following his own rules and being DQ'd from the match. Back to Tristan, who is lurking in this dungeon with no idea where he's going, almost like this was a bad idea or something. Nearly getting caught before frame skipping once again into the suit of armor he found to hide from the guards, somehow making absolutely no noise whatsoever in the process. Like, either they're just terrible or it's Tristan, man. What do we do?
Strange.
Naturally, as an avid Zelda player, Tristan is not fooled by this hidden door that he basically just heard the guards talk about anyways as they were switching shifts to cover Mokuba. We head back to the duel where Yugi begins with a humble T-set and pass, exposing his beaver that Pegasus already sniffed out when he read the top of his deck. You knew he saw his first 5 cards and he's just like, yeah, that's fine. Also setting a back row and summoning the red archery girl in defense mode, a move that confuses Yugi by being almost the exact same thing he did. Anyone gonna tell me why out of all the sound effects on the planet, a clam sounds like a spaceship door opening on a GameCube game? Pegasus monologues about what Yugi is going to do next, so naturally Yugi follows the plot by doing just that, flipping the beaver into attack mode and combining it with a horn of a unicorn. What he didn't expect, and well, probably should at this point, is that Pegasus has a very specific trap that doesn't really exist to counter it. Tears of a Mermaid, which negates the horn of the unicorn, I guess. They never really make it that clear, allowing Pegasus to cheat and switch his red archery girl to attack mode during the damage step and destroy the beaver for a whopping 200 damage. Yugi is blown away by this move. The gang is mostly just blown away by how long it's taking Tristan to take a shit. After 34 episodes and about 848,000 examples, Yugi finally believes that the Millennium Eye is for real, and he is shaken to his core.
You know my mind-reading abilities give me an unbeatable advantage.
That poor bastard. He was so scared his nose didn't move the entire time. Back to Tristan, who's done some farming and has some decent equipment now. Attacks the extremely bored basic grunt with a second helmet that he definitely wasn't holding about 5 seconds ago, knocking him out with that beautiful fake violence that we're not allowed to show you, but believe me, it definitely happened. Tristan finds Mokuba and... Mokuba? See, this scene tries to make you think that Mokuba's soul was actually stolen, but that's actually the catatonic state he went into after Pegasus tried giving him a hug. Either that or he watched the chapter black tape, I don't know. Somehow Bakura's Millennium Ring doubles as a CB radio, allowing him to tap into Croquet's phone call. He starts to listen in about how Mokuba has been missing, making sure the audience knows about 80% of this episode will not be about dueling. Oh yeah, that duel that's currently happening? Yugi has a face-down monster. He does. Yeah, I think. But don't pay any attention to that, because Pegasus says this is the moment we've all been waiting for, summoning Ryu-Ren in defense mode and ending his turn. Is that it?
I'll scramble your egg.
I mean, if you're taking orders, I prefer a sausage, egg, and cheese breakfast sandwich, but I don't want to interrupt you during your duel, bro. The episode ends with Pegasus playing more mind games, listing off the cards in Yugi's hand, the Celtic Guardian, the Spellbinding Circle, magical hats, and Horned Imp. Horned fucking Imp. Well, that's it for this episode. I want to thank you all for watching. If you enjoyed, don't forget that sub and that bell, that like, and leave a comment telling me if you'd like Yugi to make you some breakfast food while you're in the middle of a duel. Tune in next week where we get nearly 50% of the episode containing the actual duel going on. I know, that's just way too much. And of course, a shout out to all my patrons. We recently hit that 300 sub mark, and you know I gotta spoil you all with a nice opening here soon. It's coming, don't worry. I got one special for you. This has been the Man for Worth with all the girls, ladies and gentlemen. I think YouTube's actually starting to care. Shit's been growing a little bit. Let's keep it up. See y'all on Wednesday. Later. Get ready for a Looney Tunes marathon, all my fellow feature outlaws, as this is Card Games vs. Humanity, and I am that NAKAK-double-G. Here with another satirical recap of that show I know you love. I believe it's called Digimon Pocket Monster Adventures. Something like that, right? So as per usual, don't forget that sub and that bell, that like, join the Patreon below if you'd like to see some more content. And leave a comment below if you remember Toon Summon Skull making noises that sound like a dog's chew toy endlessly being stepped on over and over. An episode that begins with Bakura listening into Croquet Radio, who seems to be having some difficulties inside the castle as the soulless body of Mokuba has somehow gone missing. Bakura tells the rest of the gang that he's very concerned about how long Tristan's been taking a poop and goes off to find that soulless body. We're not quite sure if he's talking about Mokuba or Tristan himself. Back to our duel, Pegasus is doing what he does best, basically just narrating what Yugi's about to do next and, you know, just having the right card at the exact moment that he needs at any time. Because he's a champion level duelist, Yugi summons the skeletal Giga Chad Skull to the field in defense mode and sets a back row, stopping the Ryu-Ran's attack and reducing it to 1500. Who could have seen that coming? Man, that must be really useful. I wonder if you wear it so it's hanging on your back, would it double as a signal light for people behind you? Remember when I asked who could have seen this coming? Pegasus. He saw it coming. Activating Trap Displacement, a card that I'm pretty sure has the same artwork as that trap card Moku that Ishizu used against Kaiba. Switching the Spellbinding Circle onto the Summon Skull, attacking his abs, which he unfortunately hasn't worked too much on, reducing his attack to 1800.
Why, it's almost as if I knew exactly what you were thinking, isn't it?
You know, not even considering the whole Millennium Eye thing, that line might be just slightly more impressive if you hadn't seen Yugi duel 12 times already with the same card. Back to Tristan, who is being chased by guards holding guns that are not of the ethereal type, I swear you. These are real guns, with real bullets that can hurt real people. So I'm not even really sure why they hesitated to shoot Tristan from afar when they're definitely in international waters and not following any fucking rules right now. This random grunt then reveals what the US Army's original slogan idea was.
Now hand over the kid, tough guy.
Bakura appears from the shadows and threatens the grunts with his gruff voice and magical powers that aren't very well explained yet, as Tristan tells him to run away quickly. The guards are wearing sunglasses at night and can't see very well, so they ask Bakura to please stand. Please don't stand so far away from us.
Now step out of those shadows right now.
Step out of those shadows.
He really wanted him to step out of the shadows. Unfortunately, the only thing more powerful than invisible guns are magic cards that are supposed to inflict 500 damage to both you and your opponent during your standby phases. Also, let's not just gloss over the fact that of all the situations they've been in already, why is this the first time that he's choosing to use this power? Back to the duel, Yugi's at the mercy of Pegasus' Millennium Eye. He has every card he needs to be able to stop Yugi's deck, and not just because the plot demands that he has it at the right time and his hand never bricks, bringing back the most banned book in all of Duel Monsters, Toon World. And unfortunately for Yugi, there's no screaming conservatives nearby to try and burn the book for him, allowing it to turn all of Pegasus's monsters into toons once again.
Who needs magic with this card?
That cheat. The Toon World card is one of a kind. It was thought too powerful for distribution.
Is this duel the equivalent of someone who cheats with broken cards inside the game versus someone who just cheats by ignoring the rules outside the game? This might be the most complete experiment that shows off unstoppable force versus immovable object that we'll ever get. Manga Ryuran, not just Ryuran, he's cultured now. Destroys the giant soldier of stone that I don't remember Yugi setting at all, forcing him to go on the offensive. Maybe by attacking he can uncover a weakness in these Toon monsters, because I guess you're not just allowed to ask what the monster's effect and attributes are. I never really understood that rule really in the show. It's just like you could be like, hey, what's this card do? You know, too bad, you're gonna have to find out. You're not allowed to react. Summoning Zelda, a link to a past to combat the weird spaceship clam in what should end in a double KO. Why does he sound like an oxen? Why? I just want to know so badly. Is that just how Link would sound if he actually started talking? The clam is disgusted by these weird large mammal-like noises, catching the attack in midair and destroying any chance at a Zelda speedrun today. Since Yugi has no monsters out on the field, and I guess you just actually need that to be able to do shit to your opponent, Pegasus just sets 2 cards face down and ends his turn instead, forcing Yugi to go on the defensive and play the best monster in his deck. The Horned Imp. What's that? Pegasus has another broken perma-trap that turns all of Yugi's defense monsters into stone? What's that? When the monster's destroyed, Yugi loses life points equal to half the monster's defense points? What's that? These cards really need a fucking maintenance cost? Pegasus follows up this play with a doppelganger card. Basically Joey's copycat card, but it's treated as much more broken for some reason. Summoning this weird cat-dog-like creature that somehow exits the dueling hologram arena in what looks like an attempt to either suffocate him like a snake or give him the sex. Dude, watch your mouth. This is a kid's show. This potential sex offender transforms itself into the summoned skull, being turned into a toon as soon as it hits Pegasus' side of the field, which is probably how the archetype should work nowadays, honestly. He comes out making sounds that should not be allowed on TV, enraging Yugi greatly at how disgusting one of his boys has become. How fucking long is that gonna last? Even I'm starting to get pissed off. Yugi destroys Yugi's precious Horned Imp, inflicting 500 more damage to him while Pegasus has taken none. Heading back to our epic minor subplot, Bakura and Tristan are seen running up these endless stairs when he asks Bakura what he did to those guards back there, because, you know, bringing a fucking children's trading card game to life doesn't require any further explanation. Full of so much piss and vinegar and momentum, he almost dies exiting this door that leads to a cliff that goes to nowhere. Like, what's the point of this door? Was there a bridge there? Did it break? It's just like, not even Tristan asks, what's the point of this? Back to Yugi, who finally draws the Dark Magician, although even that seems to not be enough to break his sense of hopelessness right now.
Accepting defeat is such a personal matter.
Yeah, I guess, unless you're playing, like, literally any team game. Wait, we're back to Bakura and Tristan, who seems ready to give up. Luckily, Bakura whips his deck out like a badass. Wait, we're back to Yugi and Pegasus. My god, stick with a fucking story plot for more than 20 seconds so we don't need inner dialogue to reestablish what's going on, please. Back to the duel. Oh wait, the episode's over. Literally nothing happened in the last 4 minutes. Good god. Well, that's it for this episode. I want to thank you all for watching. If you enjoyed, don't forget that sub and that bell and that like, and leave a comment telling me if you have a large tower at home with a doorway that leads to nowhere just to trick your house guests. Tune in next week where Yugi finally begins to retaliate. Only took 3 episodes, bro. I guess with all the Tristan filler, it's more like 1 episode at this point, but you get the point. And of course, a shout out to all my patrons. I just want you to know how much I love and appreciate all of you. Now give me your money. This has been the man from Earth with all the girls, ladies and gentlemen. Channel's starting to go pretty strong. Let's keep it up. I want to thank y'all. See you on Friday. Later. Finally learn your ultimate technique, all my fellow and future outlaws, as this is Cards, Games vs. Humanity, and I am that NAK double G. I believe it's time for another recap of that show that has a lot of duels. I believe it's time to dine on some parody. And as per usual, if you enjoyed, don't forget that sub and that bell and that like. Hit that Patreon up if you feel like seeing more content. And leave a comment telling me if you're ready for your sense of humor to be probed by my Millennium commentary. So let's head back to our duel, shall we? One where Yugi finally puts up a minor defense with his second most broken card in his deck. The one, the only, the magical hat. Pegasus claims that it doesn't matter anyways, as he's able to probe into Yugi's mind and discover the location of the Dark Magician. If Yugi was smart, he would just shuffle that shit around so not even he knows where it is. I mean, it makes it a guessing game, but fuck man, at least try. After 36 episodes, it takes Taya, of all people, to remind Yugi that he has his own magic, despite the fact that he's already killed 2 people with it already.
If I'm to have any chance of beating Pegasus...
Why is this the first time that we're seeing some sort of physical representation of the inside of their minds? Like, look at that design difference there. Yugi really is just all basic blue bitch, isn't he? We then get about a 5-minute scene of them talking back and forth. Seriously, it takes so long. Of how merging their minds like normal is the wrong strategy, as it allows Pegasus to read both of their minds at the same time like he appears to be doing now.
I can feel Pegasus pushing at our mind, trying to probe our thoughts.
I'm sorry, Yugi, I don't mean to probe, but since when do you have any ability to resist that in the first place? I wouldn't want to probe any further into the choice of words of this episode's writer that probably should have been on probation. After legit about 5 minutes of talking, they finally decide to switch minds at the last second, causing Summon Skull's attack to hit the wrong hat and give a glimmer of hope to our hero.
I felt him resisting my probe.
Maybe you probed the wrong mind, Pegasus. Maybe your mind-probing powers aren't as all-seeing as you think.
Oh my god, just fuck already. Taya, of course, is the only one that notices that Yugi gets bigger when he duels, pointing to Joey that Yugi has a spirit inside him that drives him to kill. I mean, win honorably. Back to our hero's turn, little Yugi goes full sassy black woman who don't need no man, daring Pegasus to try and probe his mind before switching back to bigger Yugi.
I am no longer Yugimoto, but someone else altogether.
Holy crap, who could have ever guessed that Yugi was secretly Dan Green? Mr. Green reaches level 30 in the middle of this duel, finally learning a new technique called the Mind Shuffle, allowing him to switch between the minds of Dan and Yugi anytime Pegasus tries to probe him. But forget about that because it's minor subplot time with Bakura and Tristan, who literally have their backs against the wall, unsure how they're gonna escape all of Pegasus' guards. Just like a real duelist who's mad at security for kicking him out at a tournament because he didn't shower, Bakura talks to these cards and says that all these ignorant mortals will need to pay dearly. Bakura summons the Man-Eater bug to real life, which you might be concerned because there's 5 guards and it can only destroy 1 monster at a time, but don't worry. It just beats the shit out of 4 of them and then starts eating the last one with its effect. I guess they all must have had really low attack points because Man-Eater bug has like 450 or something.
Present-day humans are so fun to terrorize, don't you think?
Ah yes, spoken like a true capitalist. He then follows this up by bringing forth one of my favorite monsters of all time, Morphing Jar, which apparently can just eat them all whole and send them to the graveyard. But don't you dare ask what graveyard on the planet he's talking about. Don't you dare.
Whoa!
Dude, your friend not only brought a fucking children's card game to life, but you just watched 5 men get killed and eaten whole by a giant monster, and all you can say is, whoa? Like, they're dead. They ain't coming back, they're dead. Back to the duel, Pegasus is frustrated that he can't probe Yugi any longer, who claims that he's been relying on his magic for so long that he bet his dueling skills have diminished horribly, which is probably a burn that would carry more weight if this game had actual rules right now. Deciding to attack once again with Toon Summon Skull, he misses once again because it's in Yugi's contract that this card be the reason he comes back in almost every duel.
Did I get him? I think I got him. I must have gotten him.
Huh. That sounds like the same line of dialogue cops say anytime they shoot someone far away who was unarmed. Since he wasted his turn, Yugi switches mind once again, drawing the living arrow card and setting it face down, signaling to the audience that the time for cheating has begun. Pegasus' time is up, my time is now. But since this is a cheater versus cheater battle, Pegasus combats the lack of rules with broken cards like magical neutralizing force, reducing Yugi's magical hat time from the normal 4 to 2 turns, revealing the Dark Magician in defense mode that wasn't turned to stone for some reason. Foolishly attacking the Dark Magician right away, the fused hero switches minds and reveals the living arrow card, something that scares even Pegasus because he knows he should have kept the only one. A card whose description from Yugi is word for word, it can fuse with any card on the field. A description so descriptively descriptive that it's basically another copycat card on the field, becoming Pegasus's magical neutralizing force and shooting it right at the Toon World, destroying it once and for all. But wait, there's more. It's only been 2 full minutes of damage step and I still have time to activate some cards. Let me flip over Mirror Force and destroy your Toons who are no longer Toons, even though they should have been destroyed when Toon World was destroyed, but this is still the damage step, so don't you dare argue. It wipes out all of MaxiPad's precious cartoons and inflicts 1400 damage to Pegasus with no explanation like in the duel with Weevil. Is there a reason that Mirror Force just randomly has burns sometimes in Season 1? It's not consistent at all. Seeing this horrible destruction, Pegasus responds in the same way that an 8-year-old child would on Saturday morning who just realized his favorite cartoon got canceled early.
Oh, my beloved Toons! Oh, no, 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 no. This is a nightmare.
Since Pegasus is having a coma right now, let's head back to Bakura and Tristan, shall we? They're having a lovely little conversation over the 5 murders they just witnessed. Oh, I'm sorry, I mean, they'll all go to the graveyard and they'll be fine in a few days from now. Bakura points to Mokoba and gets really close to Tristan so he can ask nicely, so, you can eat that soulless vessel? Back to our duel already because this show is so good at subplots not lasting longer than 40 seconds. Pegasus congratulates Yugi and says he's impressed with his dueling skills, despite already being world champion in episode 1. Then he ends the episode by finally admitting to Yugi that he's here to claim his Millennium Puzzle, all before revealing his ultimate technique, the ability to cover the entire dueling arena and while buried fruit by the foot. Well, that's it for this episode. I want to thank you all for watching. If you enjoyed, don't forget that sub and that bell and that like, and leave a comment telling me if you think Yugi would be able to focus on the duel any longer now that the walls are covered in delicious fruit snacks. I know I wouldn't be able to. Tune in next week where Yugi will have to combat his greatest challenge, his biggest enemy. He may even have to relinquish his friends. Okay, I'll shut up. And of course, a shout out to all my patrons. Is there something on my face? This has been the Man for Earth, all the girth, ladies and gentlemen. I just wanted to thank you all and all the new subs that we've been getting recently. YouTube either finally cares or just something's clicking, I don't know. But I will repay you all as best I can with content and openings coming up again soon. Later. Get ready to breathe heavily, all my fellow and future outlaws, as this is Cards Games vs. Humanity, and I am that NAK, aka Double G. Yes, we're back with that weekly recap of that show that has more confusing rulings than the amount of episodes that Bakura took to actually carry out his evil plan, Duel Monsters. So as usual, if you enjoyed, don't forget that sub and that bell, that like, hit up that Patreon if you want to see some more content. And leave a comment telling me if you wish you could summon a dimensional bubble that was filling the air with alcohol for you and your friends to enjoy. But what's this? We're starting the episode with Sub Plus just to get it out of the way? This is something I'm not used to.
You know that I have the power to back up my threats.
Yes, and in about 700 episodes, you'll see just how diabolical my plan really is. But until then, I'm just chilling. Bakura demands that Tristan hand over Mokuba to him so he can use it as his vessel. To which, of course, Tristan decides the best course of action is to throw a dead body. Why did a fucking karate chop sound like a sword? In a few hours, the sun will rise. 5 armed guards couldn't take out Bakura, so of course it makes sense for a teenager with moderate levels of fighting experience to take out a magical being with a single chop and proceed to Beyblade the ring into what looks like about 2 miles away, but then it falls about 100 feet into the forest. Back to the duel, Pegasus has created the ultimate living wild berry gusher, surrounding the entire dueling arena and keeping all of Yugi's friends locked out. And because he's a motherfucking action hero, Tristan appears out of nowhere holding both Mokuba and Bakura's body, as he explains to Joey and Taya that Bakura just wanted his new host body. Naturally, they ask 0 questions. Actually, that's just normal for them any other day while I sit here contemplating my entire life while I realize one thing. When they're not dueling, is Tristan actually like a good leader and an effective partner? I don't know if I can handle that. Being inside the giant gusher has its problems though, as little Yugi cannot handle the thick particles of alcohol that now fill the air. A realm whose strength increases with every bottle of wine that Pegasus drinks. Big Yugi switches minds because he can survive in this realm better, aka hand me some of that delicious wine, bitch. Yugi just draws a card and then skips his turn because God forbid you're allowed to do anything when your opponent doesn't have a monster on the field, before Pegasus counters with his new monster, the Dark Eyes Illusionist.
It's a monster I created just for this game.
It's a fucking tournament match and this scrub is admitting to making and using homebrew cards. Like, let's just let that fly. The worst part of all is this card is not even that good. At best, it's like a 1-for-1 stall on the field. But just like Yugi, don't you dare ask what it does. You'll just have to find out next turn. Oops, what's that? On your standby phase, you took 2,000 direct damage? It looks like I win. It's now Yugi's turn and he summons the Curse of Dragon to retaliate, but who could have ever guessed that a monster with 0 attack would have some ability to, you know, keep itself alive and retaliate in some way.
This is so hard. The string. It hurts!
That is truly a line you never want to have to utter when you're stuck in a dimension with only Pegasus. What little Yugi didn't realize is that Pegasus snuck another 3 glasses of wine when they wasn't looking, causing the alcohol content of the dimension to go up dramatically, giving our hero the spins. A feeling of alcohol poisoning so strong that it begins to affect his friends right in the liver.
Yeah, sharp jolt, right in my heart.
I mean the heart, of course, yeah. That's what I meant. They're such close friends that they can feel each other's blood flow. Such a strong bond must have been forged when they put that smiley face on their hands. Such a magic marker in episode 1. How strong was that marker, dude? Okay, so Pegasus is talking a lot like he always does, and he lays the face down card like you see his hand move, but you don't actually get to hear what happens, and then it's just Yugi's turn. And you know our boy is gonna take advantage of any opportunity he gets to inflict bloodshed, attacking with the Cursed Dragon on the Dark Eyes Illusionist and paying for it dearly because, you know, he's not allowed to read the card effect. As it attacks, it paralyzes the monster completely, not really changing the game state whatsoever, so he definitely doesn't have a follow-up move, right? Nope, I was wrong. It's still the damage step, so I can flip up this Ritual Magic card that I didn't say anything about last turn, right? Don't worry, it's just Black Illusion Ritual, allowing me to tribute my monster for the Almighty Relinquish, a monster that can use your monsters as my monsters for me, and I want to use them.
Dark Magician, go now! Attack Relinquish!
I legit have no fucking clue whose turn it is anymore. Yugi attacked, and then Pegasus activated a Ritual Magic card, and then Yugi's attacking again now. Like, they ain't explaining shit. Relinquish lures in the Curse of Dragon with its almighty sucking powers, using its lust as a defensive shield versus the Dark Magician. This attack actually destroys the Curse of Dragon and inflicts 500 damage to Yugi because it was his monster originally. I know Pegasus likes to be a troll to show off his new monster's sucking powers, but he probably could have just taken the Dark Magician and accomplished the same thing easier. Oh, okay, so I guess it's Pegasus' turn again. I'm glad we cleared that up after 3 monster attacks, 1 monster effect, and a Ritual Magic card all during the damage step. He steals the Dark Magician and assimilates it into his being, but he can't do anything because Yugi has no monsters, so he just ends his turn. How the hell did I not notice this as a kid? Big Yugi is very scared because he has nothing in his deck that can destroy it. His deck full of his grandpa's cards, the best cards in the world, yet it doesn't have a single fissure. Little Yugi demands that they switch minds right now, but what he didn't expect is Pegasus to whip out the hard liquor and start taking multiple shots before he did so, causing the alcohol content in the air to hit critical mass, allowing Yugi to only draw one precious card before setting Feral Imp in defense mode. Man, Grandpa he loves imps, doesn't he?
But if you reach the limits of your endurance, your soul will be shredded.
AKA, we created an entire dimension called the Shadow Realm to do any and all to admit that people can actually die in this series despite having 7 people been killed already. Pegasus quickly destroys the Feral Imp with Relinquish, something that Yugi just can't bear to see. His imps were the only thing that were keeping him from passing out from the spins.
Whatever it was, it felt devastating.
Yes, that's called alcohol poisoning. These NPCs, I mean Yugi's friends, are very scared they can no longer feel the presence of their friend Yugi, despite not having any supernatural powers that would allow them to do that in the first place. They attempt to break the game by running into the fruit snack dome, but keep hitting the clip distance and seem to keep refreshing on either side, just like some PS1 game. If only they had an action replay, man. Back to the duel that's surprisingly taking up 90% of this episode. Yugi is super pissed that Pegasus tried to get his boyfriend drunk, showing us signs of Season 0 and admitting there will be no mercy. Unfortunately for him, no mercy means summoning Winged Fortress, Guardian of the Wing, in defense mode and ending his turn, something that is easily destroyed by Pegasus on his next turn. The episode ends with Pegasus summoning Jigen Bakudan, a monster that will explode in 2 turns, destroying all the monsters on Pegasus' side of the field and inflicting direct damage to Yugi's life points.
Jigen Bakudan is a self-destructing monster that's immune to attacks.
First off, no it's not. Secondly, why didn't you just set this last turn? Thirdly, Yugi, get a fucking fissure, bro. Well, that's it for this episode. I want to thank you all for watching. If you enjoyed, don't forget that sub and that bell and that like, and leave a comment telling me if any of you have any idea what fucking turn these people are on in this duel. Seriously, the amount of turn skipping has reached the apex. Tune in next week where we get the conclusion of this epic match. Isn't it kind of a shame that we already saw it in episode 2 for no reason at all? Seriously, why did they show that clip so early? And of course, a shout out to all my patrons. I have a special secret that I want to share with all of you. Maybe next time. This has been the man for Earth with all the girth, ladies and gentlemen. Be the character you know you're worth. See ya. Behold the power of friendship, all my fellow and future outlaws, as this is Card Games vs. Humanity, and I am that Anna double G. Back with a weekly recap of that show that tends to have more flashbacks than turns taken in an actual match, Duel Monsters. So as per usual, if you enjoyed, don't forget that sub and that bell and that like. Hit up that Patreon if you want to see some more content. Leave a comment telling me if you would hold hands with your best friends if it gave you unexplained powers that could rival ancient Egyptian artifacts. But let's forget about that because it's season finale time, the match of the millennium. A match that if it had a turn counter, it would just read LOL, try again.
It's like we've been cut off from him.
Or maybe he's been cut off from us.
Well, Tristan is back to 4Kids dialogue mode. That didn't last long. Yugi is scared as the Jigen Bakudan is set to go off in 2 turns, ending this duel. And what's that? Yes, you guessed correctly. Grandpa shows up out of fucking nowhere to help this man he's never met before. That they're all close friends and the friendly power of friendship will save them. I forgot this is season 1 and they're still kind of learning how OP all this shit is. Taya suggests that if they all hold hands together and concentrate their energies, whatever the fuck that means, they'll be able to help Yugi in this duel. I mean, she must be joking, right? That could never work in a million years, right? Yugi draws a card and Pegasus goes full Predator mode, attempting to read it, but is blocked by some mysterious force. Such a thick layer of teenage angst and hormones cannot be penetrated by his Millennium Eye, proving Taya right all along. Oh god. Taya was right all along.
Impossible! Inconceivable!
I love how Pegasus, the creator of the game and the one who did the artwork for the cards, could have just paid close attention to see that it was actually just Mystic Box in the background. Like, you think he would pay more attention to these things when there's this much on the line. We then get another clip of Pegasus watching me take my shirt off. Yugi slams down the Mystic Box, switching places with the Dark Magician and Jigen Bakudan. An effect that wouldn't be useful in about 99.9% of duels, and also for some reason doesn't destroy the Bakudan even though it's only immune to attacks, not monster destruction. It's Pegasus' turn, and oh wait, never mind, there's nothing he can do, lol. It's Yugi's turn, and there's something he surely can do, such as activating Brain Control, stealing Relinquish from Pegasus, and attacking direct... Oh wait. God, I hate this. Instead, our hero flips up the last card played by our little hero, Black Magician Ritual, contributing both Dark Magician and Jigen Bakudan and not Relinquish for some reason, even though it was basically treated as an equipped card and would have been destroyed.
What has he created in its place?
You should know, you made the fucking game. The final act from Yugi, the Magician of Black Chaos, the strongest magician in all of Duel Monsters. A 2800 beat stick with absolutely no effects. Just wait till Invasion of Chaos. Pegasus isn't worried though, as he knows his boy Relinquish will come back next turn, allowing him to suck away the Black Magician from Yugi and use it to not attack directly. Both characters get epic poses and power-ups for some reason, while Yugi sets one monster in a back row, cards that Pegasus would still know if he, just remember the cards that he saw earlier in his hand that never changed.
And Relinquished is back where he belongs, with his daddy.
Yeah. I'm done. He fuses his returned monster with this gross piece of shit with eyeballs to create a monster whose disgusting noises can only be rivaled by the cocoon of evolution. Yes, of course, I'm talking about Thousand Eyes Restrict, a monster whose eyes take so long to open and activate its effect that Yugi has time to have a flashback about little Yugi passing out 1 episode ago. This takes up so much, it's like 3 full minutes. For some reason, Pegasus is holding Thousand Eyes idol in his hand while he's talking, not sure why it's not in the graveyard already, before his monster finally wakes up and he takes the ecstasy pills that he had laying beside him, activating rave mode, causing all other monsters on the field to be blinded by the light, caught up like a douche, and no longer willing to fight. After about 10 more minutes of talking, Pegasus finally commands his monster to do the hyper suck, but Yugi is caught onto his preferred ways, expecting such a move and countering with multiply, covering the entire field with giant hairy balls. Naturally, the monster, with an effect that doesn't allow other monsters to attack or change their battle positions, forces the Karibo to change its battle position and attack the Thousand Eyes Restrict. Everything I said just made sense.
Those disgusting fuzzballs, they're spreading like wildfire.
You may not know it, but that's the first time in his life he said that without being genuinely excited about it. Thousand Eyes Restrict's sucking powers are impressive, but not even he can handle taking in so many balls at once, especially when they explode prematurely all over his body. Such a thick explosion covers the monster's eyes and blinds him, inflicting 300 points of damage to Yugi from a monster effect and not an actual attack that was ever technically made. Honestly, if this was the effect text of Multiply, it would read, if Karibo's on the field, negate the effects of one monster on the field and make it unable to attack. So basically it's just Fiendish Chain. But ignore all that because Yugi smells blood in the water, commanding the final attack with Magician of Black Chaos, destroying the Thousand Eyes Restrict and doing 2800 direct damage, getting that 1-turn kill. And you can't prove that it wasn't 1-turn kill because no one has any fucking clue how many turns actually passed in this duel. So Pegasus, I know this might be a bad time to ask, but I was thinking about getting lip implants. What do you think?
Oh no!
Wow, I guess I'll just ask again later. Bit dramatic, though. That creepy Uncle Pegasus finally loses and goes into a catatonic state, claiming that he failed in his quest to bring back his dead wife, Mai's mother. Big Yugi is super proud of little Yugi for his courage as they both do this lame-ass high-five in a random creepy void where they're both almost the same height, apparently. Yugi's friends watch as the fruit snack bubble dissipates, excited to see their little buddy again. Especially Taya, who...
Did it!
Did you see how fucking easy she threw him aside? That was 170 pounds with 2 fingers thrown with the power of love or friendship or whatever the hell magic dominates this show. Our heroes jump up and down like idiots before finally realizing that they still need Pegasus to release the souls of the Kaiba brothers and his grandfather. Might have been a good idea to actually look at his general direction at the end of the duel. I don't know, it's not like it wasn't a big open room or anything. Our best friend Bakura wakes up out of nowhere, super happy to have some screen time, before Tristan tells him that the ring was causing him to act like a freak again, attempting to convince everyone to do a threesome with him and Mokuba's dead body. As Tristan points out, if he had his soul, he was willing, but otherwise he was forced to throw it away. Bakura thinks about it for about 3 seconds before saying, okay, that's fine, and I agree to watch Mokuba for you. The episode ends with a Millennium Ring magically appearing around his neck, bringing with it the evil spirit of the ring, and if you dare ask how this happens, well, that's it for this episode. I want to thank you all for watching. If you enjoyed, don't forget that sub and that bell and that like. And leave a comment telling me if you're a little bit upset that you didn't notice as a kid how often they could have attacked each other directly in Season 1. Tune in next week where we finally get what we've all been waiting for. Yes, ancient Egyptian laser beam battles. And of course, a shout out to all my patrons. I got pulled over the other day for a fucking broken brake light. I don't have anything creative to say. I wanted to bitch about it, and I feel like this is a safe space. This has been the man from Earth with all the girth. Be the character you know you're worth. Love ya. Exposition, 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 all my fellow and future outlaws, as this is Card Games vs. Humanity, and I am that NAK, aka Double G. Back with that Yu-Gi-Oh! Recap that you all know you crave. Just to think, we only have 140 episodes left to share together. Well, at least for this series. So if you enjoyed, don't forget that sub and that bell and that like. Head up to Patreon if you want to see some more content. And leave a comment telling me if you think you would travel to Egypt in your grief because your wife exploded at the altar. Today is an episode that begins with our heroes running across the castle in a desperate search for Pegasus and save the souls of Yugi's grandfather along with the Kaiba brothers. Taya notices the large tower and begins to remember the foursome she had with Bakura, Tristan, and Pegasus, but can't seem to piece together the details of the night.
Yeah, I bet he cast a spell on you.
Yeah, and if that spell had a name, it'd be called the Walk of Shame. Pegasus mourns over his loss and these souls that are no longer of use to him. Despite the fact that I'm a total piece of shit, I just can't seem to let go of this sense of honor, this sense of duty to be honest and true. Releasing the souls of the Kaiba brothers and Yugi's grandfather, they wake up instantly on screen before being scared by Bakura and the shadows. And because we all know the Egyptians love tarot cards and astrology, he draws cards from his deck to reveal the cards that describe describe Pegasus' past, present, and future.
Your Millennium item allows you to look into people's minds, Pegasus. Mine allows me to see into their souls.
Yeah, but that doesn't really explain why you still have a fucking happy friendship in your deck. Bakura mocks Pegasus' wife for trying to go SSJ without proper training before challenging him to a duel the likes of which you've never seen. But just because something has never been seen before, it doesn't mean that it needs or wants to be. As we get our first and only Egyptian laser beam battle in the entire series. Something that never happens again, has no explanation to how or why, and ultimately defeats Pegasus because he's weary from the battle he just lost from Yugi. This entity that has apparently been alive for centuries literally just rips the eye right out of Pegasus' socket, giving a blood-curdling scream so loud that our gang hears it outside the castle walls. Only to turn the corner to see Pegasus not bleeding somehow, yet totally wasted because he just finished a bottle of scotch after his defeat. Yugi asks him for help with his grandfather, but unfortunately Croquet knows he'll be out of a job soon, so he starts practicing for his new one at the DMV.
Not my department.
Our gang heads up to Pegasus' room at the top of the tower, where Taya proves she's not a teenage girl by immediately invading his privacy and reading the journal left on the desk.
Whoever that woman is, she sure is pretty.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. He reveals that Pegasus was attempting to use the power of the Millennium items and Kaiba Corp's holograms to bring his wife Cecilia back to life. His wife which he fell in love with as a young boy at his father's estate, surrounded by the 1%. And you know it must have been true love because it takes a special kind of woman to be able to accept the fact that this 10-year-old boy kind of looks like he has the hairstyle and face of a 30-year-old man. According to the diary, they were married for a brief time before she was struck with a rare disease. Also known as Saiyaniculitis, the user is convinced they have ancient alien monkey DNA and have the power to conquer worlds. Overcome with grief and desperate for hope, he traveled to Egypt. Not because he planned on finding anything useful, but because he really wanted an excuse to wear these overalls. We're then introduced to the most generic background-looking character in the show. A mysterious stranger that warns Pegasus the same way I warn people at the buffet anytime they ask about the beware of hunger sign around my neck.
It matters not. Go home.
Pegasus is wearing overalls, so naturally he follows the man that asked him not to into a very mysterious and ancient tomb that no one's ever seen before but is maybe 10 minutes away. Because the stranger is such a nice man, he commands 2 goons to capture Pegasus against his will so he can tell him how much he wants to be best friends. Claiming he's the guardian of the Millennium items, so of course anytime someone discovers them, he is forced to try and give one away. But if that doesn't work, you will suffer unimaginable nightmares, so just disregard the fact that people come in here all the time and I'm just using this story as an excuse to kill them one by one until I find the right person.
No.
Oh my god, how poor is the budget when you can't even have them animate out of the frame? He slams the Millennium Eye into Pegasus' friggin' face at max power, only to be surprised that after 2,231 people, he finally found one of the chosen ones. There's no dead bodies in the other room, nope, not a single one. Pegasus gets to see his adoring wife one last time, but only a hug though, because she's not finished training in the afterlife and will come back later. The stranger then says the one thing that all lonely basement-dwelling internet virgins must learn the hard way.
Seeing's not the same as touching, holding.
Hey, it stops finally talking long enough for Yugi to notice 3 blank cards that have been sitting on the desk the whole time. The gang leaves right away except for Yugi because he's slow, who gets interrupted down the stairs by Mr. Generic. Anytime there's a disturbance in the force, I mean the Millennium items, apparently he can just warp across the entire planet to find out what's happening. So instead of saying a fucking word, this strange man strangely approaches Yugi really slowly holding a strange item that may or may not be a sex toy. Successfully probing the mind of Yugi, he starts to walk down a hallway with 2 separate chambers. One of a small innocent boy who is getting a stern talking to later for such a messy room, the other who...
You may enter my chamber if that is what you desire.
Well, I was gonna say mysterious, but I guess just slutty? Big Yugi is super baked right now, so he's just like, yeah, dude, sure, come on in and check this shit out for me. Wait, never mind, he's instantly pissed and demands an explanation for his intrusion. That explanation being the actual plot of this show after 40 episodes. Someone's trying to gather all the Millennium items and bring chaos and evil to this world, and he must find them and he will punish them.
Guilty until proven innocent, an ancient concept for this modern age.
I mean, if we're counting Twitter, then things really haven't changed as much as you'd think. Yugi loves to troll, so he turns on the lights and lets the stranger wander around the maze. But don't pay any attention to the booby traps, though. I just went through a cabin in the woods phase a few centuries ago, and I just forgot to take them all down.
I shall proceed with extreme caution.
I'm not gonna lie, even I could have handled that better. Of course, little Yugi is the one that helped the stranger back up because Big Yugi is basically Egyptian Joker at this point, as both of them are called to a room with a bright white glow behind it. They enter a room full of Yugi's deck on stone slabs so they can show him just how badly he needs to change out some of these cards before they end up waking up a very grumpy dark magician. The stranger wants to summon the blue eyes on the ground to try to combat it, but that's Kaiba's monster, so Yugi says fuck that shit and does the best thing he can do, a friendship speech.
You know me! You trust me!
Yugi, you're talking to a trading card. The episode ends with the stranger revealing his name to be Shoddy and that a great evil is coming. So naturally, when Yugi asks what he can do to help about it, he just says, just be careful. Well, that's it for this week's episode. I want to thank you all for watching. If you enjoyed, don't forget that sub and that bell and that like, hit up that Patreon, and leave a comment telling me if you didn't notice as a kid that it took 40 episodes for us to have a non-tournament level plot in this series. Tune in next week where we get introduced to the most powerful character in the show, Rebecca Hawking. And of course, a shout out to all my patrons. We actually got a pretty sweet opening next week for our 300 sub special. Not gonna lie, I'm pretty damn excited. You should be too. This has been the Man from Earth with all the growth, ladies and gentlemen. Be the character you know you're worth. See ya.